Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to BMW Live here at Oulton Park, this race meeting organised by the 750 Motor Club with the BMW Car Club putting on the fantastic BMW Live event taking place here as well this weekend. We've got 11 races on track, including 7 of them which will feature the Bavarian mark, plus lots more off-track entertainment for BMW aficionados here. We'll be underway shortly with the first race of the day. You're in the company of myself, Ian Soman. We'll hear from Johnny Palmer as well in a moment as well. Kieran Mogg on duty down in the pit lane as well. We're on the full international circuit here at Oulton Park this weekend, 2 2/3 miles in length. A great challenge for the drivers with lots of elevation change and different types of corners. And we're set fair, I think, for, well, hopefully a dry day. I did hear whispers that there might be a few spots of rain later on. We'll have to see about that. But sun is shining at the moment and it's a very pleasant day here at Oulton Park. Before we get the cars out on track, let me tell you what's going on at BMW Live today. Well, there's the best place to watch the racing. That's going to be in the upstairs area of the Fogarty Moss Centre in the S46 LM Lounge, powered by Still timepieces. You can go and watch from there if you're here at the circuit. Also in the Fogarty Moss Centre, you can visit the BMW Car Club GB desk and get some merchandise or maybe some raffle tickets, or even join the club as well. You'll get free raffle tickets if you do. In about 20 minutes time, booking opens for parade lap passes. So if you've got your BMW and want to drive it around the circuit at the end of the day, head to the Fogarty Moss Centre to book your ticket for that in about 20 minutes time. There's lots of stuff for kids to do as well. There's kids craft and face painting. There's the drift passenger rides taking place on the infield as well. The drift taxi from PH Drift. Head over there and you can get out on track. We're also celebrating here this weekend the 25 years of Mini celebration. That's getting underway very shortly as well. 25 years of the iconic modern Mini. Wow, where have those 25 years gone? That really has happened very quickly, that we've got to the 25th anniversary of the modern BMW built Mini. But we're going to turn our attention to racing for the moment. We've got the cars coming out on track for the first race of the day, which is the Gas Shocks 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup. Just 3 of the 120s, the bulk of the field's made up of the 116s. They're going to line up in the following order. Pole position is going to be the number 5 car, that's Anthony Seddon. Besides him is number 115, Alan Caulfield. On the second row of the grid, it's going to be the 24 car of James Hipkins and 151 Peter Keane. Row 3 will be 249 Scott Jeffs and 29 Luke Fox. On the 4th row, 209 Will Abraham and 187 George Healer. On the 5th row, 252 James Dunn and 51 CJ Morgan. On the 6th row, it's going to be 818 Jay Mooney and 71 Jack Godden. Row 7 will be 25 Scott Parker and 26 Gary Mitchell. The 8th row, 1 Connor Anderson and 12 Comerton Robert. On the next row, it's going to be 30 and 125, 30 Harry Miles and 125 Brian Price, and 220 and 200 on the final row of the grid, Neil Fox and Giles Carter. And for those of you at the circuit, hopefully you've got yourself a programme. The entry list for this is on page 23. One change to the programme is that Neil Fox is now going to be driving car number 220, and there are 2 additions to the programme, number 1 Connor Anderson and number 125 Brian Price. Situation in the championship is that in the 116 Sprint Trophy, Peter Keane leads the way. He's had 5 wins so far, leads Luke Fox by 14 points. He's had 5 podium finishes during the course of the year. Will Abraham is 3rd in those standings. And in the 120 Coupe Cup, David Williams, who's not here today, leads that from James Hipkins and Mac Priestwood. Cars, as you can see, on their way around the green flag lap. They're just coming down from Hilltop. Probably an opportune time to say a very good morning to the first time today to Johnny Palmer. And Johnny, good to have you back with us here at Oulton Park.
I feel like I'm the first name on the team sheet whenever 750 Motor Club travels to Oulton Park, because I think I've done the last, including this one, the last 4, which is, I mean, it's a glorious place to come and watch motor racing, particularly in the heat of summer, and I'm refreshed by your forecast of potentially some rain. I think much of it's going to be overnight, but I have just checked the latest, and midday, 1 o'clock, there's a 25% chance of a passing shower. As long as people don't get soaked to the skin, I think that might make the racing all the more interesting.
It certainly might do, mightn't it? And some of us haven't seen rain for about a month's time, so
that's another good reason to have some.
Absolutely. So we've got cars heading around to the grid. The pattern for all of the races today is that the cars will do a green flag lap from the assembly area onto the grid, minute to go board, and then very shortly afterwards we'll get the racing underway. Majority of the races today are 15 minutes in duration. 2 exceptions to that. There's the 2 BMW Car Club Racing Championship races. Both of those are 20 minutes in length, and then in their case, they'll do the green flag lap from the grid, because there will be a grid walk at lunchtime at 12:45 for the BMW Car Club races, by the way. So head to the paddock, head to the area by the podium if you want to be allowed onto the circuit for the grid walk. Head there around about 12:30 for 12:45 start for that. The other exception, of course, is the Club Enduro race, which is today a 100-minute race with pit stops as well. But all other races 15 minutes, so a mix of sprint and endurance action here at Oulton Park today. Good to see so many of you here. I can see a few people set up with tents and gazebos around the circuit as well, ready to enjoy the day's racing. And some big grids as ever from the 750 Motor Club, and always extra special with BMW Live going on as well. Hopefully you have picked up the programme, because there's lots more information about what's going on there, the different club stands that are available, the different traders that are here as well. Must be upwards of 20 different traders here, and I say lots going on in the Fogarty Moss Centre as well. The scale X-Trick racing and sim racing as well in there in the Fogarty Moss Centres today, so do have a look out for that. But yes, BMW racing to start the day, Johnny, fittingly enough.
Very apt. I have to say, driving in, and I felt this before BMW Live, you just feel like you're at a real event, because the drifting was already, kicking off big style with a huge crowd over there. We've got racing all day, so I'm delighted to be back. It's got a real atmosphere, this event now.
It does. And you say you've got a big crowd for the drifting, and not everyone realises that you can get in those cars and be taken around for a passenger ride as well. So definitely make yourselves make use of that particular facility here at Oulton Park this weekend. Anyway, racing about to get underway for the first time today, a 15-minute race for the Gas Shocks 120 Coupe Cup and 116 Sprint Trophy, and it gets underway now. We've got those 2 120s from the front of the grid. Alan Caulfield loses out to Anthony Seddon at the start of the race, and it's James Hipkins there in third. Best of the 116s at the start looks to be Peter Keane in the 151 car. He's made the best of the starts there, and they're all down through Old Hall Corner and heading down to Cascades for the first time. So these 120s, they are going to be a few seconds a lap quicker, so I think we'll see them pull away and have their own battle, but we'll also focus in on the battle for 116 honours, where at the moment it's very much Peter Keane that's making the best start there, and he's got quite a good advantage. But further back you've got a couple of side-by-side battles as they head down to Shallows Corner for the first time. We'll pick the cars up again as they come back round towards us in just a few moments time, and they'll go round that banked right-handed hairpin. But already the race leader's coming back towards us, and it is at the moment the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon up front.
So a little bit of curb taken as they go through the first chicane, and also in the middle section as well. I wonder whether the floppy that designates where the apex kind of finishes, its days might be numbered as they go back up over Hilltop. As you say, though, good start in the first of 3 120s from Anthony Seddon, and maybe unsurprisingly the defending champion, who's certainly labelled as the man to stop for everybody else, Peter Keane, leading as the first 116, who is 4th on the road.
Absolutely right. So through Knickerbrook chicane they go, climbing up Clay Hill, under the pedestrian bridge to Druids for the first time, and certainly Seddon pulling away from Caulfield and Hipkins, the third of those 120s here. But Peter Keane really has got a decisive advantage in the 116s at the moment as well. It's the 249 car of Scott Jeffs that is in second place right now, but he is under pressure as well. That could well change as they come up towards Lodge Corner for the first time. It's absolutely side by side for second place among the 116s, and a position change as through goes number 29. That's Luke Fox, the man who lies second in the championship. He gets ahead of Scott Jeffs on the way into Lodge Corner.
Yeah, cracking run through Druids, wasn't it? I mean, he was right underneath the rear wing anyway, Luke Fox, on Scott Jeffs, and needed to just dart to the inside at the last moment. I don't think Scott was going to necessarily fight that this early on in a 15-minute race, but the danger is now that Luke Fox will start to disappear down the road. He needs to try and catch the leading car of Peter Keane. One a tad wide there. Need to work out who that was, but all four wheels over the grass. Could have been a lot worse, with big incidents coming out of Lodge Corner through the years. Coming out of Old Hall, rather. Lodge Corner being the final right-hander of the circuit. So, top three are kind of away and gone, as we expected that might be the case. Trying to bridge the gap is Peter Keane, and then a really good dive for second, third and beyond in the 116s.
Absolutely right. So halfway around this second lap of the race, only a 15-minute race, and the laps here are going to take around about 2 minutes. So probably only going to be something like an 8-lap race for these cars, and that's assuming no intervention from the safety car as well. We're watching there, I think, the car in fourth place. That's CJ Morgan, who's off all over the grass coming out of the Britain chicane there. He's in the number 51 car in fourth position in the 116s. George Healer in the 187 car right behind him. I don't think, though, he's going to be able to capitalise on that little moment for CJ Morgan and try and make a move into Knickerbrook. No, he's not. So no change in the order there for fourth place in the 116s.
But Healer still is applying the pressure, though, in number 187. So CJ Morgan, who started behind Healer, George is trying to repay the favour, and he does seem to have the quicker car, as he demonstrated in qualifying this morning. Starting to just get a little bit more spread out ahead, though, and that is very definitely the new second place car, the bright pink of Luke Fox, just starting to send the car closer to Peter Keane, who leads. So clearly Fox needed to make that move nice and early on. Challenge again is on, this time from Healer on CJ Morgan, and certainly George Healer was in the right place. What's his drive like as they go through Deer Leap and back across the start-finish line? Not quite fully alongside this time, but again, CJ Morgan in certain places doesn't have as quick a car as George Healer in behind.
And behind both of those is Will Abraham, who's a bit further back than we might have expected to see him. He's been second on 3 occasions so far this season, including last time out at Snetterton when there was a near dead heat with James Dunn, who so far this year has been the only man to beat Peter Keane in a 116 sprint trophy race. He today is back in 12th overall, which is 9th of the 116. So this is a very different circuit to Snetterton, and possibly the circuit is one that suits some drivers more than others compared to the very different characteristics of that Snetterton 300 layout.
Anthony Seddon is setting fastest laps for fun out front, by the way. He continues to lead the race overall. He leads the 120s therefore as well, and he's nearly 3 seconds clear. How about this though, side by side into the Britain chicane and the 187 on the inside line. Well, George Healer's been threatening to do that for a little while now, right on his tail. Oh, but there's contact for Healer, and I did wonder whether that was all going to kick off because CJ Morgan was right behind him. There was a third car getting involved as well, which might have been 209, Will Abraham maybe. Race leaders
have changed order somehow. Now that's interesting because there was 2.7 seconds between them at the start of the lap, and Alan Caulfield has now found himself ahead of Anthony Seddon, so I can only assume that Seddon must have made a mistake there somewhere, just out of our camera shot. So it's Seddon that's lost out here, but it looks like he's going to try and apply the pressure on Caulfield, the man from just down the road, to try and get back into the lead. It's from Seddon, of course. He's from Tarpley. You can't get much more local than that. He'd dearly like to get a win on home territory here, and he thinks about mounting an attack into Old Hall Corner, but he can't make it through there. He's got 8.5 minutes of this race left to do it.
Now, without the sector splits around this 2.7 mile circuit, we can't necessarily tell you where the incident or the mistake happened for Anthony Seddon, but he started the lap with the 2.7 second advantage. It's now 3/10 in the other direction. So he's clearly lost the car somewhere, and ready to pounce, or at least close enough, was Alan Caulfield to also not be involved in the incident. So we assume it was all on his own. But if Anthony Seddon maybe had a couple of tricky corners Maybe Alan Caulfield just naturally caught him as well, but that remains a mystery for the time being. Maybe we'll find out at the end of the race. There's a bigger gap, quite a significant one then, to the third 120 in the hands of James Hipkins. Peter Keane continues to lead in the 116s. He's only got a very slim advantage though, and credit to Luke Fox. After he cleared Scott Jeffs, he's properly reeled in the race leader now in 116. So Keane and Fox pretty much nose to tail.
Yeah, and Caulfield there was certainly pushing on through the Britain chicane, riding the curb there, trying to, and Alan Caulfield, I should say, trying to keep the lead of the race. So through Hislop's and Knickerbrook they now go, these two with the overall racing. There's a yellow flag now waving here at Old Hall Corner, and just to have a look from our window. Yes,
might be a lead change here, Ian.
Hospitality building, but a change here, Johnny.
Yeah, towards Water Tower, and that was Seddon getting a much better exit. He's gone around the outside at Water Tower. I mean, the hard work was done in the hall out of Hislop's and then more crucially Knickerbrook, but the drive up the hill brought them level, but it was the more tricky line actually for Anthony Seddon, so he needed to have full faith in Alan Caulfield. And we go back to the order we were in before, but obviously that gap that was nearly 3 seconds has massively condensed. Now Seddon's got the race lead back again. He's got to be fully concentrating for the 6.5 minutes to not repeat, if it was a mistake from earlier on, not to repeat that.
Best lap of the race so far is to Seddon, a 2:03.134 he has done during the course of this race, and that is about 7 seconds a lap faster than the best of the 120s. And Caulfield's not given up here. That was an aggressive bit of posturing, if you like, as he headed down through Denton's and towards the Cascades part of the circuit, but not able to make a way through there. Just looking, no, we're not quite down to the lap record territory yet, as all over the road there had someone in one of the 116s didn't quite spot.
Jay Mooney, I think, in 818.
Yes.
Yeah.
That would make sense, I think. Down in 9th overall and 6th within that class.
Yeah, two white cars doing battle, and that's mightily impressive. I think the other one was 71, Jack Gordon. Leaders at Britain's, and let's not discount what's going on in the 116s either, because nose to tail, Peter Keane, Luke Fox in second. Scott Jeffs hasn't given up on it either, but certainly nor has Alan Caulfield, who tries to go two abreast in the braking area as they come down from Hilltop and into Hislop's. Couldn't quite get level, and I think even if he'd managed it, it would have only been the outside line into Hislop's, but a stellar fight. And this is what I was telling you about for first, second and third in the 116s. So completely together for second and third. But they've worked with one another to reel in the black car, the 151 of Peter Keane. So 3 for the lead in the second class.
Yeah, absolutely. This has turned into quite the race now, hasn't it? So you've got Peter Keane, Luke Fox, Scott Jeffs, and Peter Keane is that's done most of the winning this season, winning 5 of the 6 races so far this year. But he's got some pressure being put on him now here by Luke Fox, who has had 3 second place and 2 third place finishes during the course of the year. Championships already been to Brands Hatch, Pembrey and Snetterton so far this year, but a lot of the drivers do come from this part of the world. I mean, while the leaders side by side are getting to Old Hall Corner.
Technically that was a lead change, because Alan Caulfield led across the line by 0.177 of a second, even though Seddon's back in front again. They're treating us royally to the first race of the day. We've got 11 races in total to look forward to, but if this is a sign of things to come, then I am fully sold. Oulton Park traditionally does offer some cracking racing, but if cars start to separate, then really they tend to just go one way and continue to increase the gap. But considering this gap for the overall lead was 3 seconds, I was fearful. But it's back down to just less than 2 tenths, and the 116s are putting on a real show as well. First, second, third, spread across the line by less than a second.
Yeah, absolutely right. So really tight stuff in both classes here. It's Seddon ahead of Caulfield once again then, as they head through the Britain chicane and about to head just up over the crest of Hilltop and then drop back down to the right-hander at his and then into Knickerbrook. And they are absolutely nose to tail through that part of the circuit. They're probably going to have, I would think, 2 more laps to go at the end of this, which would make it an 8-lap race, as I thought it probably would be. But this race could still go either way. I mean, I thought at one point it looked like Seddon was dominating it, Johnny, but that's not proved to be the case.
No, that's a fair review, because after 3 or 4 laps he was to some degree just disappearing up the road, but he's obviously made a mistake somewhere, we think, didn't catch it on the camera, and that gave Alan Caulfield a secondary shot in the arm, and he is all over the back of Anthony Seddon now. So whether Seddon sort of overcooked his tyres a little bit in trying to get that initial gap, which then disappeared, who knows. 51 is still CJ Morgan, and being pressurised by the Gulf liveried James Dunn car, 252, and then behind 252 is the number 1. So I think it was Connor Anderson who had that moment many laps ago now, coming out of Old Hall Corner, running wide over the grass, and ever since then Anderson's not really been able to close the ground. And Jay Mooney, who did similar a handful of laps ago, still is pressurising in 818, the Jack Godden car, so that is for 8th and 9th positions. Inside the final 2 minutes, and I agree with you, we'll probably be able to squeeze one more lap out of this.
Yeah, absolutely right. Now there's the battle a bit further back. That involves, I think, James Dunn and CJ Morgan. They're battling for 10th overall and 7th within the 116 sprint trophy class. 252 James Dunn, the winner last time out, Jamie Dunn at Snetterton on the 300 circuit there. Meanwhile, you can see half a lap ahead really now are the 2 leading 120s, and up the inside goes Alan Caulfield, or tries to. At Britain's chicane, couldn't quite get the overlap, and so it's Seddon still hanging on with just over a lap and a third to go, but Caulfield is going to have another look down the inside, decides better of it, going down into his and Knickerbrook, and so with a minute left on the clock, it's still all to play for.
You just wonder whether Anthony Seddon would be making those smallish mistakes were he on his own without the pressure of Alan Caulfield in behind. But I think the mere presence of the red 115 car is just making Anthony double think a few things. So he wasn't at the apex at Britain's through the second element of that, just a little bit off at Druids as well, which should give again Caulfield a better exit on that short, sharp run towards Lodge Corner. And they're going to be level, and this is going to be a lead change again. So later on the brakes, Alan Caulfield, 115, back in front. And Anthony Seddon now with 1 lap to go, 15 seconds, so they will go across the line. But Seddon might be able to draw level with Caulfield again. The inside line, though, is favoured by the all-red Alan Caulfield car, and he's able to out-muscle as they begin their final tour here.
Yes, he drifts just a little bit wide on the exit of the corner. So an exciting race at the front of the 120 Coupe Cup here. Only 3 cars in it, and James Hipkins is 7 seconds behind them. But the 2 leaders have been going at it hammer and tongs for several laps now. And it's Alan Caulfield in the 115 car that led over the line, still leads. There are more overtaking opportunities to come, though, for Anthony Seddon. Before the end of this lap, they're going to head down to that shallowest corner. That's one of them, just out of our camera view, unfortunately. As we look back at the 116s, there's Will Abraham, who's a slightly distant 4th. Then you've got Jack Godden 5th, and the Jay Mooney car in 6th place, the 19-year-old in the 818 car. He's heading through, but leaders now heading to Britain's for the final time.
It's a shame that James Hipkins can't be involved in this fight, but he'll be pleased that he's continuing to improve his lap times. 206.1 on the nose last time around for 3rd place, number 25, James Hipkins, who's caught in a little bit of no man's land. He can't get close to the top 2, but equally he's under no pressure on losing track position. He wouldn't lose class position anyway, because he runs in the 120s, exactly the same as these 2 guys who are exiting Knickerbrook now to head up Clay Hill again for the final time. Alan Caulfield needing to keep things neat and tidy, but remember that Anthony Seddon has made a slight mistake going into Druids last time around. Is the door open? No, it's not, the double right-hander. So they've got the straight Lodge Corner and then the run to the line still to go. Meanwhile, gap starting to solidify a little bit for the lead in 116, with still Peter Keane ahead. Side by side again though, Ian.
Absolutely right, and it's Seddon up the inside, and Caulfield, I think, just let him have that, really, dived out of the way, and it's going to be Seddon that comes through then to take the checker flag, which is waved now here at Oulton Park, and he wins the 7th round of the season in the 120 Coupe Cup by just over half a second. There's 24 James Hipkins in third. Now look, Peter Keane in the 116s. He's made a bit of a break again from the battle for second between Luke Fox and Scott Jeffs. So it looks like it's going to be 6 wins out of 7 here for Peter Keane, who's the reigning champion as well. He's had a very good first half of this season, only beaten the once. And Luke Fox and Scott Jeffs are going to be about a second or so behind him as they come up to the line, and the 116 Sprint Trophy win goes the way of Peter Keane. Then it's almost going to be side by side for second over the line, and in fact it is, yes, only about 0.2 of a second between Luke Fox and Scott Jeffs, so no change in the order there. Will Abraham fourth of the 116s, then Jack Godden and Jay Mooney. CJ Morgan having picked up a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so that has put him down only the 1 position in the end to 12th. He would have been 11th otherwise, but he falls behind the number 1 car, which was the addition to the programme, Connor Anderson. Well, that was a very exciting start to the day, wasn't it, Johnny? It was only 11 o'clock. We needed that to sort of wake us up and get the juices pumping.
Did me. I think there were 6 lead changes in that race. If you count the one where they came across the line side by side, but Caulfield was marginally ahead. Had that been the last lap of the race, he would have won. So that's a lead change. And then straight back again, the 5 car got back in front. So, I mean, they're very evenly matched. Apart from the fact that, of course, Anthony Seddon will be kicking himself. They had a 3-second lead, which he gave away initially, but that was great news for us because it just developed into a titanic scrap. And as you say, the warning signs are very positive, therefore, for the rest of the day. If everyone else can produce similar type races. Peter Keane, maybe no surprise that he was able to weather that storm mid-race. Yes, Luke Fox was offering some pressure part-way through, but then Peter Keane eventually winning the race, his class, by 1.5 seconds. And Fox, as you said, was under some stern pressure in the closing stages from Scott Jeffs. So the front runners in each of the categories are very evenly matched.
They certainly are, and they'll have another race later on this afternoon. That's due off at around about 10 to 4, their second race of the day. But let's have a look at the results of that one first of all. And it was a win for number 5, which was Anthony Seddon, after those multiple lead changes. 8 laps completed, and he was 0.568 seconds clear of 115. Alan Caulfield in second. 24 James Hipkins was third. Then the best of the 116s was in 4th place. That was 151 Peter Keane. 29 Luke Fox was second in that class, and 249 Scott Jeffs was third. 209 Will Abraham was 7th overall, ahead of 71 Jack Gordon, 818 Jay Mooney, 252 James Dunn. Then Connor Anderson, CJ Morgan with that track limits penalty, Scott Parker and George Healer after his spin. And then Neil Fox, Harry Miles, Gary Mitchell and Corentin Robert, with Brian Price the only other finisher because the 200 car did not take the start of the race, that of Giles Cart. I think that car stopped on the green flag lap. So I say more to come from the 116 Sprint Trophy 120 Coupe Cup a little bit later on today. A reminder, if you head to the Fogarty Moss Centre, there is free scale electric racing going in there. Don't be tempted, Johnny, to go ahead and get on the scale electric. You've got a job to do here, my friend.
If I don't show up after the lunch break for the remaining races, you know where I am. That's all I'll say.
Well, you could do sim racing as well, or you could have a PH drift ride as well, taxi ride.
Yeah, the commentary box is all of a sudden very much less attractive, despite you being
my
here,
presence.
Of course, your presence. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. There's face painting as well. If you come back with your face all different colours, then we'll know what's happened there. And of course, there's the celebration of 25 years of the BMW Mini. But let's head down to Parc Fermé for the first time today, and we're going to hear from Kieran Mogg. He's going to be talking to our successful drivers.
Thank you very much. What a fantastic race to start off BMW Live Day. We'll have a quick chat with the overall winner, Anthony Seddon. Anthony, if I can just jump in a second, that's you had to earn that one. That was a good race.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Thank you. Yeah, it was good fun. Always with me, mate, Alan. Always fun. Either he's in the car with me or we're racing against each other. Fantastic fun.
He definitely kept you honest, and obviously these are like mini little pocket rockets, really. So around Oulton, it must be a fantastic car to drive.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant, and especially in this hot weather. Wild. they're just wild. Alan had a lot of fun as well. So yeah, really good race. Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Have a quick chat with Alan. Was his doing quickly? So that was a fantastic race. Obviously, shame about coming second, but still, it was good fun.
He's my best mate, so you know I'll take it. And I don't drive this very often. I don't drive one of these very often. So yeah, it's great. Really enjoyed it, and we had a load of fun. Very close. I thought he was going to sideswipe me at the end, but we got away with it. So yeah, really happy.
Well, they say Robbins racing, but I don't see any damage on either car, so I think you got out okay.
Yeah, no, we were pretty close, that close, but no, we don't. We tend not to damage our cars if we can help it. So yeah, cool, really good day.
So well, congratulations.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Cheers, thank you. I'll have a quick chat now with the winner of the 116 is Peter Keane, who is over here, just having a quick debrief with his team. Peter, if I can quickly jump in, you've continued your very good season so far with another win. How was that out there?
Yeah, brilliant. Obviously, it's not my car. I had to, unfortunately, I had an incident in testing, but we won't go into that, and destroyed it. So I had to borrow someone's car, Ben Wiltshire's car, believe it or not. And yeah, sort of had a couple of laps in it on Friday just to get find my feet with it. And then came out today. Car felt good. I felt good. Forgot about yesterday. So yeah, really happy, honestly, so happy. To bounce back like that, I thought we were going to be a bit of trouble, because I didn't have my car with me, my old faithful with me. Yeah. But yeah, the standing was brilliant, and yeah, like I said, the car was brilliant, and I felt good, so that's good.
And it kept you honest, to be fair. It was quite far, it wasn't too far behind.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. I made a couple of little errors just to close the gap in, and then once he was there, I tried to sort of, stay calm, and I know I can be quicker. I know I can stick some good lap times in. So I just tried to be calm and just got a little bit more of a gap. Once I had a little bit of a cushion, I could sort of back it off a little bit and just keep something in the bag. So it was good. So it was a good race, and yeah, luckily I think he had Scott behind him was giving him a bit of a hard time. So it sort of gave me a bit of breathing space. So yeah, but happy. The car was brilliant. I felt good. It was great race. Really good. Really happy.
Congratulations anyway.
Very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Have a quick chat now with Luke Fox. Luke, you were quite close there. It was a good race out there.
Yeah, it seemed to and fro. Credit to Pete, he didn't buckle, especially in the new car. But yeah, kept with him and then dropped back, and then Scott was on my bumper and trading paint. So yeah, a bit frantic, but we got there in the end.
You can do one better later.
I'll try. No promises.
Look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so the cars are out on the track now. Coming up next, we've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship.
Cars on the green flag lap now for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. As Kieran was saying, we're looking ahead to rounds 7 and 8 of the championship here at Oulton Park today, having already had races at Brands Hatch, Pembrey and Donington Park during the course of this season. I think we can give you the grid. This is how it's going to line up. Pole position, no surprise really. It's 154, Lewis Barker. He's leading the championship, having won every race so far. Alongside him on the front of the grid is the number 70 car, that's Wilf Butler. Second row of the grid is going to be 7, Ryan Barker, brother of Lewis, and the 14 car of Trevor Gregory. Row 3, 291, Zach Burnell, and besides him, first of the BMWs, the compact of Joshua Hilton from Class C. Row 4 of the grid is 77 Luke Emmons and 17 Andrew Idwin. Row 5 is 26 Lee Rickard and 78 Matt Warren. Stuart Place, another BMW, is on the inside of the next row. 87 besides him is 36 Steve Polly. Then on the 7th row it's 20 Martin Padgett and 431 Will Hopkins. 197 Craig Turner's Clio and 28 Lee Warren are on the 8th row. The 9th row will be 155 Mason Parker and 3 William Hornsey, with the 10th and final row of the grid being 43 Chris Woods and 92 Mel Higgins. So that's the way the grid is going to line up. Story of the season so far is, as I say, Lewis Barker's won overall and Class A in every single race so far this season, and so he has just dropped 1 point, one fastest lap bonus point so far. He's on 95. Second in the standings is William Hornsey. He's on 74. He's done a lot of the winning within Class C this season. And then third on 66 points is the Class B front runner, and that's Luke Emmons with 66 points. Just to explain the classes for you, Class A is for cars of up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 175 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C up to 145 or 140 for the rear-wheel drive cars. Last year's champion was Gordon McMillan. He won the championship from Class B in a BMW Compact. Had rated that car to Class A, but not here this weekend. So it's Honda Civic Type Rs that very much dominate in Class A. And the winner the previous year was Joshua Hilton. So 2 years ago he was the champion in Class C, and returning to Class C this weekend, although he has been in Class B in earlier races so far this season. So I'm just wondering if that's actually correct on our screens and in the programme. The number 5 car of Josh Hilton, yeah, it's showing Class C, so maybe he's put his car back to Class B, Class C specification for this weekend. But the car's almost filmed up onto the grid. Mel Higgins just to arrive at the back, and yeah, there is the green flag. So we're very shortly going to be underway with this 15-minute race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Red lights go on and out now, and the race gets underway, and it's a bit of a Type R fest at the front of the field. It's Lewis Barker that has the lead of the race as they go down to the first corner, but Trevor Gregory's made a brilliant start from the second row of the grid, the man from Milton Keynes, to go up to second position there as they head through Old Hall Corner down to Dentons and Cascades for the first time. But it's Type R's in the first 5 places. Joshua Hilton 5th overall and leading his class as they make their way through Cascades and along towards the Island Bend for the first time, Johnny Palmer.
Lee Rickard was making a nuisance of himself as well, I noticed, in the Dayglow yellow car. Pretty sure that was Lee on the inside, making it 3 abreast. One, I'm afraid, though, limping away from the start-finish line from the grid and immediately turning right at Cascades was that 47?
I think 17.
Oh, okay.
Andrew Idwin,
there was a 7 in there somewhere.
So, which is the drive from Dudley.
Just down the road from me, in fact, but unfortunately not going to go much further. Big lock-up as well from the BMW that started. Was that the Josh Hilton car?
It is Josh Hilton.
Oh.
Well, that's not a very auspicious end to his race in the BMW. There's a lot of smoke emitting from underneath the bonnet of that car, so that doesn't look too clever, does it? So he's out of the race. He's pulled off by Britain's chicane. So hopefully it won't be too sort of serious from the point of view of any interruptions to this race just there, Johnny.
Yeah, I was wondering whether that was smoke, as you said, or perhaps steam. So maybe it's a cooling issue or an oil problem perhaps, but it's manifested itself very early on, and we're going to go red flags, presumably because Josh Hilton has dumped a load of something on the road surface, or maybe just the awkward position of his car. And they can't get it recovered from the inside of the track. It's on driver's right as you come out of the first chicane on the lap, the Britain's chicane. So the race is going to be stopped. We may get to an adjusted time period because we'd already had 2 minutes of it. Relatively short race anyway, but that's frustrating, particularly for Lewis Barker and others who've got good getaways.
And confirmation that the session's been stopped because of the amount of oil on the circuit, as you speculated there, Johnny. So that's why this has been red flag, not necessarily because of the recovery of the car, but because of the amount of fluid that's gone down, because it was looking a bit smoky. As you mentioned, it looked like a lockup. Possibly it wasn't a lockup, but it was smoke on the way into the Britain's chicane there.
Well, possibly going off on his own oil, if it is indeed oil, or maybe coolant that's down on the road surface. But something's clearly failed, and you were spot on with the 17 car as well of Andrew. Now, what's the correct pronunciation of his surname?
Well, I always go with Idwin.
Idwin. Looks good, yeah. So Idwin started 8th on the grid, and therefore everybody behind him did a very good job of avoiding the stricken car of Andrew Idwin, and he needed to limp to the right-hand side, was followed by the rescue unit, and Marshall's quick to react, but there's quite a long line of whatever that may be down on the road surface. I think as soon as Joshua realised something was up, he got the car well off the road. But this could be a few minutes whilst the track is treated to make sure that it's grippy, well, everywhere, certainly on the racing line, but you want it off the racing line nice and grippy as well if you're trying to lap or overtake somebody.
Absolutely right. So there you can see all those minis, Johnny, on the infield there, celebrating 25 years of the Mod Mini. And can you believe that it has been 25 years since the new Mini first came out?
I think for people of our vintage, shall we say, that shape of Mini still feels very new, still feels very fresh. I was in, I'm going to name drop here, or city drop, I was in Turin just a few weeks ago, which was where the original Italian Job was filmed. And you think, oh yeah, there is another Italian Job film, isn't there, that was made last week? But that must be about 20 years old now as well, with the modern Minis in that. So yes, time is flying here. Unless you were, if you were unsure about that, this is categorically the knowledge that we needed.
Okay, so we've got the Marshall's doing a fantastic job there to dress the oil slick. Just opportunity again to talk about what's going on here at BMW Live today. We've mentioned the 25 years of the modern Mini, so you can see a great selection of the cars there side by side there, just near to the Fogarty Moss Centre. There's some free limited edition mugs to celebrate the anniversary as well. So it says be quick as numbers are limited, so who knows if they've already all gone. In the Fogarty Moss Centre as well, you can head upstairs to the S46 LM Lounge in association with Steel Timepieces. You can there'll be a bar serving BMW Mini and Alpina themed cocktails and mocktails, including an Alpina Colada, predictably enough. That's where the sim racing is as well, and the scale electric racing. There's face painting going on there as well in the Fogarty Moss Centre. Don't forget the drift taxi rides from PH Drift. Those can be taken, and the rally stage on the infield of the circuit there. So head over there and you can take a drift taxi ride as well. You can also, of course, join the grid walk before the BMW Car Club race a little bit later on. That grid walk due to be at around about 12:45, ahead of the race at 1:20. And you need to assemble for that just near to the podium in the race paddock from about 12:30. And do head into the paddock anyway to have a good look around the cars and chat to the drivers as well. It's free to enter the paddock, so do come along and see what's going on in the paddock as well in between races. It's a very busy day here at Oulton Park at BMW Live, brought to you by the BMW Car Club. You see in the programme the welcome from Nick Thomas, who's the lead organiser on behalf of the BMW Car Club, and also from Giles Groombridge, the competitions manager of the 750 Motor Club as well. There you can see, Johnny, the cars that are back here on the grid. They've been lined up ready to go, I think, once again.
Yeah, the time on the clock at the moment is showing 15 minutes. I sense that's going to change a little because obviously there is a timetable to keep to, and indeed as I utter those words it has changed to 10 minutes, so a 10-minute race. The incidents happening on the opening lap. Now the first of those was the retirement, sadly, of Andrew Idwin. That didn't cause the problem, but it's more about the spillage from Joshua Hilton's high-powered BMW, and it started very menacingly indeed, but sadly the car on the outside of the third row from Class C, the BMW Compact, wouldn't get much further than kind of a third of the way around the lap, and that section, I'm aware, is out of the view of a number of spectators. So if you're not down the bottom end of the circuit, you're possibly wondering why we can't go racing. Well, there's an awful lot of the track which is still being treated. There's quick dry going down, there's a bit of cement dust here and there as well, which is mopping up oil or coolant to try and make that be absorbed as quickly as possible, and therefore to make the race or the track safe for us to continue. But the latest from TSL, our timekeepers, is that this is going to be a 10-minute race now at the restart. There may be further adjustments, of course, depending on how long this takes.
Yes, obviously this is not something that could have been dealt with underneath the safety car with all those marshals having to work on the circuit there. So, yeah, the right thing to do was red flag it, which means at least we will get some racing laps for the Hot Hatch Championship. That's interesting. I've not seen that before. There's someone going around with a blower now, like one of those leaf blower things, to just try and disperse the quick dry that's been put down. I don't think I've seen that happen before, but maybe I've just led a particularly sheltered life. And the Marshall's going to get it the old-fashioned way with the broom as well.
Yeah, it's been applied, and then the sort of the residue on the top needs to initially be blown away. But I don't know whether the brushing happens first or I think the leaf blower, which you would have imagined that's counterintuitive because you're kind of blowing away much of the stuff that you've laid down. But the broom is in action as well. Good to see that the old tools never die. And the marshals are really out in force. I mean, that's the other thing that struck me is that attendance of marshals normally indicates a good meeting, frankly, and there's going to be some good racing. So there are plenty down there, and they were willing to push the BMW to a safer location because there's a bit of overlap there in the barrier right after Britain's, I think deliberately so, were to anybody to have an incident. So Joshua Hilton's BMW can be made safe. It won't have to be recovered in race or in red flag, shall we say, before we get this race restarted again. Sadly, with 2 fewer cars, but it was a decent entry anyway, so we should still have 18 cars for the restart. It's a warmish day. It's certainly not as warm as we've had it in recent weeks, so hopefully the cars won't be affected by that burst of a race and then being calmed again, because that's the other issue, is that for everybody else the sort of heat soak within each of the cars and whether they like that or not. But I think it's early enough in the race for everything to be fine.
That's artistic, isn't it? For our cameraman down there,
it was certainly on an angle, which maybe defines being artistic these days. I don't know.
But no, we've got the cars sitting there waiting on the grid for the restart. I'm just pondering the competition in the programme, Johnny, in which people can enter. There's a QR code for them to scan in. How many balloons does it take to fill a BMW Isetta? Now, there's a photograph in the programme here. Now, I don't know if you're supposed to base your guess based on this photograph, or if there's actually one out there somewhere with a load of balloons in it.
Oh, you'd like to think there was one actually on site.
Yeah, I mean, that photograph wasn't taken today, so I mean, if I'm going off of that might be different sized balloons for all we know.
Well, I was going to say,
who's inflated them? What quality control has there been?
Blowing the balloons up.
Yes.
And, you know, they may have had more or less air in their lungs. Might be different sized balloons.
Yeah,
the possibilities are endless.
So many variables. But no, that is something else that you can have a go at to win a prize. I'm not sure what the prize is, but have a go at that. QR code in the programme as well.
It's probably not a BMW Isetta, but you might get a balloon from inside it if you win. Maybe a model Isetta. No, I can't. I'm promising things that I can't.
Careful,
accomplish
Johnny,
here.
with letters.
I think that's standard as well with me being here on site, frankly. But that's fine. Those at the track know where to send them.
So we're looking there at the 291 car on the third row of the grid. That is Zach Burnell. And Zach is someone who's relatively new to circuit racing, only started last year at the age of 51, but had a 25-year break from motorsport before that, having previously competed in motocross racing. And he started that at the age of 3, remarkably enough.
That is impressive.
It is. Last year, as he says, first year of competitive motorsport in Hot Hatch. He was a schoolboy British champion and that British adult motocross championship contender as well, was Zach Burnell, Zach Attack, as he's known. And he's now the owner of Countryside Automobiles, the driver from Rochdale. Right, we're getting a green flag lap, Johnny. So cars heading off on a green flag lap, and this will be just to make sure that they've got enough heat in the tyres, ready for the restart. And the cars in this championship, they do run on Motorsport UK List 1A, 1B or 1C tyres. Also, to give them a sight of that more slippery part of the circuit as well, that we've just seen being addressed by the marshals.
Yeah, you could almost argue that at that point of the circuit there has been a change in surface. I mean, sometimes you get this in 750 Motor Club racing elsewhere. If a qualifying session has been held in a different weather condition, then everybody should get the sighter lap, and I think that is important. So that's the most crucial thing, and therefore maybe useful for everyone to have a reasonable gap between them and the car in front, just to assess by sight the conditions. You can't really test them at race speed because we're not supposed to be doing race speed under a green flag lap, but it will also help as well to just clear some of, again, the residual powder that's been laid down, all the bits that the leaf blowers and the brooms did not get. So LED boards flashing green to indicate that we are about to go racing, but that this is not a racing lap. There's a long line then just off the circuit, which of course didn't need to be treated, which enables everyone to view the perfect perfect run rather through those plastic blocks if you overshoot the chicane. because if anybody does do that, they will find oil then on the crucial bit of track. So that's something to be mindful of as well, perhaps.
Absolutely right. So most of the way around, it is still showing, yes, a 10-minute restart we will have. So they will get something like probably time for 6 laps out of this, I would think. Best lap in qualifying for Lewis Barker is a 154.86. 154.86, the best lap in qualifying. And just to check the lap record for these cars here at Oulton Park on the international circuit, 153.92, so just about a second outside that. That was set by Dan Sylvester 2 years ago in September. So that's the time to beat when the race gets underway. So this is round 7 of 12 this season in the Hot Hatch Championship. After this they go to Silverstone in just 3 weeks' time, and then Castle Combe in October to conclude the season. It was a good start to the race for Lewis Barker, the man who's won all of the races so far, but Trevor Gregory made a very impressive start from second on the grid in the number 14 car. Trevor, a great supporter of the 750 Most Club for many years, both as a driver but also working so hard behind the scenes in race admin at many events as well, supporting the team of Giles and Nicky and James and Ian and all of those that work regularly in race admin as well. Trevor's often joining them on duty as well. But this weekend, focusing on the driving here at Oulton Park. Where is he in the championship coming into this weekend? Trevor is third in the Class A standings behind Lewis and Ryan Barker, about 12 points behind Ryan, who's in second place. Well, the green flag lap looks to have been safely negotiated by everybody, minus a couple of cars then that have fallen by the wayside. There's Andrew Edwin and Josh Hilton, but will be set for a 50-minute restart. There you can see Chris Woods towards the back of the grid, the addition to the programme, number 43 in the Citroën C2. Five-second board goes up. Red lights go on, and they go out now. And again, it's a good start from Lewis Barker from the front run. Again, a good start from Trevor Gregory from the second row of the grid. Once again, slots into second position. So a carbon copy of race 1. It's the 7 car of Ryan Barker, the driver from Sheffield, in third position as they head down through the avenue for the first time in this 10-minute race. So it's Barker in first and in third, and fourth, I think. Oh, and a spinner in the background. Was that the car from... I'm trying to work out who that was that's had the moment there. We'll pick it up. It is 291. It's Zach Burnell, isn't it? So reliving his motocross days there by the looks of it and going off-road.
Yeah, not ideal on the first lap, clearly. And that, I only caught the back end of that, but it looks suspiciously like there might have been a bit of contact, maybe. There was certainly a lot of cars in a very small area. And the question is, could they have all found room for one another? The race leader, Lewis Barker, very sensibly staying way off that treated oil or coolant line. So I don't think that's the natural racing line. A little closer to it from Lee Rickard, and there was a bit of grip there then from that Dayglow Green number 26 car. He started from, well, on the original grid, 9th position. Will have gained at least 1 because of the demise, or 2 in fact, because of the demise of those earlier cars with the stopped version of this race. That of course is now null and void, and we continue with a 10-minute race with the original grid. So Water Tower is where the race leader will appear any moment, and Lewis Barker does exactly that. He's already got a significant lead over the Gregory car. So again, hard charging Trevor Gregory once more got the jump on a couple, including Wilf Butler, who's 4th, Ryan Barker, who's 3rd.
Up towards the end of lap 1 then. Big lead for Lewis Barker. Trevor Gregory is going to keep his elbows out here, I think, and try and keep Ryan Barker and Wilf Butler at bay. Wilf, who had a couple of second place finishes at Pembrey. I think he's a regular in the Civic Cup as well, and getting some extra track time here in Hot Hatch, which is very, very welcome to do. Luke Emmons in 5th place overall, number 77. He's leading in Class B at the moment, and the Class C leader yet to come through. It's Martin Paget, who does now come through in the number 20 Citroën Saxo. So he, with the demise of Joshua Hilton, it's Martin Paget's Saxo that leads in Class C, and there you get a good view of Chris Woods, who's made up a few places in his Class C Citroen C2 number 43.
Yeah, so he's currently 13th in the C2, third in Class C, but the race leader over the line, Lewis Barker, leading a hard-charging Trevor Gregory, but BMW is off the road at Cascades. That's the 155 of Parker. So Mason Parker, who's had a moment as well, didn't quite see all that unfold, but was there contact?
I don't think there was. I think that was on his own. The car just sort of seemed to snap away from him a little bit, and he lost control. He was onto the grass and then just a passenger, but fortunately he's kept it out of the barriers. Meanwhile, the battle for third position is hotting up here. This is Ryan Barker, number 7, and Wolf Butler, number 17. Neither of them very close, far behind Trevor Gregory either, actually. So really it's a 3-car fight for second place here that's just climbing its way up out of Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill and towards the pedestrian bridge atop Clay Hill and heading towards Druids once again.
Still in, to a certain degree, a distant 5th place. It's the 77 of Luke Emmons, but he is in Class B, so not the same class as these 4 Civics going hard at it. And 2 abreast. It might be a change for 4th position here, as defending heavily is Ryan Barker, but over his left shoulder, Wilf Butler. And Wilf tried the outside line on the approach to Lodge, then the tighter exit, yes, and Butler can get alongside Barker here, so there will be a change at least across the line. Question is, who's going to be the last of the late breakers into Old Hall? And it is indeed the 70 car of Wilf Butler. Well, he was capable of a 156.4 lap time earlier today. They're not down to quite that margin yet, although the race leader is. He's already into the 155s. But bear in mind, Lewis Barker was able to post a sub 1 minute 55 in qualifying, whereas nobody was able to get close to that. They were all in the mid 1 minute 56s. So perhaps we were to expect Lewis Barker to build a bit of a lead. As meanwhile, just across the line, as you've mentioned, the Citroen C2, but the 43 car now of Woods drops back to 4th place. Still the 20 car of Martin Paget, who leads Class C with his Saxo VTR.
Yep, and he'd got Steve Polly in the BMW and Craig Turner's Clio behind him as well. Here's that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, just coming through Britons. Ryan Barker now at the back of that group, of course, having been passed by Wilf Butler. Trevor Gregory still at the head of the group, 4.5 seconds or so adrift from the leader, Lewis Barker, who looks like he's going to make it 7 out of 7 this weekend. But Gregory here, not as pressured by Wilf Butler as he was by Ryan Barker a lap or so ago. Just looking at the class situation, Luke Emmons is about 3 seconds clear of Lee Rickard within Class B. And then in Class C, Martin Paget, well, only just ahead of Steve Polly, wasn't he? So we'll perhaps pick up on that battle again. In fact, we've done that now, and now Steve Polly has lost a position because Craig Turner in the Clio is separating the 2 Class C leaders now as they head out of Knickerbrook and up Clay Hill.
So yeah, that's a very good tussle as well, as out front Lewis Barker is able to set a quicker lap, not quite down to qualifying speed, but he's only 0.3 of a second off it with that 155.146. So 20 Saxo of Martin Paget doing battle with the Renault Clio. So that's the 197 car, is it not? 197 being Craig Turner. And something therefore has changed. Polly's lost a bit of ground, it looks like, in the BMW Compact. He's in behind those 2. So these cars are switching positions fairly readily as Turner now gets ahead of the Class C leader. That won't alter things in Class C. Still Martin Paget then leading in the Saxo VTR, but in a sense the 197 car then of Craig Turner untangling himself and freeing him up to maybe go and chase the 9th place car, the 3rd place runner in Class B, which is the 87 of Stuart Place.
Yeah, in the BMW, but we've now got the 2 Class C leaders together here. So it's Steve Polly, good to have him back out again. He's in one of these BMW compacts and he's almost overlapping now with Martin Paget as they head down to the left-hander at Island. So are we going to get a change for the lead in Class C? Just looking at the situation in Class C so far this season, and the way that the wins have gone there. William Hornsey has had 5 of them. Chris Woods has had 1. So it looks like we're going to get a new Class C winner this weekend, whether it's Martin Paget or whether it's Steve Polly. Some confirmation came in, by the way, that for what it was worth, Josh Hilton was in Class B rather than C, as it's stated on screen and in the programme earlier on.
Might be useful to know that later on if it's a repairable problem on that car, but it did rather go up big style, so something is blown clearly on his compact, which might be fixable, just depending on how many hours he's got in order to do it and whether he's got the relative spares as well. The chasing BMW compact of Steve Polly appears to be running with no rear screen. I assume that's intended, unless it's kind of fallen out part way around, but that it would have been called for debris surely. But it's great for ventilation on a warmish day like this. No screen in the rear of that car.
I do have a note on my race log here from Race Control that it just says 36 lost rear window. No further explanation, so maybe that did happen at some point during the race. So
just dropped out, unless it's dropped inside the car, but it's making it very rapid nevertheless, and some natural air conditioning. It means that BMW is ganging up on the Citroën Saxo that leads Class C currently. So Martin Paget up against Steve Polly. Down the inside will attempt to go the BMW. He wasn't quite close enough though on this occasion in the number 36 BMW, having started from 12th position. Civics, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Sadly for viewers wanting a scrap at the front, well, Lewis Barker has just set off for the sunset, but it's very, very close nevertheless. Was there a lock-up again from Trevor Gregory? He's done that once before.
Yeah, and I thought, oh, is he going to throw this away here? Because it has got closer again, hasn't it, for 2nd place overall. And Gregory, who I thought made a bit of a break from these two, now needs to look at his mirrors, and he needs to get his elbows out again, doesn't he? If he's to hold on to 2nd place here, it would be his best result of the season. He had a 3rd place last time out at Donington Park behind Lewis and Ryan Barker. He'd love to go 1, but he'd love to even more to go 2 better, of course, but with Lewis Barker in the form that he's in, that's not possibly going to happen today. Another lock up there from Trevor as he entered Lodge Corner for what will be the 5th and penultimate time, I think, in this race, because Lewis Barker's just gone onto his final lap.
Yeah, or continues to hold the fastest lap. Didn't match it that time around, but was only probably 3/10 away, 2.5 away from the best effort so far. Doesn't need to keep producing fastest laps, of course, because all that will do is run the risk of him making an error. The car was briefly sideways coming out of Cascades and heading down Lakeside, so clearly Lewis Barker is still pushing to a degree. When he looks in the door mirrors and the rear view mirror, there is not a car in sight though, because way back Trevor Gregory, he's got his hands full with the 3rd place car of Wilf Butler, the 4th place car of Ryan Barker, and again there was a hint of some tyre smoke going into the left-hander at the end of Lakeside, so Island Bend. I just caught sight of Steve Polly's BMW, I think, very much on its own, so no, it's not. Sorry, that was a different BMW, because Polly is still very much in touch with Martin Paget.
Place that you saw, yeah.
Could have been. So Polly still pressurising, and nobody around him has made an error. He is still on the straight and narrow as well. 0.3 seconds in it, and nearing the end of the race now.
Yeah, Trevor Gregory's locked up again. He's going to have tyres like 50p pieces by the end of this, isn't he, with the way he's been locking up. But here's our race leader in another black and green Civic, just because that's the only car you could possibly have your Civic Type R, heading along the straight under the Warwick Bridge up towards Lodge Corner for the final time, and Lewis Barker has been untroubled really, other than by that red flag, which meant he had to make another good restart. He's going to come through and he sees the checkered flag already. It's already waved at him, and he wins for the 7th time this season in 7 races, but 2nd, 3rd and 4th still to be decided, and a mistake there for the end for Wilf Butler, I think that is. And is he going to lose out for 3rd as they come to the line? It's Trevor Gregory that gets 2nd, his best result of the season, and it was side by side. Ryan Barker, that is just by 100th of a second, beating Wilf Butler to the line after that mistake through Lodge Corner for the final time, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it was a grandstand finish and the pressure was on for Trevor Gregory, but he was probably delighting in the fact that there's 2 cars in behind him were level pegging. Good win in the end in Class B for Luke Emmons in his Honda Civic Type R, and there was a place change within, not within the categories, but one different category car overtaking a Class B. So a good final lap from Zach Bunnell, who jumped ahead of Lee Rickard in the closing stages. Still waiting for the Class C winner. I'm expecting Martin Paget's Citroen Saxo, only because he has been marginally ahead for much of this race, but we do know that Steve Polly is right on his tail, and they are about to emerge from Lodge Corner. The Renault Clio first of all over the line, 197, and still waiting for those cars. I'm expecting them to be nose to tail and hoping for 2 of them as well. Well, actually for 6 in total of the Class Cs.
But
hang on a minute.
Hang on a minute indeed. The car that's come over the line is Steve Polly.
It is.
To win Class C, and there is no sign of Martin Paget and his Citroen Saxo. So what has happened?
There he is, on the grass.
There's the answer. Well, he's not going to win the class like that. He's barely going to make it to the checkered flag. If the car can climb up from Deer Leap, it's just about going to manage it. Go on, take the checkered flag. Oh, he's going into the pit lane. Well, clearly didn't fancy the slowing down lap, but oh wow, so a late win there for Steve Polly in the BMW.
But that's almost proving my premonition of, I thought, seeing Steve Polly's BMW on its own, and then it was almost like I was having a bit of deja vu there, but that was all happening in real time, folks. It wasn't as if I'd predicted the ending, but we did have to wait quite some time for the first 2 in Class C, and there was late drama. So Steve Polly sitting on the boot lid of the Saxo, whether that was a mistake or something giving up the ghost for Martin Paget's Saxo VTR, but he will end the race in the pit lane. What I don't know is, do you still get points for that?
Well, it depends if they include him in the classification or not. But if you turn straight into Parc Ferme, he won't actually.
That's true, actually.
Across the timeline, if he'd driven down the pit lane,
he hasn't finished the race, technically speaking.
That his first win of the season. Great look at the infield there with Minis and BMWs. Everywhere you look, what a fantastic turnout of cars we have for BMW Live this weekend here at Oulton Park. And you can just see the drifts going on in the background. I think that's the dust that you can see being kicked up in the background. At least I hope it is. Well, no, that's water, isn't it? That's being sprayed. That's being sprayed on the drift course. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Winner of that race, Lewis Barker, by the way. I don't know if we can bring you the results on screen, but it was Lewis Barker that took the win after 6 laps of racing, and he did that by 11.6 seconds in the end in car 154 from 14. Trevor Gregory in 2nd place. 7, Ryan Barker was 3rd. 4th was number 70, Wolf Butler. 5th was number 77, Luke Emmons, winning in Class B from 291, Zach Bunnell, who did get back underway again after his early dramas. 26, Lee Rickard. 78, Matthew Warren. 87, Stuart Place in the BMW. 10th was 187, Craig Turner, and the 11th place car winning Class C was 36, Steve Polly from 431, which was the car of Will Hopkins, and Chris Woods 3rd in that class as well. So it looks like cars have been heading into Parc Ferme, so hopefully we'll be able to head down in just a few moments to hear from our successful drivers with Kieran Mogg. I noticed the thing on those cameras we're seeing as well, Johnny, there's quite a breeze out there now, isn't there, as well? So yeah, quite a windy, this afternoon. It's still only 11:45. Windy morning here at Oulton Park.
Yeah, and whether that's affecting car performance in any way, I mean, we possibly have to get to the more aero-dependent type cars, of which there probably aren't a great deal, actually, considering this is predominantly a touring car, saloon car type meeting. But sometimes the direction of the wind might favour you, as in it's behind a car on a straight such as that. But we can head down to pit lane now with Kieran for some reaction.
Thank you very much. We've got our 3 class winners down here. We'll have a quick chat with Lewis Barker first. Lewis, can I just jump in a second? Just having a quick look at the other cars. Can I just jump in a second? Hello. So there's no such thing as a dull race, but you seem to have it quite your own way there.
Yeah, I got a good start. Mid turn 1, look behind, they were battling. I thought, get my head down, get gone. Yeah, just really just concentrate, hit my markers, hitting corners, and just bring it car home. The track doesn't feel as quick as it normally does, but well, yeah, we've done the job, haven't we? Really, but I enjoyed it.
It probably helps that the other guys were completely tripping over themselves behind you. Don't know if you could see in your mirror.
I could see them battling. I could see lights changing, and then obviously before first restart, I could see Ryan got up, Wilf dropped back. I could see it all happening. I thought, stop looking, let's go. But no, he was good.
That was obviously a good way to start off the weekend. Again later?
Yeah, we're here to win, aren't we? We're not here to make numbers up.
Like the confidence. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. I'll have a quick chat now with our Class B winner. Let's jump in a second. So, a bit hectic in the middle pack, but how was it?
It was, yeah. It was. It was a bit lonesome, if I'm honest with you. I think Josh's car did most of my benefits for me early on by dropping lots of oil. So he obviously discontinued. I was quite looking forward to some battles with him if I was, trying to keep up with his pace. But he wasn't there. So, thankfully for me, I had a bit of a lonesome race and brought the car home, which was great.
Same again later. What do you reckon?
Let's hope so. Let's hope so. We're going to try our best, absolutely. Yeah.
Look forward to it. Congratulations.
Thank you ever so much. Thanks.
Cheers. I'm going to have a quick chat now with our Class C winner. Obviously, it was a bit of a split race there. You had the red flag period in the middle there. Does that kind of play on your mind at all?
A little bit, yeah. This gets going as the race goes on, being rear-wheel drive. It takes quite a while to warm the tyres up. And as the race went on, I knew that I was getting closer. I was on Martin, and he was starting to get understeer front-wheel drive. And I drove underneath him at the Shellhall's hairpin, and coming out, we just locked wheels. I don't really know what happened. I span, and he ended up in the tyres, and we both carried on. So we'll look at cameras, I guess, and see what's going on there.
Absolutely. Well, obviously, you've got another race later on today. Do you reckon you can repeat it?
I'll try. Yeah.
Congratulations anyway.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Yes, thank you very much. All right. Well, I believe the cars are heading out on track. So, Ian and Johnny, back to you.
And yes, race 3 of the programmes is the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. So one make racing, but actually 2 different classes here. Class A for the 182s, Class B, I should say, for the more modern 197s and 200s. But they're actually pretty evenly matched. The regulations have been written so as to keep the competition nice and tight. And the 2 classes, either of them can win the overall championship. The situation in the championship coming into this weekend is that it's actually being led by a Class A driver overall. That is Greg Hill, and he has qualified, I think, fastest within his class today. So Greg Hill with the overall class leader, 163 points. Darren Ransom second on 140, third Matt Hipkins on 138, fourth Pete O'Connor on 135, 5th Joshua North on 125. Those are all Class B drivers. And 6th overall, second in Class A, is Taylor Norton on 123 points. In terms of overall wins so far this year, I've had 7 races. 4 of them have gone to Darren Ransom, 1 to Matt Hipkins and 2 to Joshua North. But within Class A, Greg Hill has won 3 times. Then others have been split between Mark Witherington and Stephen Richardson and Paul Clark. There you can see Greg Hill on the green flag lap in that bright green car, the son of Mick Hill. Let's have a quick look at the grid. Pole position is number 35 Joshua North. Besides him is 72 Pete O'Connor. Second row of the grid will be 30 Darren Ransom and 12 Matt Hipkins. Third row is 56 Chris Lawrence and 111 Nick Harrison. On the fourth row, 298 Scott Carruthers and 75 Greg Hill. Row 5, 82 Paul Clark and 28 Taylor Norton. On the 6th row of the grid, it's 18 Mark Witherington and 7 Stephen Richardson. Row 7, 51 Oscar Swanton and 23 Joe Moss. Row 8, 57 Matthew Poncia and 58 Ryan Earl. The 9th row, 32 Graham Bishop and 36 Steve Croxford, with 29 Joey DePrato, the final car on the grid. So we've got no BMW representation in this race. We do it most of the races today, but this is for the French cars, the Clios, and they usually give us some really good racing. It seems to be a circuit that supports the modern, more heavier but more powerful 197s and 200s. These weigh 1,205 kilo minimum weight compared to 1,070 in Class A. They run 17-inch wheels compared to 15 on the Class A 182s, which generally are a bit further down the grid. Red lights go on then. 15-minute race ahead of us. Out go the lights. Good start from pole by Joshua North in the number 35 car, and Darren Ransom trying to go with him, but I think he had a little bit of a touch there possibly, and that sent his car sideways. Manages to gather it all up. It's number 12 Matt Hipkins there in third position. Are they all going to make it through Old Hall Corner? Yes, it looks like they are. And they have done, heading down the hill towards Cascades for the first time. Greg Hill, you can see in the all green car. He's the lead in Class A at the moment. Paul Clark with the lighter green car and the yellow bumpers. He's challenging him for the lead of Class A, with Steve Richardson right in there as well, number 7. And he gets ahead of Paul Clark into Island Bend. So it's a frenetic start to this VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship race, Johnny.
Yeah, it's probably always going to be, wasn't it? Terrific car control, though, from Darren Ransom, because had that continued after the contact to be a bigger slide, a bigger lose, then that could have been a huge incident right in front of everybody else. Might have been Chris Lawrence who made contact with him, if not Matt Hipkins or Nick Harrison. But nevertheless, just a little bit less throttle and a moment just to straighten the car out enabled everybody to get through Old Hall safely for the first time of asking, and that's certainly not affected Darren Ransom's speed, because he's up to second position. A lot of drivers just throwing their cars into Hislops and then Knickerbrook. So Hislops is the chicane, Knickerbrook the right-hander immediately after that. Stephen Richardson in the thick of action as well in car number 7. But a good getaway for Joshua North in number 35. He emerges over the curb through that left-hand kink just before the double right at Druids.
Yeah, so coming towards the end of lap 1 then, there's shuffling going on all the way down the order, and there is the 23 car, another green car going through. That is Joe Moss, the driver from Worcester. He's a little bit further back down the order. There's Greg Hill. You can see Steve Richardson's being passed by Chris Lawrence there, so I think Chris Lawrence lost a bit of ground at the start in his Class B car, and he's got through. They changed them a bit further back, and that's Mark Witherington getting ahead of Joe Moss as well. So a very busy first lap of racing in the the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. It's Joshua North leading by 1.2 seconds at the end of the first lap from Darren Ransom in second. Pete O'Connor, the former champion, is in third position, and Matt Hipkins, number 12, is in fourth. You can see he's at the rear of that group. Then we get the first of our Class A cars, Greg Hill, with Chris Lawrence's Class B and the traditional Renault sort of BTCC colours coming up behind him.
Yeah, and I remember the years when that half yellow, half blue livery was run with Renault Megans in the British Rally Championship as well. It's just a very Renault livery through and through, so good for that to be back again on a grid in this day and age, as the 35 car of Joshua North will lead, and relatively comfortably, still having to judge precisely how much grip there is in the braking area for Britons, because Darren Ransom is there or thereabouts to pick up any pieces that might head his way. He'll also be a little bit concerned about Pete O'Connor, who he managed to jump at that frenetic start to the race where we could have had cars going left, right and centre. Darren Ransom was very sideways indeed after a bit of a tap going into Old Hall Corner. But Ransom hung on to second. O'Connor therefore is third. Then it's Matt Hipkins in the second of the blue cars, and a brief glimpse there of Stephen Richardson again in the older shaped Clio. So Richardson runs in second position in Class A in his Clio 182, trying to hunt down number 75 Greg Hill, a couple of cars ahead of him.
So through Druids goes Steve Richardson, number 7 at the head of this group, the 14-year-old window cleaner from Milton Keynes. Started racing 7 years ago now, only ever raced in the Clios, and a long time ago he says he helped his cousin who used to race in the Mini Challenge. He's got a huge queue of cars, must be about 8 cars in that queue behind Steve Richardson at the moment. He's going to come through, I think, in something like 7th position at the end of the lap. Someone's getting a driving standards flag. It's the number 12 car, it's Hipkins who's getting that, so he's being warned about exceeding track limits, so he's got to be careful not to pick up any more track limits infringements, and a 5-second penalty therefore would be the next stop for him. So Chris Lawrence now, number 56, he's cleared Greg Hill, who continues to lead in Class A by the thick end of 2 seconds from Steve Richardson. Then Richardson has got Scott Carruthers just behind him in the 298 car, the 34-year-old engineer from Worcester, who's done some time attack in the past. And then behind him is Paul Clark, who's raced in this and in low costs, had wins in both. with the 750 Motor Club for many years. Just watching there, the fight for second position, because Josh North is out in front and clear at the moment in the Class B cars, but quite time for second and third.
It was again a very squirrely moment for one of the blue Clios further back down the order. It might well have been the treble one through Cascades for Nick Harrison, who has lost quite a lot of ground compared to his starting position. Grid was 6th place, so he's now down in 10th position. I guess so much movement for a lot of these cars from the rear tyres and wheels. I think it was Martin Haven who coined the phrase that in a front-wheel drive car like a Renault Clio, really the rear wheels are only there to keep the rear bumper off the ground. They're not doing a lot of grip work, it has to be said. But that doesn't seem to matter, because if you lose the back end, everyone just buries the throttle, and that will straighten the car up very quickly. So we've had lots of near-ish moments where the cars may ping off into the scenery at any second, but everyone's surviving to this point.
I'd have thought the camera's going to pin back then to someone that was going into the gravel, just as you said that.
Commentator's curse.
But no, it didn't. There was nobody heading into the gravel on that occasion, at least. Darren Ransom in second place is just in the best lap of the race, the blind screen fastest lap of the race, a 2:02.58, 3 seconds lap for him. As he's now got the gap down to 1.3 seconds to the race leader Joshua North. There is Scott Carruthers chasing after Steve Richardson, Paul Clark in behind him, and then Nick Harrison, as you were saying, in the 111 car. 28 is Taylor Norton, 29 Joey DePrato. He's had a good run. He started at the back of the grid, not quite sure why. Didn't get a representative lap time in this morning, so he's made up good ground. And we're watching there on screen Oscar Swanton in number 51 and Mark Witherington in the number 18 car. Oscar Swanton, the 21-year-old Sainsbury's delivery driver, is going around the outside there of Witherington through Ireland. I hope he doesn't deliver his groceries like that. Otherwise, I think your eggs might be broken, madam. Otherwise, he's having a great race so far, though. Meanwhile, that's for the lead within Class A. Greg Hill has Steve Richardson behind him. Is Richardson getting any closer? Yes, he did on the previous lap by about 0.3 of a second.
One to watch is definitely Darren Ransom, who's just set the fastest lap of the race. So he's within 1.4 seconds of Joshua North, who, like so many of the race leaders in other categories today at Oulton Park, have not necessarily found it's easy to build a gap, because as soon as they have done that, and the second place car has whittled that down. Close again between a recovering Nick Harrison in the treble one, who is applying the pressure to the 82 car of Paul Clark. That part green, part yellow Clio, yellow bumpers, just heading into Druids now in the slightly older shape car, the 182. So third position for Clark in Class A. That class is still led by Greg Hill, though, and the gap across the line at the start of this lap was 1.4 seconds back to Stephen Richardson, as Nick Harrison just prods his nose down the inside and has left a dent as well in the rear right bumper of the Clark car, so making his presence felt metaphorically and literally there, and actually doesn't pay off for Nick Harrison, because he's lost a bit of ground as he punctured the front left corner as a result of that. Now still the turn-in is okay, but he loses a place in the end to number 28 Taylor Norton.
Might get it back by the time he gets to Cascades, though, but yeah, Exhibit A is the bumper on the rear of Paul Clark's car for what went on there. He has got back ahead as Nick Harrison, ahead of Taylor Norton by Cascades, as I thought he might. But yeah, I suspect that might be one that there is a little bit of a discussion about after the race in the clerk of the course's office. We'll have to see about that. There you can see our race leader Joshua North. That gap has continued to come down, I reckon, from first to second. North was a little bit quicker on the previous lap than Ransom, but Ransom's had a good first half of the lap here, and he is the man that has done a lot of the winning so far this season. 4 times a winner to North's 2 wins, and Matt Hepkins' 1 win at Croft in the opening meeting of the season. So we've got Steve Richardson climbing up to Hill top there in second place. He is 1.3 seconds behind Greg Hill in Class A, with 5 minutes or so of the race to go.
So now on his own is Chris Lawrence, but at least he's managed to overtake Greg Hill, and he can concentrate on trying to get a tad closer to the Matt Hipkins car. Hipkins in turn only 1.5 seconds adrift of O'Connor in 72. So it's a small amount of a gap from first to fourth, really, just 4 seconds, and that gap is fluctuating between Joshua North and the chasing Darren Ransom. Got the gap down to 1.4 seconds in recent times, and again, briefly, Josh North gets the fastest lap of the race, but that's improved again by Darren Ransom, so 1.3 seconds. It's slim margins, they were just 0.05 of a second apart across the line, but it shows great consistency from the two leaders.
Yeah, and just looking a bit further back, Hill to Richardson, that went out by about a tenth that time through in the lead of Class A and 6th place overall. So it's 35 Josh North leading, 30 Darren Ransom second, 72 Pete O'Connor third, 12 Matt Hipkins is fourth, 56 Chris Lawrence is fifth. Those are all Class B cars. Then the first of the Class A cars is Greg Hill, number 75 in sixth, then 7 Stephen Richardson, 298 Scott Evans, 82 Paul Clark, and 111 Nick Harrison completing the top 10. Just under 4 minutes of this race left to go. We're working lap 6 now of it. And on screen, for those of you watching the live stream, it's Scott Carruthers with Paul Clark behind him as we flip across to what's going on at the front of the field. Pete O'Connor there in third position at the moment. He's not seemingly able to keep on the coattails of Darren Ransom today.
No, and Ransom just seems a bit further adrift this time from the race leader, but Ransom, if anything, closer to the race leader compared to that fight between second and third. So I agree, O'Connor maybe just kissing goodbye to his peak performance in this race. I mean, in clear racing, it can spring back very swiftly as well, but he's about half a second off his best lap time currently, that third place car of Pete O'Connor. Still a good dice for Paul Clark, who chases the Scott Carruthers car that sits in the other class, but that doesn't stop Class B and Class A drivers still fighting with one another, of course. Nick Harrison, who made that meaningful, or tried to attempt the meaningful overtake on Paul Clark's Clio, only really resulted in bending a bit of the rear bumper out of place. And since then, Nick Harrison has continued to fade a tad, down in 7th position in class and 10th overall.
Joshua North's just crossed the line again. His lead out to 1.6 seconds now, but it's pretty static, I'd say, between the two Class A leaders. They've just gone through shot at Lodge Corner there. As we're now watching the 32 car come through. This is towards the back. This is Graham Bishop and Ryan Earl as well. Graham Bishop, the 56-year-old company director from Leicester, being chased by Earl, the 36-year-old production manager from Norwich. Those two having a great dice there for 17th and 18th position. So battles all the way down the order here. White flags for a slow car, and that is the car of Nick Harrison. Now, you wondered whether he'd done something to the front left corner earlier on after that contact with Paul Clark. I'm just wondering if that is what is coming to bear now, Johnny.
Yeah, I just wonder whether the camber of that front left wheel is slightly more than it is on the front right. The tyre's still inflated, unless it's a slow puncture, of course, and he can just feel a massive vibration now. But Nick Harrison is keen to just back things off a little bit to prevent any further damage to his treble one car. So that's the reason why that is now touring. After it all seemed to happen after the contact with the rear of Paul Clark's green and yellow car, and Paul Clark now with more pressure in behind him because he has Taylor Norton in 28, and that is a key car to try and stay ahead. Although, having said that, now Clark is going to draw level with the car ahead of him, who is Carruthers, and dive down the inside and take the place. Now, that doesn't improve Paul Clark's position in Class A. The Carruthers car is a Class B machine, but nevertheless gives him a bit of breathing room back to Taylor Norton.
We've had a new lap record in Class B today, by the way. Darren Ransom is 202.341, beats his own record from last year when he did a 202.86. So, new lap record. We're going to go on to the last lap here for Joshua North now, with a gap of 1.7 seconds to Darren Ransom. Pete O'Connor more than 4 seconds behind him. But this is a pretty busy part of the circuit here. Paul Clark has got Scott Carruthers behind him because Clark's got himself ahead of Scott. And Taylor Norton, who's the man in second place in the Class A Championship standings, he is there just behind as well.
Clark ran a bit wide coming out of Lodge Corner. That will open the door for Scott Carruthers to get back in front. So Clark overtaking Carruthers at Hislops on the previous lap, and Carruthers now back in front of the older shape Clio, but also making a nuisance of himself is still Taylor Norton. 4th position, and muscles his way down the inside of Scott Carruthers. I think both of the older shape cars have got in front, or briefly they did, on the run through Denton's there. But Carruthers still the meat in the sandwich. More white flags. That's still because of Nick Harrison's car, which is in an awkward position now over the blind crest at Hilltop. And down the inside again will go the 28 car of Taylor Norton. So Norton keen to not lose too much ground, too much real estate on Paul Clark's car, which was already by Carruthers.
Joshua North, meanwhile, has pulled out quite a lead over Darren Ransom now, hasn't he? What's happened to Ransom? Because there's only 1.7 seconds between them at the start of the lap. It's more than that now. There's the white flag and the subject of it, which is Nick Harrison, of course. But yes, a bit of a drop off on this final lap from Darren Ransom. So it looks like it's going to be Joshua North to take his 3rd victory of the season so far in this, the 8th race of the season for the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship. His last win was in race 1 at Silverstone back in May, more than 2 months ago. So North will be pleased to get back to form after an Anglesey meeting that didn't go completely to plan. He's going to come through close to the pit wall and take the checker flag, and Joshua North it is that wins round 8 of the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship by more than 2.5 seconds in the end from Darren Ransom and Pete O'Connor, with Matt Hipkins in 4th position. Chris Lawrence is going to be 5th, but then we should have our Class A winners coming through.
Yeah, so looking out for Greg Hill in 75. Also, there was a late word about a 5-second penalty, but that was issued to car 29. So Joe DePrato, who is not troubling the category leaders. So Greg Hill does win Class A from Stephen Richardson, and that was a ding-dong fight throughout the course of the race. They separated by just less than 7/10 of a second. Paul Clark, even less of a distance between he and Taylor Norton, 4/10 for 3rd and 4th positions, with Steve Carruthers in behind. So he got jumped by both Clark and Norton in the closing laps. And then the number 18 car of Mark Witherington, who will complete the top 5 in Class A. So everywhere you looked, really, there was a fight going on. It did rather settle down in the closing stages between Joshua North and Darren Ransom, where for a long time Darren looked like he might be able to pressurise North into a mistake. And when Darren, well, could easily have been in the barrier at the start of that race, I think he'll be quite chuffed to finish 2nd.
Certainly will. Joshua North it was that took the win then. 8 laps completed in car 35. 2nd to number 30 Darren Ransom, 2.6 seconds behind. 3rd was 72 Pete O'Connor. 4th was 12 Matt Hipkins, and 5th 56 Chris Lawrence. Into Class A, 6th was 75 Greg Hill, head of 2nd in that class number 7 Stephen Richardson, and 8th overall. 3rd in class number 82 Paul Clark, head of Taylor Norton and Scott Carruthers, who round out the top 10. Mark Witherington, Jerry DePrato with that 5-second penalty, which only cost him 1 place, I think. Joe Moss and Austin Swanson, he was 14th. Then Matthew Ponsier, Graham Bishop, Ryan Earl, and a lap down Steve Croxford were our only other finishes, with Nick Harrison a retirement, I think, in the end with those dramas. A reminder that there's the BMW Car Club Championship grid walk to come. That's around about 12:45. Assemble for that from around about 12:30 by the podium area in the paddock. Also, we're expecting, not quite sure when or indeed what aircraft, but we are going to have an RAF Battle of Britain Memorial flypast, we are told, as well. Lots of traders in the trade village in the BMW Live area. Head to the Fogarty Moss Centre as well for the various entertainment, sim racing, scale electric, face painting, and head to the SF46 LM Lounge upstairs in association with Still Time Places for a cocktail or a mocktail. And also there's the drifting as well. PH Drift are back again this year, showing off their drifting skills on the rally track. Not only can you watch the skill drivers, you can get in a drift car and experience the rally track firsthand and sideways as well. If adrenaline is your thing, how about giving it a go in a drift taxi from PH Drift? Got one more race to come before the lunch break as well. That is the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. And then we'll go into the lunch break, fairly short break, then the grid walk from around about 12:45, then the first race of the afternoon at around about 1:20, with 7 races to come this afternoon, starting with the BMW Car Club, and then we've got the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, and then we'll have the 5 different sprint races that we've seen previously during the course of the day so far as well. Looks like we're not too far away from being able to hear from Kieran Mock. So we'll go down to Kieran now. He's going to speak to our successful drivers in the VSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship.
Thank you very much. We're down here with the 2 class winners. Going to have a quick chat with Josh North. Josh, interesting race out there. How was it?
Yeah, good. I mean, I needed to get a good start, which has not been my thing this season, but we got it off the line well. Managed to pull a gap. Darren was there the whole time, so I couldn't really let off until the last couple of laps, and then back markers came up on the last few. Did a bit of squeaky bum moment, but yeah, it was just a solid race from the front, and I'm happy with it. That's what I wanted. didn't get that last weekend, so yeah.
Now, obviously, we know Darren's very quick in the car, in this category especially, and you gained, what was it, 2.6 seconds you had a gap over him, so it's not too bad. You managed to keep that gap for the entire race.
We had the pace yesterday. The car's just been mega this weekend. The pace was there, so I knew we sat in a good pocket where we could put, if we led it from the start, then we'd probably stay there. I mean, he was sat there comfortably about the same. He did drop off towards the end, but I was dropping off as well, so it's a hot race out there. So now I'm happy, very happy.
And obviously another race later on today. Do you reckon you can take the 2?
I'd love to, yeah. And that's my goal at the minute, is to get the 2, yeah.
All right, well, congratulations.
Cheers, thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks. Have a quick chat now with Greg Hill. Greg, it was a bit hectic in the mid-pack there. How was your race from your perspective?
I mean, I got a pretty good start. Like the 197-200s are a little bit quite quicker than us, so one stage sort of cleared in front of me. I could just check my rearview mirrors and I could see that they were fighting, so I'd just got, I don't know, 5 car lengths gap. Steve was right behind me towards the end. He was closing the gap, so I could see him coming. So I had to keep concentrating. I mean, it's crazy. You just drive around for 15 minutes, and the last minute you're like, oh, I'm sitting on a beach, I'm just cruising around. It's like, no, can't concentrate. It's got, finish the race. So yeah, I'm super chuffed to bring that one home because Steve's a fierce competitor. Love racing with him and the rest of the gang, and that does my points championship the world of good as well. So. Yeah.
Well, fantastic. And Josh was just saying it was quite a hot race out there. Were you in the same condition?
I am sweating my nuts off. I'm hot, yeah. I was just saying, we were sitting in the pit lane and we can have our windows open. As soon as it's out on track, close the windows and it's muggy, sort of. It's like a breeze here, but yeah, that was hot in there. I'm feeling that. I need a glass of water.
Well, you got another one later today. Second win. What do you reckon?
I'll just take this one, see what happens. Yeah, so.
Right, congratulations.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so coming up next, we've got the Tagiwa Type R Trophy.
Thanks, Kieran. Yes, cars already on track on their green flag lap for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Race 4 on the programmes, the last before the lunch break here at Oulton Park at BMW Live today. We are here for rounds 9 and 10 of 14 in the championship, which means we're already more than halfway through. We had triple header races at Crofton, at Pembrey, and 2 races at Donington Park as well. Grid lines up like this. It's number 1, Trafford King on pole position. Besides him is number 83, John Labella. Second row of the grid is 151, which is Andy Stephens, and besides him is 62, Max Martin. Row 3 of the grid, 25, Danny Hobson, and 31, Ewan Lintz. On the 4th row, 13, Tom McFarlane, and 96, Jackson Carden. Row 5 is going to be 91, Chris Grimes and Kai Lindsay in 374, with on the 6th row, 77, Luke Emmons, who was sort of winning Class B in Hot Hatch earlier, and 16, Adam Huntley. Row 7 of the grid is 97, Jordan Banks, and 60, Jack Reynolds, with on the 8th row 5, Sean Connolly, and 26, Lee Rickard, with Rudy McMillan, number 20, completing the field. So situation of the championship after Donington Park is that Danny Hobson leads the way. He's on 254 points. He's lining up 5th on the grid today. Trafford King, he's on 213, the reigning champion. He's in 2nd position. And then John Labella, who's also on the front row with Trafford King today, he's 3rd in the points on 203. In terms of how the wins have been split, it's been 3 each for Hobson and King so far, and 1 for Labella, 1 also for Wayne Flint earlier in the season too. But it looks like it's Danny Hobson who's in prime position here. There is success ballast applied in this championship, so drivers that have been successful in the previous meeting, they might be a little bit hampered here. And in that last event at Donington Park, it was a winner piece for Trafford King and Danny Hobson, with John Labella taking a couple of second place finishes. But Johnny, again, one-way racing always provides spectacular action, and the Type R trophy for these Honda Civic EP3s from the early 2000s, classic cars now, they always provide a great spectacle.
Yeah, we've already seen a very good, in part, Honda Civic Type R fight earlier on with the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So clearly the Honda Civic Type R lends itself very well to the Oulton Park elevation change and the various different corners we have here as well. Nobody can really get away, stretch their legs, with the exception, I suppose, of the previous race, but that was only to the tune of 3 seconds. And again, a short, sharp sprint race, just 15 minutes. You're going to have to just plan a little bit of what you are trying to do in the early stages, but then there might be a yellow flag, there might be some other kind of incident, and that will send that initial plan, the best laid plan, off course very early on.
So cars forming up on the grid then, headed by Trafford King in the number 1 car, last year's Type R Trophy champion, with 4 wins last year. He's been a double 750 Motor Club Winter Sim Racing champion as well. Maybe he's been to the Fogarty Moss Centre to have a go at the sim racing in there as well. He's got John Labella next to him on the grid, the 38-year-old from Hexham in Northumberland, the director of the Street Diner Events Catering business, in his second season of racing. 5-second board is shown then. It's the white and black and silver and blue car of Trafford King on pole, the black and blue yellow car of John Labella next to him. Lights go out, race gets underway, and cars head off towards Old Hall Corner. It looks like the best of the start's been made by the man on pole, Trafford King. John Labella is going to hold on to second, and then third I think is going to be Max Martin possibly that holds on there. 1 or 2 of them going out over the green grasscrete at the edge of the Circuit Old Hall Corner. They barrel their way down to Cascades. Look like they're all going to get through there safely. One of them goes a bit wide and off onto the grass, so maybe I did speak a little bit too soon. Pick up who that is in just a second, but it's a car that's lost several places
Might
now.
be Chris Grimes.
Possibly, yes.
Only because Grimes was right up against the concrete pit wall as he headed past our commentary position, and I did wonder whether he might run out of space. So I caught sight of the paint scheme on car 91 with the yellow door mirrors, and as he ran through Cascades on those coldish tyres, just the rear end stepped away and he had to jump across the grass. Race leader brave enough to go over the what was the oil line affected bit of racetrack, because much of that quick dry now has worked into the road surface. But I did notice that Trafford King really threw that car through Britain's and just lost the rear tyres briefly. But again, using that the front wheel drive to pull him out of that half spin, as now it's nose to tail between 62 Max Martin. And who was that on his tail? Just trying to work that out.
Not sure.
Because Max Martin's lost a bit of ground. He started 4th.
Yeah.
I think he's down in about 6th place now. Maybe 5th. Yeah, 5th place. So these three completely together.
Oh, and off
from 4th.
And that is Martin, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, that's gone off into the gravel trap. First visit to the Druids gravel trap in racing today. Max Martin, so he's thrown that way. Well, you always get someone heading into that gravel trap, don't you? At a meeting at Oulton Park, and the first visitor there today is Max Martin. I'm afraid he's out of his car, but it's going to go no further.
And it can't really be left there, I'm going to say, either. So we'll wait to see whether the race is going to be compromised in any way, nullified. But meanwhile, we're still racing and leading the first racing lap. Trafford King by 1.5 seconds, 2 abreast further back, leaving Old Hall and going down the avenue. And also nose to tail between 2nd and 3rd places, with the Marshals very quickly then with Max Martin in the large gravel trap on the outside of Druids. But yes, Labella versus Andy Stevens. John Labella, Andy Stevens still neck and neck as they head through Island Bend.
Yeah, and a huge pack of cars there heading through Ireland as well, a little bit further back. I think that's the group headed by Kai Lindsay, possibly, the 374 car, who's in 6th place overall, the 25-year-old electrician from Morley in Leeds. But here is John Labella then with Stevens and Hobson behind him. Hobson, the championship leader, looking like he's trying to make a move here as they head down towards His and to Knickerbrook, but yet to make that move. He's feeling fine and dandy as off the road goes the dandy liveried car of Andy Stevens. I think possibly after a little bit of a nudge there. I don't think that was all on his own, but I stand corrected if I'm wrong there. But certainly a bit of a moment there for Andy Stevens. So Hobson will move up to 3rd position behind King and Labella.
Yeah, I was trying to work out whether had Stevens got ahead of Labella when that incident then happened. No, he was still in behind Labella. Okay, so Stevens was fighting with Hobson, Danny Hobson, and he either just ran out of road or, like you say, got a slight tap which broke the adhesion, and off towards the scenery, sadly, would go 151. So to a certain extent, we're losing some of the key players, because Max Martin clearly had a very quick car beneath him. Delighted that we have managed to stay green for the time being, despite the recovery of Max Martin's car. I think the more concerning thing was just making sure Max was in a safe location so that the cars at racing speed could then head by. And 151's rejoined in a right old pack now. So having from the frying pan into the fire, Andy Stevens, because he's got 2, 4, 6, maybe 7 cars in behind him, and Stevens takes to the slightly outside line at Denton's, and that will allow a few more through, in fact all of them, and all is not well with Andy Stevens' sky blue and white car.
Yes, so the one that's allowed through to lead that group now is, I think, Ewan Lynch, who I think making his first appearance in the Type R Trophy, been racing in Classic Stock Hatch and also Club Enduro this season, but Ewan Lynch, number 31, so a change of number from the programme as well, I should tell you. We also had 2 additions, 91, Chris Grimes, in Invitation Class Car 374, Kai Lindsay as well. A bit of a moment there though, Johnny.
John Labella, I think, because John Labella caught too much curb through the second element of Britain. That spat him off to the left-hand side and through the grass. And of course Hobson was very, very close, and Hobson was on the hard standing. So have we had a change for that position? Still just waiting to and working out the 2nd and 3rd place cars and precisely where they are in relation to Hislops and Knickerbrook. But that, if nothing else, gives Trafford King an even larger gap, because as John Labella was trying to recover, he will have lost a hatful of time.
Yes, he certainly will. As look at this side by side here, or very nearly side by side. That's Kai Lindsay, number 374, and he's lost it, and he's off into the gravel trap where there's already been 1 car off today. He was doing battle with number 16, Adam Huntley. Now, whether there was yellow flags there or not, I'm not quite sure. And if you go off under yellow flags, that's never a great look, is it? Over the line, though, comes Trafford King to complete another lap. That is lap number 3, ahead of John Labella and Danny Hobson, who's now done the fastest lap of the race. Unsurprisingly there, though, double waved yellow flags being waved now with that car off up there at Druids, and I think we're going to get the safety car with 2 cars now off there.
Yeah, confirmation of that on our race control ticket, that the safety car has been deployed. I think the race director, the clerk of the course, was happy to persist with 1 car in the Druids gravel, but now Kai Lindsay is in that area as well. There's always the scope, and he's much closer to the edge of the track. I think that's the bigger thing as well. So 374 spinning, but nowhere near to the extent of Max Martin. Both cars can be recovered, hopefully. I was going to say the same movement. We're going to need 2 extraction vehicles to do that, but nevertheless, at least the marshals will be in attendance to deal with both at the same time.
And only 8 minutes to go. Andy Stevens' car is in the pit lane. There we can see drivers out of their respective cars. Shout out here for Jackson Carden in 4th position at the moment. The 16-year-old from not too far away from Risley in Warrington, only 16 years of age, started racing at the age of 10 in autograss, competing initially in a 1 litre Micra, gained lots of experience there. Was 3rd in the Junior Saloon Championship in 2023 and in the Autograss Junior Saloon Championship in 2024. Moved to the 7th Motor Club Type R Trophy for DH Racing, Danny Hobson's team, in 2025. That's now been rebranded as Nimbus Motorsport. and 2026, his first full season. He says he's learning every time he gets in the car. He's been happy to come away with podiums at the first 2 rounds, running consistently near the front and racing alongside the championship leaders. Jackson Carden 4th in the championship coming into this weekend, a couple of seconds, and going well here today in 4th position at his local track too. And it's always a bit more special, I think, when you do well at your home track, because probably you've got some fans here to cheer you on.
Well, too right, family and friends, and just because it's your local track, you don't necessarily have a huge amount of experience here. It depends where he began his racing, but the national scene in the UK is so strong that you're probably still going to most of the circuits, most of the 750 Motor Club circuits at about the same rate every year. But it is nice that he could probably sleep in his own bed if he still lives in that area, of course. And yes, you're going to get a natural following. It's also nice when the sun's out at Oulton Park, isn't it? And that happens, has happened an awful lot through the course of this summer. But also the nature of a track that is so green, it is no stranger to the odd bit of rainfall either. I need to check the weather app to see whether we're likely to get any today, because we're sort of in the hours now where it was more likely than not. Well, I say more likely than not, more likely than at other hours. Still only 25% chance. So I think if we do get any rain, it'll be a passing shower. Kai Lindsay, still in the car?
No, I think he was out.
Oh, he got out, okay.
I think he was out. I just wonder how many more racing laps we're going to get here, because there's only 5.5 minutes to go. Of course, it's a long lap here as well, so a lap behind the safety car is going to take probably north of 2.5 minutes, perhaps up to 3 minutes. Just depends how quickly they can get these cars out of the way. Realistically, they need to do it probably by the end of this lap, I would say. I'm sure the safety car will be being made aware of the situation, adjusting its speed accordingly. Right, they've got Kai Lindsay's car clear very quickly. That was the one closest to the edge of the circuit. And, now Andy Stevens is trying to regain ground. So they've got that one out, and now they're going to try and hook up Max Martin as well, I think with the same vehicle. So a bit more work to be done there at Druids in this Tagiwa Type R Trophy race. Disrupted, I'm afraid, by the safety car, with a couple of cars off into the gravel trap at Druids. First intervention by the safety car today. So this is a round number 9 of the championship for the Civics. I think I'm right in saying, yes, we've had 8 races so far. That makes 9, doesn't it, that we're on today. 2 more meetings after this. They'll come up Silverstone in only 3 weeks' time, and Castle Combe at the end of the season, into the second half of the UK motorsport year now. And we'll still got several events to come for 750 Motorsport. It's a busy month in August with events at Brands Hatch in 2 weeks' time, Silverstone in 3 weeks' time, and Snetterton over the August bank holiday weekend as well. Right, have they left? Are they leaving the other car on the gravel track by the looks of it?
That did cross my mind. There were marshals with it, but the 4x4 pickup that dealt with the recovery of Kai's car has left the scene and entered pit road. So,
well, they were happy enough with that car being there before, so stands to reason you'd think. Safety car has got a wriggle on, hasn't it, I think, and is that going to pull into the...
I think the lights are off it, so yes.
It's going to pull into the pit lane, which is going to give us potentially 2 more laps of racing, which is more than I thought we might get. Yes, safety car, I can tell you, has pulled in. There you can see it on your screen now. And up and over the line with 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go is Trafford King in the lead of the race, John Labella second, and Danny Hobson third. So Trafford King's now got to get his work cut out here to try and keep these behind him.
Yeah, because the lead gap before the safety car was more than it is right now, but that's the nature of a safety car. It generally does everybody a favour unless you're the race leader. And Trafford King having to push again, but the exit out of Cascades, well, that's maybe the foreshortening of the camera, making the top 2 appear a tad closer than they actually are. That looked to be a very good run out of Cascades for John Labella, but I think it was deceptive as we peer over towards Lakeside Straight. So Labella, nevertheless, getting a good run out of the tricky and at times off camber Cascades. There's a real crown to the road there, which if you're in the groove in the racing line, it's perfect. But if you get on top of that corner or a bit further wide than that, you can easily run out onto the grass. So King with the pressure on, minutes ticking by, yes, but John Labella is looming large in the mirrors, and not that far away in third is also the Hobson car, Danny Hobson, who is closer than second to third, and Hobson thought about a move down the inside at Hislop's. This is going to be a fabulous run to the finish for the last 1 3/4 minutes.
Yeah, there'll be one more lap to go at the end of this one. King has made a good fist of this first lap of the restart here to pull out a bit of a gap from John Labella and Danny Hobson here. Hobson, we saw, was, pretty feisty in the first part of that race. Wouldn't surprise me if he made a bid, certainly for second. First might be beyond him now, unless the race leader makes a mistake. And is he going to have a look? No, he was going to look down the inside, decided better of it. The Nimbus Motorsport man into Lodge Corner, but no, he's keeping his powder dry for the moment. But you sense that he's poised there to make a move for the lead somewhere around the final lap. It's still Jackson Carden 4th, Adam Huntley 5th, and Tom McFarlane in 6th place as we're watching this battle for second go on to its last lap.
Danny Hobson's car just seems to be reacting a bit more to whether that's the steering input or just slightly more disciplined lines from the chasing car, whereas it's more inconsistent from John Labella. If I was right in identifying John's car being off the road not too long ago, maybe he's picked up just a bit of debris on some of those tyres, although you would have thought most of that would have come off now, running on the hard standing for as long as he's done. But again, he's a tad off the apex there at Island Bend. Might give the opportunity once more to Danny Hobson, although he's going to have to be brave into Shell Oil's hairpin, that banked right-hander. And they'll come back into our sight. First of all then with Trafford King. No change yet for second, but threatening to at any moment. And they can enjoy being in second and third without a huge amount of pressure from behind. But again, Labella's off the road through the grass. That's not going to help grip. And it's just going to give Danny Hobson that little bit more momentum that potentially he needs to say, I can get this place. On the other hand, he's sort of running out of opportunities if he can't get it done at Hislop's, which he can't. So maybe one more chance towards the end of the lap at Lodge.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really pushing on. The lead a bit wide there through Clay Hill as well. But here he comes up Clay Hill. He's going to try and get alongside. This would put him on the inside line for Druids when he gets there, Danny Hobson. We've got to get through Water Tower first. He's on the outside line for that, but the inside line for Druids, and he's gone through. So Danny Hobson takes second place on the final lap on the way up towards Druids. John Labella goes down to third position. It's going to be a win, though, for Trafford King. It will be his 4th of the season to match his tally from his 2025 championship-winning year. He comes through now, up Deer Leap, up to the line, takes the check flag to win round 9 of the Tagiwa Type R Trophy from Danny Hobson and John Labella in third. Jackson Carden is 4th, making very close friends with the pit wall there. And then in 5th place it was Adam Huntley, 6th Tom McFarlane. This huge train of cars all coming across the line more or less together, Johnny.
Yeah, it's like a full-speed safety car train, wasn't it? They just could not separate at all, and they may well have been like that ever since the safety car intervention. Very, very close for... Who did you say that was up against the pit wall? 16?
Jackson Carden, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fourth position, for number 96. But Jackson was so concentrated on celebrating with his team and his friends, he could have easily wiped a bit of the car off there, maybe just a door mirror. But I think he realised he was getting a tad too close and swerved to the left. Well, an intense finish. I don't think Trafford King would have had it quite as close as that towards the end of the race were it not for the safety car. So he had to soak up quite a bit more pressure. But you could argue that he deserves it all the more now with that 2-second advantage here.
Trafford King it was that took the win then, number 1 at the end of 7 laps of racing. We had the safety car, of course. 25, Danny Hobson took second place, 1.9 seconds behind the winner. 83, John Labella took third place. 96, Jackson Carden was 4th. 16, Adam Huntley was 5th. In 6th place, 13, Tom McFarlane. 7th was 97, Jordan Banks. 8th was 60, Jack Reynolds. 9th was number 31, Ewan Lenson Lee. Rickard, 26, rounded up top 10. Ahead of Luke Emmons, Chris Grimes, Sean Connolly, and Rudy McMillan, who was the last of the finishers because we lost Andy Stevens, Kai Lindsay, and Max Martin during the course of that race for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. They are back out again just before 6 o'clock as our final race of the day. Now, what's coming up next? It is the grid walk at 12:45, so about 8 or 9 minutes from now, for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. If you're intending to walk onto the grid and see the cars and chat to the drivers up close, then you should now be making your way to the podium area, where you'll be admitted to the circuit for the grid walk in about 10 minutes time, and then you'll be on the grid for about 15 minutes, and then the grid will be cleared for the 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, which will start at 1:20. We've then got another 6 races to come this afternoon, including the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship, the 100-minute race, and all of the other categories that we'll have seen today will have their second running of the day. So we will shortly head down, I think, to Parc Fermé. I can see that the cars are heading in there now, and they're being directed as to where they need to park. Kieran will be having a word with them, then it'll be skipping over onto the grid, I think, to do the grid walk. But also, for those of you watching on the live stream, bring you some of the atmosphere from out on the BMW Live show. Where Will Beaumont has been sampling the atmosphere. We've got a few little VTs that he has been capturing for us during the course of this morning of some of the key events at the BMW Live show. A reminder, Fogarty Moss Centre, one of the places to be for all of the entertainment. You are, which is on screen now for those of you watching the live stream, you're very welcome to go in there, to view from there. There's lots going on at the Fogarty Moss Centre, so head over there, one of the focal points, and also of course the drift taxis on the rally stage as well. That's something else to keep you entertained. Kieran, I think, is almost ready. Let's go down to him now, in fact, where he is going to speak with our top 3 from the Tiguan Type R Trophy.
Thank you very much, and I tell you what, the Type R's, they never fail to deliver, do they? Well, we've got the top 3 with us right here, and we'll have a quick chat with Trafford King first. So, Trafford, that was an interesting race. The first half of it, you managed to build a bit of a gap. That safety car nearly screwed you over.
Well, straight after safety car, I just had nothing. Yeah. These boys were all over me. I was like, oh no, this ain't good, but as soon as I pulled in a little bit of a gap, I could sort of relax a little bit then. So it was all right. But yeah, good race.
So you got another one later on today. Do you reckon you can get the 2?
We'll have a go, but obviously it's reverse grid and it's quite hard to pass around here, so we'll see how we go.
You can do it, it'll be fine.
We'll have a go.
It'll be fine. All right, congratulations.
Cheers,
Cheers, thank you. Have a quick chat now with Danny Hobson. Danny, if I could jump in a second, that pass, that was pretty something.
Yeah, I'd sort of been teeing it up for a little while, and yeah, I kept getting a little run on John, but that was good. Nice little move that. We just left each other enough room.
Do you reckon he'd agree?
Oh, he's not very happy, so I threw a banana at him. But yeah, he was just putting the pressure on. But no, it was good racing from the 3 of us at the front. It was, yeah, really good.
It definitely kept us entertained, so congratulations on the 2nd place.
Yes, thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks. Let's have a quick chat now with John Nabella. So John, A, it was an interesting race, but B, did you have an issue with the car or something? Because it looked a little bit skatey.
Yeah, absolutely. So I went out with old tyres on. I'm saving the best for last. So it took a while to switch them on. And in fact, I don't think they actually switched on. They actually switched off even further than they were. And that naughty little sausage was pestering me. But he's fast. Danny's fast. Traff's rapid. I'm humbled to be just on the podium, to be fair, with those 2. But I seen him coming. I seen him a mile off. So it's hard not to focus on him and focus on Traff, because you can't not, you've got to keep your eye on what's going on behind you as well as in front. But, it is one of those things. We got 3rd, so we'll keep that.
And so you've got new tyres for later on today?
Might do. Who knows? Let's see what we come out the bag with. Not bad with old tyres for 3rd place, so I'm quite happy with that.
It's pretty decent, and if you've got a reverse grid race later on, you'll be starting in front of these 2, and if you do have fresh tyres, I mean,
This is it, we used extra tyres at Croft. We ended up using an extra set because we had a puncture, so we were tyres behind. So the plan was just to try and level out with the rest of the field and try and go with these old tyres. But yeah, we'll chat with the team, we'll see what the best strategy is, and we'll go with that.
Well, look forward to seeing it then. I'm sure you guys always put on a fantastic race, and later will be no different.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so that's all the races concluded before the lunch break. However, that doesn't mean that we've got anything, that doesn't mean we've got nothing to show you, because we have the public grid walk. So I'm going to get ready for that in just a second. I'm going to hand back to Johnny and Ian for the moment, and I'll get ready on the grid. I'll see you in just a second.
Thank you very much, Kieran. Well, Johnny's gone off. He's gone to get his lunch, I think. So it's just me up here in the commentary box at the moment. We'll let you manoeuvre into position to the grid walk. The good news is that the cars are heading out onto the circuit to position themselves on the grid. So they've been lining up in the assembly area behind our commentary position here. We're doing their lap to the grid, and then they will be gridded up by the marshals who are ready and waiting for them on the start line. And when they've all been put into position, which will take a few moments, then we will have the spectators, of course, allowed onto the grid as well. And a great chance for you to maybe have a close-up look at the cars, get some photographs, a selfie maybe with some of the cars on the grid, or the drivers indeed. Chat to the drivers. They'll be very keen, I'm sure, to tell you all about their BMWs. Maybe, if you're really unlucky, you might get a chance to speak to Kieran Mogg as well. On microphone on the live stream. He might ambush you and get yourself on the Alpha Live stream. So that's all happening at the moment. Cars forming up for the BMW Car Club race, which will be underway at around about 1:20. I understand that at the end of the grid walk there's going to be a minute's silence in memory of Steve Bostock, who was a regular at club events here at Oulton Park and BMW Live, in particular looking after the E30 and taking many great photos of BMW Live that are regularly published. So a minute's silence in Steve's memory will come, I believe, at the end of this grid walk, from what I was told earlier on today. Just check WhatsApp, see if there's any news. No, there's not about that. So cars forming up on the grid for the grid walk. So lots else going on at the Fogarty Moss Centre. There's the 25 years of mini celebrations that's been going on. There's the PH Drift taxi rides as well. You've got the raffle draw that's being presented by Will Beaumont of Vert Magazine at 3 o'clock this afternoon. There's also going to be the show and shine prize giving at 3:45 as well. And parade laps will be at the end of the day's racing around about 6:15. The parade laps will take place after the final race of the day. So those will be for those of you that have already secured your track passes. So yeah, Johnny Palmer has returned to the box. Johnny, you're leafing through the show guide. Anything caught your eye there?
Well, it's just an excellently produced programme / show guide, isn't it? So hopefully you've all managed to get your hands on one of those, because it does detail all the other stuff that's happening away from the racetrack. Ian's done a splendid job of informing you with much of that anyway. But as I say, driving in this morning, I got the feeling that I was at a proper event, BMW Live, and it's been building momentum over the last few years, arguably, getting bigger and bigger with each year. So great to be here. Great to have such a following for the I'll start that sentence again. For the Bavarian brand. I should have just slowed down, shouldn't I? You're very good at saying that. The Bavarian brand. And there is a grid full of them now, with most of them road-going cars to be looked at. So that's going to be the continuation of the grid walk, as you say. That's starting in 2 minutes' time.
It absolutely is. I think pretty much all of the cars are now assembled. So just looking at the scene now down on the grid, little thumbs up we're getting. So we'll hopefully be able to head down very shortly to hear from some of the drivers and cars down there. Very shortly indeed we'll be heading down to the grid walk. But are we going to go? Yes, we're going to have a quick ad break, I think, first of all.
Hello and welcome back down on the grid. This is the public grid walk, and as you can see, people are starting to filter in from the pit lane, allowed onto the track. Now, if you are down here at the circuit, make sure you try and get over to the start of the pit lane now, because you are able to get on top of the cars. No, you're able to get on the grid and see all the cars up close. All these grid girls from BMW Live, of course, having some photos taken before all the public come onto the grid. So what we'll do is have a quick walk down the grid, see if we can chat some of the drivers ahead of this standout race ahead of at BMW Live. Of course, it's a fantastic event. If you haven't been here before, welcome. All the cars are out on show in the infield. We've got the drift axes that you can go and sit and have the experience of the drifting, and some people enjoy it, some people are a bit frightened, but it's fine, it's all good. But anyway, let's see if we can try and catch some of the drivers. And we'll start off with... Hello, if I can... Oh, say again, sorry?
We're just about to do the minute silence.
Okay, so we've got a minute silence, I do apologise. So we've got a minute silence in dedication of... I can't remember actually the name of the person, I probably should have remembered that. But we'll take a second for the minute silence. Well, there we go. Paying respects to some of those people that make the motorsport community such a unique one. And now that that is done, the public are going to be allowed onto the grid, and we can start our public grid walk to chat to some of the drivers. And we'll start with the number 38 at the front of the grid here, as he's walking around. Just have a quick chat with the grid girls. But yeah, one thing I love as well about some of these cars, you can see it's been prepared beautifully. Still been in some of the walls though at the back here. What happened there?
Well, you know, it's a race car. We sometimes we have a small bit of contact. Most of the time it's inadvertently, you know, but it's racing. It's racing.
Absolutely. And how are you finding the Oulton Park circuit? Is it one of your favourites?
It is one of my favourites. Yeah, I mean, it's known as the Mini Nürburgring, a famous track in Germany. All the rises and dips, you know, it just makes it super interesting. It's for cars, it's quite a narrow track. It looks quite wide here, but once you get out the back, it's very narrow, so it's quite difficult to overtake in places. But yeah, I love it. I think all the other drivers love it as well. It's a great track.
And obviously these cars are some of the quickest that we're going to see on track today. You're saying obviously it's quite a tight track. I'm assuming the faster you go, the tighter it seems as well.
It does, yeah. I mean, when you're going at full race speed, especially going through Druids into Druids around the back, it's quite scary. I don't mind admitting, but that's why we do it. That's what we get the buzz from. You know, it's the best feeling in the world.
And obviously starting on the front row, so expectations high for the race, do you think?
Yeah, in quali I had quite a lot of traffic. I didn't really get a clear lap, so yeah, high hopes. But Paul's a very good racer. I'm called Paul as well. 2 Pauls on the front row. He's a very good peddler, we call it. So yeah, it's going to be a good race. Looking forward to it.
Should be interesting. We've seen Paul win, this Paul at least, win quite a lot, especially at BMW Live over the past couple of years. So not saying I want anything against him, but I'd like some competition.
I'll do my best.
Thank you. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Speaking of Paul Cook, where's he gone? He's just disappeared. I'd like to try and speak to him, but he always runs off. He never likes an interview. No, I can't see him. He always runs off.
Straight down there. Yellow and black suit. Yellow shoulders.
Oh, yes, I see him. Yes. Okay. Let's see if we can catch up with him. Paul, you've run off again. Right. So, hello. How are you again?
All good.
Good. Right. So we have a chat at every BMW Live, it seems, and every BMW Live, you seem to be on the front grid, on the front of the grid, I should say.
Okay, yep.
So it's obviously a track that you like.
I love this track.
These categories of cars you enjoy as well.
Yeah.
So talk to us about that car track combination.
Well, the cars are like go-karts on steroids. I did quite a bit of go-karting for 12 years back in the day, but these are the next best thing. Yeah, and the track, the configuration of the track, I really love. I can put a lap together. So yeah, it's one of my favourites.
And obviously we've seen you win countless times around here, really. Expectation for the race, do it again?
It's going to be hard because Paul Bailey, Steve Schweizcard and Mike, they're all good competitors. They're all on the pace. I did a one fast lap in quali, which has put me where I am, but I'm expecting a bit of a battle, especially with my fitness. I get a bit tired towards the end.
And obviously it's a hot day as well today, so that's going to make things interesting as well.
It's so hot in those cars, and I'm not built for it, to be honest. I'm not built for it. So yeah, hope for the best, really.
Absolutely. Well, good luck with the race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. All right, so we've got Steve Schweikart right here as well. I don't see Steve anywhere, actually. They all keep running off. Don't know why. Oh, yes. He hasn't run off. Do apologise. He had his back to me. Steve, can I just jump in a second? Hello, how are you?
How you doing? All right?
Yeah, not bad. Good. Obviously, second row of the grid. We spoke again last year, I think it was.
That's right.
Yeah, we did. So second row of the grid. Obviously, feeling comfortable with the car today?
I am now after qualifying. I've done an engine rebuild in 2 weeks. Had lots of problems with Vanos troubles and things, and I got it done 5:30 last night. So I was here at midnight, slept in my van. I've had no sleep, so I've had lots of coffee, so I'll be all right.
So it's a proper club racing experience then.
Yes, I'm not used to that. I'm used to being so prepared and ready for it, but no. But yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to have some fun.
So why did the engine need rebuilding? What had you done to it?
I thought I'd have a quick look in the sump. Probably not a good thing. There's bits of metals and broken valve springs and tappets, and so yeah, when I took the head off and see the bore, it's had enough. So yeah, it's all been done now, so we're ready to go.
So it should at least make it to the end of the race.
It made it through qualifying, and I couldn't see any smoke, and I was looking a lot, but yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah, we'll be there.
Good. Well, it's obviously performing quite well for you up at the front of the grid. So expectations for the race. Obviously, these two boys in front of you are very quick. What do you reckon? Can you take it to them?
I'm hoping so. The thing is, we're all quick. There were all quick cars around us, so we're all very close. Race is different. So get off the line, try and keep with them and put a bit of pressure on them. I'm always trying.
No, absolutely. Well, good luck with the race, and hopefully you can stay towards the front end.
Thank you very much. And thanks for everyone coming.
Yes, absolutely. It's fantastic, isn't it? It's a fantastic day.
It's lovely, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, let's make a bit further progress down towards the back of the grid. See if we can try and speak to any of the cars a bit further back down there. So as you can see, the amount of people on the grid now is absolutely fantastic. Look at this sea of people looking at these fantastically prepared race cars. I'm going to try not getting in the way of anybody and try not let anybody walk into the camera either, because that would be a problem. But if I can just quickly... Sorry, thank you very much. Just getting in everybody's way. Now, right. Look at this sea of people crowded around a car in the middle here. Now, you'd think it would be something interesting, and it is. Look, it is the new M2 competition race car. And you can see the driver just on the right-hand side over there. I'm going to see if I can jump in and have a chat with him. Sorry, can I just jump in a second? Sure, yeah. I'm assuming this is your car?
It is indeed, yeah.
Fantastic. So obviously you've got a fantastic crowd of people having a look at it.
Indeed.
Tell us about it.
Well, this is obviously the new M2 racing, which obviously BMW Club are trying to get a championship rolling. Unfortunately, today there's only 2 of us, so it's a bit more of a demonstration than anything else. But what's so good about them is that they handle really well, and they've been designed so the running costs are very cheap. And so consequently it has only got the B48 in, so we're looking at it's like 315 horsepower or something, so it's not the most powerful, but it handles great, and as I say, the idea is to keep the costs down, so it's a good car.
And how are you finding it around Oulton Park? Because it's quite a technical, quite a challenging circuit, and you've got cars around you that are a little bit lighter as well. So how does it kind of compare?
Well, this is a modern car with modern suspension, and I think that it compensates for quite a lot. I mean, I'm not finding too much difficulty at the moment because other cars that are on 200 horsepower per ton, we're up at the front of those, so it obviously works. But you're right. I mean, once this car's out of its championship time, then we can start lightening the doors and maybe putting a bit more horsepower into it and all the rest of it. But for the moment, it's just going to stay as it is for the one-make championship.
And is this track something that you're enjoying, or is it one that you...
It's one of my favourite tracks, yeah. Oulton Park's just, it's undulating, it's difficult. I mean, obviously it's a little bit sketchy because the barriers are so close, but, that's just part of it, isn't it?
Absolutely. And so expectations for the race, where do you think, where are you aiming for towards the end of it?
Look, it's just, I just want to get back with no dents in it, really. I'm seeing it as a bit of a test day. I mean, my friend Rubens, who's in the other one, it's his first race ever, so, he's just taking it easy. So it's not like I've got a load of competition.
So basically just go out there and enjoy it.
Indeed, yes.
All right, well, hopefully you enjoy it, and hopefully you come back without too many scuffs.
Let's hope so. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's keep moving down the grid here. And what thing I love as well, yes, okay, they're all BMWs, but they're all so different to each other. The liveries, not just that, but also the way they're prepared. Now, I do have a couple of people I want to quickly chat to, so let's keep moving downwards a little bit. And I can see Chris Blakey down there, actually, so let's see if we can have a chat with Chris. It's become a bit of a tradition, me and Chris having a chat before this race. There we go, I've spotted him. So if I can just jump in out the way of these. Chris, can I just jump in a second? Hello, how are we?
You well? Yeah, you good?
Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Not too bad. Bit warm. Nice and toasty here. The sun's out right here. But yeah, we're doing good. You?
Yeah, not bad. It's a bit warmer than last year, isn't it?
It's definitely a lot warmer than last year. Yeah, it's only like 22 degrees or something. But you get yourself in a black suit in a black car. It's not great. It's hot. It's warm. But once we get going, it'll be laugh. It'll be good. A good laugh. So.
It's become a bit of a tradition, us chatting before this race, BMW Live event.
Yeah.
And arguably, it's done quite well for you in the last couple of years.
Yeah, I need it this year. I need it because Paul's like 2 grids ahead of me. So the car's fresh this year. So I had a reshell last year. So still working out some kinks. But I'm going. I'm slowly getting pace. I was 1.5 seconds off at the start of the season. Now I'm 8/10. So I'll take that. We're getting there slowly in the right direction. So yeah.
And so this is a new car, is it?
New shell. Everything's from the last one, doors, bumper, bonnet, everything like that, but it's new shell. So, it's just slightly different. It's a different person. It just feels different, weirdly. So, it's a BMW is a BMW, but it just feels different. So, yeah, but we'll get there. We've got the rest of the season to get it right, and we'll see how we go.
And what was the reason for changing the shell?
A big crash. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that then.
So she's back on weight now, so she was quite heavy at the start of the season, so got some weight out of it. Yeah, a bit more progress for the rest of the season. She's got a few good races coming up, Snetterton, Thruxton, Donington again, so looking forward to them. As long as everything today goes all right, but we've got to try and catch Paul. He's two grids space ahead of me, so it's a big gap to get up to. So he's flying this year, so got to try and catch him somehow.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, these cars around this circuit, we've spoken to a couple of drivers so far, and they've all said it's basically like a little roller coaster.
Definitely, yeah. I do love this circuit. It's nice to have camber. It's nice to have hills. It's shell oils, especially nice steep corner. It's so much better than your typical flat circuit. It's one we always look at coming to. The whole family comes to it and everything. So it's a hell of a day out, especially with BMW Live being here, all the cars, all the people. It's great. We love it.
And obviously this is a bit unique in that we've got this public grid walk with so many people surrounding your car. Does that knock you off your game at all?
No, it's just that small bit when you pull up and you think, is the grid walk still happening? Do I get out of my car and I'm going to look like an idiot and everybody else going to drive off? But it's great to see everybody, like, show everybody the cars, everybody gets a good look, because whilst we're there in the pits, it's nice to come onto the grid and see them fully race prepped as they're about to go. It's a good experience. I've done pit works for touring cars and stuff like that. It's great just to come look around the cars whilst they're ready to go. So yeah, we love it. It's a special event.
Perfect. All right. Well, good luck with the race, and hopefully you can make some slots forward.
We'll see how we go. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. See you later. All right. Let's see if we can get a little bit further back. Now, you can see the cars just keep going down towards the last corner at Lodge. Now, Oulton Park is a bit of an interesting circuit in that the grid spaces that you can see here, it actually starts quite late on in the grid. So if you swing around, Liam, and have a quick look at the lights gantry there, you can see it's about halfway down the start-finish straight, which means the grid starts about halfway down the start-finish straight. And that means the grid slots not only go past the start-finish straight in inverted commas, but it goes down the hill towards the last corner. So if we can just carry on this way and just see if we can try and catch up with any more people towards the back. And what you'll find as we get a bit further back here as well, you've got some of the compacts here. Here's the other M2 that we were talking about here. And actually, let's see if I can have a quick chat with him, because if it's his first race, that is one hell of an event to start your racing career with. Let's see if I can't actually see the driver. Where is he? It's a fantastic livery. I just heard the producer in my ear go, what a livery! And it does look absolutely incredible. I see the driver back here as well. So I'm going to try and just jump in between everyone. Hello, sorry, can I just interrupt this conversation a second? So we're just talking about the M2. Obviously, it's a first race for you in this, and I've been told, is it your first race here?
Yeah, it is. So actually I come from a background of bikes, so it's the first time racing cars, so totally new for me. Actually, we got a bit of a trouble with the car, so yesterday was the first time that we actually testing the car, so we are just trying to see how it goes the weekend, but the idea is to finish, have fun, and just have the car in one piece for the next race.
And have you been to this circuit before?
No, first time as well, yeah.
So new car, new category, new track, but basically new everything.
Exactly, right? And tell you what, it's a difficult track to start getting everything set up, right? Bumpy, out of like change of weights. The barrier is close to the track, so it's probably not the one that you will choose if you want to do the setup of the car. But I am really happy because it's beautiful here.
Obviously, all the drivers have been saying it's very undulating. It's a bit like a roller coaster and everything. Is that your experience of it?
Yes, because you barely have like any kind of breaking point or exit of the curve that you are like flat. So always you have a little bump that is going to, like move the car here or there. So you are always like kind of on it, right? You cannot relax in the whole track. You don't have many straights as well, so you are the full-time focus, and it's good, but with this weather, you get tired.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, go out there, enjoy it, enjoy the track, and hopefully you come back in one piece as well.
Thank you.
Right. Cheers, thank you very much. Now, as you can see behind me, all of the people are being asked to come off the grid, and we are just we're not quite at the back of the grid, but we're quite close to it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to wrap up, and we're going to head to Will Beaumont, as he's been in the car club area, chatting to some of the drivers, chatting to some of the owners of the cars on show about some of their fantastic builds. So Will, over to you.
Down in the Fogarty Moss Centre, there's plenty more action here as well. So while we're inside, nice in the shade, we've also got the official club stand where plenty of club merchandise. You've got bags, tops, there's caps, there's everything you might need. As well down here we have Verka magazines, my magazine, so I'm a bit biased, I won't linger on here too long. But also down here we've got, for the first time, there's refreshments, there's a coffee stand, but as always, one of the most exciting bits and one of the best bits as well about being at BMW Live, while you can watch racing, you can do a bit of your own actual racing too, in miniature and virtually. So we have a scale electric track set up that's ready for everyone to have a go with. A selection of cars and touring cars. It's very sort of British touring car style, as you would expect at Oulton Park. So there's this to play with, and there's some fantastic BMWs, some British touring cars, some E36 90s BMWs. It looks like there's an E30 M3 as well, and that exactly just the sort of period BTCC, the glory days of BTCC, you can replicate in Scale Electric. So once you've done that, once you've had a race, once you've had some real miniature racing, you can then go and do some virtual racing as well down in the sim rig down here. So it is a setup. There's already a queue forming before that starts. So get down here early so you can join the queue to have a go on that as well. This might be BMW Live, but that doesn't mean that we've forgotten about BMW's cousins, Mini. So this year is 25 years of the BMW Mini, the new Mini. So from its sort of reincarnation, this British icon reincarnated by the BMW German brand, and we have got every generation here on display showing the whole manifestation of what's kind of created by this super British brand. So we've got the very first Mini from 25 years ago, right up to the new Cooper S, a convertible, because the whole body style that was changed throughout things. Not only was the Mini reinvented, but the whole essence of Mini, and there were, when the original Mini existed, there were pickups, there were spin-offs, there were kit cars. So when BMW recreated Mini, first it started with just the hatch, so the small, as you would expect, the normal Mini, but then it evolved into things like the Clubman, and we've then had the convertibles. We've also had where there was roadsters, there were coupes, there were pacemans, there were SUVs, there were everything. But I suppose ultimately what has existed right from the very start is this friendly, quirky, round-eyed look that really replicates exactly what the sort of 60s icon was originally all about. But best of all about the Mini, and that is what I suppose BMW really, really brought to the idea of Mini, was a really great driver's car. That's what the original car was kind of known as. It was sporty. You saw them touring car racing. You saw them doing all sorts of stuff. You know, the Italian job. They all existed because they were great, small, fun cars. And that's what BMW recreated when they made Mini again, is making something that was fun to drive, that was better than everything else. It might have been a little bit firmer. It might not have been as practical. It might not have been as big. You might not have fit as much stuff or as many children in the back. But it didn't matter because you had the biggest smile on your face compared to any other hatch that was around. So these are this is the start. This is where the new Mini really, really started with the, first of all, this was the R52, and then we went to the R53, and this is sort of the Cooper S, so supercharged, sort of really lively chassis, playful, steering. It was just the most exciting of little hot hatches. Not just the most exciting to look at, but also one of the most exciting to drive. While you're here in the Fogarty Moss Centre, you also need to head upstairs. It's a bit quieter, you can watch some great racing, but also we have upstairs is steel timepieces, and we have the owner of the company, Ilias, with us here. So this company, it's a Greek company, but they make all their watches in Switzerland. These high-end, very sort of durable and brilliant looking, sort of chunky, but really sort of exceptional, industrial almost looking, but luxurious as well timepieces. But there's a special reason why you're here at BMW Live, not just because you like cars, but also you're a big BMW fan and you have an E46 M3.
Yes, I have an E46 M3. It was my favorite car for my childhood, and I'm honored to be able to buy one. Now I'm older. And for that reason, this car inspired me my whole life. And I made this timepiece exceptionally for this car, especially for this car. It's a stainless steel PVD coated case with, as you can see, the M colors around, and the vertical aperture because the movement is partly visible, inspired by the mechanical spine that connects the S54 engine block with the airbox. So this was the inspiration, more or less. And I would love to share my passion with the BMW fans. That's why I'm here.
So is it your car specifically that inspired this watch? So we see you've got the sort of almost like a carbon fiber effect strap as well, and so you have carbon fiber parts on your car, or did they come after the strap?
We create this custom card, and you can see parts of my personal car that it's carbon fiber, and there's S46 LM logo in it. So I modified my car to be specially dedicated to this watch.
Fantastic. So the passion really sort of runs deep. So what got you into making watches?
I was a big racing enthusiast. I was an amateur racing driver, like these guys that you can see today. And racing in time, it's similar. And I was big fan of watches, and I'm a watch collector. So this passion goes along with racing, and I decided to build my brand. And this watch also is a titanium version. It takes its name for a circuit that I was racing back in Athens, Greece. It calls Megara. It's a limited edition watch. So I have only 2 watches in my collection. We are a very niche company, connected more to motorsport enthusiasts and amateurs that going to the racetrack. And we have elastic straps for that reason. You can see it in my watch. It's like a bracelet, a stretch bracelet, and you can wear it over your glove when you're racing. So if you scan this card here, you can find all the characteristics of the watch and the history of each watch. So, and particularly this watch, it's coming with a 3D model. You can 3D print it. It's a unique prototype. You can 3D print it and you can have it on your desk, for example.
Fantastic. So what's next? Will we see more sort of car-inspired watches? Have you got a car next that you're gonna that might be the next watch inspiration?
The next one we will present it in Manchester Watch Show in November. You can come. It's a dedicated watch fair there, not a racing event. And we will present our last watch of our collection. It will be a tornado-shaped watch, barrel shape. It's a different watch. And it will be dedicated to the inline-6 engine.
Oh, fantastic. So a very, very BMW style watch again. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it will be a totally skeletonized piece, transparent from both sides, and it will be a unique piece.
Fantastic. I can't wait to see that. That sounds wonderful as well. So definitely, while you're here at BMW Live, you make your way inside and go straight upstairs, the Fogarty Moss Centre. Come and have a chat with Ilias. Come and see these exceptional watches. Feel them, feel the weight of them, look at the quality of them, and grab one on the car so you can go home and you can do your research about it too.
Thank you very much, Will. We've got cars on the green flag lap for the first race of the afternoon, the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. You're in the company of myself, Ian Soman, Johnny Palmer and Kieran Mogg for the rest of the afternoon. It's going to be a 20-minute race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. I think possibly the biggest ever grid of them. 35 cars out in qualifying. A couple have sadly pulled out and won't be taking the start of the race, but nevertheless more than 30 cars on the grid then. Let's have a look at how they are going to line up. It is going to be on pole position, the number 26 car of Paul Cook, and besides him will be number 38, Paul Bailey. Row 2 of the grid, 43, Stephen Schweikart, and 8, Mike Eustace. Jason Rees in number 9 and 78, Brennan Bradley on row 3. Row 4 of the grid is 14, Daniel Smith, and 7, John Brown. On the 5th row, Christina Lowe in 39 has Theo Millward, number 81, alongside her. He's the first of the Class M2 drivers and the championship leader. Row 6 of the grid is 69 Johnny Hayes and 66 Mark Culmer. On the 7th row, 37 Cavan Granger and 31 Paul Laramie. Row 8, 177 Max Bunting and Sean Foley in 71. On the 9th row, Andrew Phillips in treble 8 and Chris Blakey has number 27 next to him. On the 10th row, 17 Andrew Pywell and 76 his father Stuart Pywell. On the 11th row, it's Warren Hales in 74 and Ben Haynes 44. The 12th row, 68 Gareth Thomas and 150 Eric Bolton. Craig Emerson in 75 has Ruben Cueto, who we're hearing from on the grid walk next to him in number 62. Sean Stafford Atkinson in 72 is on the inside of row 14, next to 46 Shane Tweedy. Sergei Meneve in 79 and Nathan Tromans in 28 on the 15th row. The 16th row, 42 Paul Navin and 52 Michael Cook. David Aspin is not going to be starting from row 17. He's a non-starter, but we do have 30 Matthew Smith, and also a non-starter is number 50, Stephen Kay. So 33 cars we should have for the start of the grid. One of them starting from the pit lane, in fact, is going to be number 76, Stuart Pywell. This championship split into a number of different classes. Class M1 is for the highest performance cars of up to 450 brake horsepower. Class M2 is the next class down for cars of up to 3 litres, minimum weight 900 kilos. Class 6 is for 6-cylinder cars. Class 4, although there aren't any, is the 4 or 6-cylinder lower powered class. And then there's the BMW Cup as well for E46 325 Ti compacts, and the M2 Cup class, M2R as it's shown on our screens, the new one mate class, and we heard from Johnny Hayes and Ruben Cueto who are competing in that class. So we have the cars coming back to the grid then for this race, and the situation in the championship coming into this weekend is that it's Theo Millward that leads the way. He's on 89 points. Second on 75 points is Paul Cook, who's on pole position, and third with 73 points is Paul Laramie. All three of those from different classes. Millward from class M2, Cook from class M1, and Paul Laramie from class 6, who was sort of going really well in that class. Chris Blakey was telling us down on the grid walk a short while ago. Johnny Palmer alongside me in the commentary box. Good afternoon to you, Johnny.
Afternoon, Ian. We're about to get going. There's not really much time to say anything, but I'm really looking forward to this, considering how many cars are going to take part.
Yeah, no time for chatting because the red light goes on, red light goes out now, the race gets underway. Paul Cook from pole position, you've got Paul Bailey in that green car next to him, but it's the number 8 car from the second row of the grid, Mike Eustace, that tries to go around the outside of all of them. It's Bailey that's got the lead, I think, in that green car as they turn their way through the first corner at Old Hall. Paul Cook lost at least one place, I think. Did he possibly lose 2 places? No, he's just one there. He's in the sort of red and yellow car. Mike Eustace is there in third. It looks like Ronan Bradley in the green and white car is up into 4th position as the cars sweep through Cascades for the first time. This big field of more than 30 BMWs across several different classes. Going to be some differences in performance here and some lappery possibly as this 20-minute race goes on.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating to watch who's at what sort of pace, really. And then when the key runners start to have to negotiate the slower runners in the lower categories, of course, everyone deserves to be there. They've all turned up at Oulton Park for some exciting racing, so they don't want their race interrupted in any way, and that goes for the back markers as well. So over hilltop, under pressure for sure is Paul Bailey, because Paul Cook had a long look down the inside. He wants that leading position back again. Remember, he was on pole position on the grid, but didn't get as good a getaway as the green number 38, and I sided with you really, Ian. I thought Mike Eustace was going to sweep across the two of them to take the race lead, but Eustace looking a bit more distant now in that third position. Still a strong contender for the podium, car number 8.
Yeah, Stephen Schweikart, who started third, he's lost at least a couple of places off the line and through the first 2/3 of this lap, dropped down to, I think, 5th or 6th position there. There he is, he's just behind Jason Rees, number 9 in his car. But they're coming up towards Lodge Corner now, towards the end of the first lap. Paul Bailey and Paul Cook. And there's very little to choose between them as they sweep across the line. Second or so clear of Mike Eustace in third position. Ronan Bradley 4th, Jason Rees 5th in the E92, and then 6th is Steve Schweikart, 7th is John Brown, I think that is, and then completing the top 8 is Daniel Smith in the number 14 car. But here's a possible change of lead. Oh, and Paul Cook spun, I think. He's off on the grass, and he's switched across to the inside, or the outside of the circuit, but the infield, and he's tried to get the car turned around, and he's going to rejoin, but right in the middle of the pack. Well, this could be spectacular action from here on in for Paul Cook, but it's denied that battle at the front of the field.
Yeah, unfortunately, and it's taken the pressure off Paul Bailey, but we don't yet know really how that contact happened. We kind of arrived with our cameras on it as it was kicking off. There's a very smoky white BMW as well, 2 cars back from where Paul Cook has rejoined. But yes, is Paul Bailey in the clear, or is that incident at Cascades, through Denton's and Cascades, going to be looked at? The next thing is there any damage on Paul Bailey's car? John Eustace has gained a position, as has everybody else in behind, of course, those that managed to get ahead of the stricken Paul Cook. I was impressed with the recovery, mind you. He did a kind of 180-degree turn, all via the throttle on the very, very dry grass here at Oulton Park. It could have been a whole lot more places that he lost. We'll work out precisely where he is in just a moment, probably at the end of the lap.
Paul Bailey then it is that leads the race, the 58-year-old stuntman from Cambridge. Started racing back in 1991 in the Ford Modified Saloons. He was the champion 2 years running. He's done some motorcycle enduro racing as well. And this is a 2005 M3 that he races with a 3.2 litre engine. Watching there, the number 17 car going through. That's Andrew Pywell, the drive from Wakefield. But there's yellow flags. Oh yes, there's a car parked, isn't there, at the side of the circuit, just under the Warwick Bridge. We'll try and figure out who that might be. Johnny's just consulting the timing screen to see if he can figure that out.
Yeah, 44, Ben Haynes, I reckon. He didn't complete the first lap, and he's shown as stopped. As meanwhile, the race leaders go back across the line, and of course there's been a significant change, as in the second place car at the start of the lap is no longer there, is still running, and John Eustace now starting to spot an opportunity perhaps, because he was more distant when he was running in third and really couldn't touch the pace of the two Pauls ahead of him. Well, now it's just down to Paul Bailey, and that gap has massively come down. So John Eustace might have even had an opportunity to overtake at Shell Oils. That wasn't the case because he's still in behind, but definitely got the pace at the moment to run with the absolute race leader.
Yeah, or Mike Eustace even.
What did I say?
John. Wasn't he a football manager somewhere? I've got a feeling.
Watford.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Everyone's had to get managing Watford, haven't they? Anyway, down towards the Knickerbrook chicane they come in. We do have a three-way fight for the lead here. Paul Bailey, Mike Eustace and Ronan Bradley. Jason Rees a little bit further back from them. I can tell you that Theo Millward is leading Class M2. He's continuing his very successful streak in that class this season. 8th place overall. Paul Cook 10th. Just under 9 seconds off the leader at the start of the lap. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of lap times he can do as he tries to get back in terms with the top few drivers. I'd be surprised if he didn't make his way up towards the podium positions at some point. In fact, I can see it's just got past number 14 now, so already up to 7th place, I think.
Yeah, impressive. He must have rejoined in, well, possibly outside the top 10.
Yeah.
So we know he's got a quick car. He's got the pole-sitting car, no less, as Paul Cook. So 148.953 the car is capable of, as Paul Bailey and Mike Eustace go back across the line, nose to tail. And having a little look up the inside now, in behind the Brown car, John Brown, is Paul Cook. And he's able to pick off John Brown relatively easily at Old Hall Corner. So down the short, sharp run towards Denton's goes Paul Cook. He is into 6th position with Stephen Schweikart, the next name on his list, therefore.
Yeah, and John Brown, that's always a bit of a wide moment for, is that Ruben Cueto? I think it may be in the M2 GTR class, but that's, yeah, it's back on second. In fact, it was the 69 car, wasn't it, which was the Johnny Hayes car, of course. But yeah, I was just saying, the car of John Brown, nice new livery on that for the season. It was a plain yellow car. Oh, someone's engine has let go by the looks of it. It might be towards the back end of the top 10. Try and pick up who that might be in a moment. That didn't look healthy.
Yeah, that car's been doing that since the start of the race, really. And,
okay.
I mean, I don't know how it's affecting the lap times necessarily, but you sense that whatever is smoking from the rear is potentially going to run out. It's the 17 car then of Andrew Pywell. So the speed of Pywell's actually not bad. I mean, he's second in the M2 class. Last time around set the car's best time, so it might be a concern. I'm sure he's aware that it's spewing something out of the rear, but you just carry on, I suppose, until you start hearing the knocks and the bangs.
Looks spectacular. There's Theo Millward, who's our Class M2 lead, just ahead of Christina Lowe. She's in a Class M1 car. I've seen Christina in Cleo's as well, I think, this season with the 750 Most Club, but she's out in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship today, taking the fight to Theo Millward in that number 81 car, the 41-year-old company director from Shrewsbury. Started racing 6 years ago in the 116 trophy, and the race of remembrance as well. Meanwhile, Paul Cook has just done the best lap of the race, a 1:49.56. He's lapping more than a second faster than the top three. He's 8 seconds behind them, and there's just under 12 minutes to go, Johnny.
And he's right with Stephen Schweikart. Now, what I don't know is, as he disappeared over the crest at Denton's, whether he was able to get on the inside of Schweikart in time for Cascades. Might have been a better bet, actually, to bide his time through that tricky left-hander and then pick off Schweikart on the straight, lakeside straight, between the left-hander and the next left at Island. But yes, for sure, Paul Cook's got a car advantage as well, but it needs to be driven well. And we don't yet know how the spin happened at Cascades towards the start of the race, whether that was as a result of contact. No information yet whether Paul Bailey's part in that is going to be looked at. So he still leads, and he is 0.8 of a second clear of Mike Eustace.
We've got a car in the pit lane, which is the number 27 car, I think, of Chris Blakey. So that is a problem for him. Meanwhile, I was just looking as well at what how that lap time of Paul Cook compare that 1:49.56. The lap record for these cars is a 1:48.30 for Michael Pensavali. So in the Class M1 car, so there's a second or so off that. 10.5 minutes of the race to go. There is the race leader Paul Bailey, only half a second really ahead of Mike Eustace as they go on to lap number 6, and Paul Cook's done another best lap of the race, a 1:49.253 now.
And he's now right with the number 9 car of Jason Rees. So that means that Paul Cook's cleared Stephen Schweikart. I can't tell you precisely where he did that, but that was obviously a clean overtake. He's already pulled 2.5 seconds on Schweikart, and now massively pressurising Jason Rees, who started from 5th. Remember, Paul Cook was on the same side of the grid, but 2 rows in front of Jason. So Jason might be minded to just give him a little bit more of a wide berth, because otherwise Rees is probably just going to be slowed down in the E46 compact. We'll wait to see whether Paul Cook emerges as the leading car in that little duo, 4th and 5th.
Just looking below our commentary position here, Johnny, the 17 car, which was the one that was emitting something from the back of it on a number of occasions, that's been in the pits. So Andrew Pywell has been into the pits, but he's gone back out into the race now. So whether that's just something that's been checked over, not quite sure. Also, just looking at the 76 car there, that looks like the bonnet is up a little bit on the left-hand side. That's the Stuart Pywell car, Andrew's father. Looks like one of the bonnet pins not properly secured on that car, possibly.
Yeah, so maybe it's broken, or maybe it was never attached correctly in the first place. But the problem is the airflow is going to get underneath that and put strain then on the pin that is in position, front right. Meanwhile, leaders still absolutely together as Paul Bailey's car just jolts around as he locates the next gear, and that just gives you an indication of how much torque is involved in these BMWs. So the 38 car currently in front of Mike Eustace doing the chasing in number 8. And whereas Mike, as I say, dropped about 10 car lengths in the early stages of this race, he's still right with Paul Bailey. Had this been Paul Cook, there might have been a larger gap opened up, because Paul was in the 1:48s, just into the 1:48s in qualifying, everybody else in the low 1 minute 50s.
But Paul Cook only 4.4 seconds behind the leader, so give it, well, 1.5 more laps and he's going to be there. We saw Theo Millward go through. He's still leading Class M2 in 10th position overall. What's going on in the other classes? Class 6, that's being led by the Treble 8 car. In fact, this is the battle for the lead in Class 6, just coming over through Lodge Corner now. That's Phillips, Max Bunting and Paul Laramie. So the three of them absolutely together. They're just coming up and over the timing line as well. Here they come. And the gap that splits them is less than a second, splitting the first 3 cars in Class 6. And of course, in the championship, as far as Class 6 is concerned, it is Paul Laramie that leads the way, having had 3 wins so far this season within that class. Just looking at the Cup class situation, that's currently being led by car number 150. That's Eric Bolton, the driver from Grantham, leading in the Cup class. We've got 7.25 minutes of this race left to go. And there is that Cup class leader just alongside the number 62 car of Ruben Cueto, the ex-bike racer from Santander in the his first ever car race.
Eric Bolton took pole position in the qualifying session for this BMW Car Club Racing Championship in Cup class, so perhaps not a big surprise to say that he's still leading that, and by a decent margin, because his next nearest rival is about 6 cars back actually, next class rival. Now, finding some clear air this time is Paul Cook in number 26, so he's ahead of Jason Rees and now has a sighter at least on the cars ahead, the leading cars. So Mike Eustace will be the first for him to see in second position, and then Paul Bailey just the other side of that. So he's well in touch again, despite a spin that threatened to really derail this race. He's still got a chance of winning it, I suppose.
There is. There's another car that's just come into the pit lane. Just trying to figure out who that is. You might be able to tell on your screen, Johnny. It's
Matthew Smith, number 30.
That's right, yes. He's just come into pit lane. Here is this battle amongst the Class 6 contenders, just coming into Lodge Corner now. They sweep their way through, and they're being pursued by Sean Foley, number 71. He's there in the E46 M3 GTR, the man from Wigan, the 58-year-old electrical contractor. He's been racing for more than 20 years, the Hummer BMWs and the Northern Saloon sports cars, as well as the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and that's a mighty piece of kit, that M3 GTR.
Ronan Bradley, who started the race from 6th position, is going to get a 10-second time penalty at the end of this for track limits. So he's currently 4th on the road, and they won't assess that time penalty, will the timekeepers, until the end of the race. So he'll stay 4th in road position, and as far as live timing is concerned, but then will drop back at the line if anybody's close enough to benefit, and certainly Jason Rees is at this point in time. In fact, there's only 0.4 of a second between Ronan Bradley and Jason Rees. This time Paul Bailey's got a much bigger lead on Mike Eustace, and this is the point we were talking about at the start of the race here, where traffic is maybe starting to intervene.
Yeah.
So a bit of lappery necessary, and so far cutting their way through that traffic a little more readily is Paul Bailey.
And also Paul Cook as well, because he's now only 1.6 seconds behind Mike Eustace. In fact, I think they're pretty much nose to tail through Cascades that time. And watching the leader, Paul Bailey, he's got a second or so, but it's Paul Cook right behind Mike Eustace now. Paul has been borrowing Mike's car in recent months, this year and last year. I think he's been in Mike Eustace's car on occasion, but on this occasion it's Eustace out on his own car, with Paul Cook taking the fight to it. There's Craig Emerson, I think, going through as we watch for the leader. Here's Paul Bailey, and it is still Eustace in second, but Cook now is right with him. And I think, Johnny, with 4 minutes of the race to go, we're going to have a fantastic finish to this race.
Well, it's been generated by an unfortunate moment for Paul Cook, but that makes things far more interesting from our perspective and from your perspective watching the race from trackside. Now a little too deep into Hislops. Is that going to be Paul Cook's opportunity down the inside? Mike Eustace is going to slam the door, at least he's going to attempt to, but he left it a little bit late, and actually I think Paul Cook got off the throttle there to avoid any contact, so they are still nose to tail, but Paul Cook could have pushed that a bit more should he have wanted to.
Good friends these, I think, so I think Paul would have been a little bit cautious there, as I'm sure he would have with any other driver as well. Oh, and look at him slide that car, the Drifts rider, on the infield, not on the track at Druids, but Paul Cook really pushing that car to his limits there. He's going to have, I think, 2 more laps to go. So 1, try and get past Mike Eustace. 2, try and catch and pass Paul Bailey. He could do with getting past Eustace sooner rather than later, though, I reckon.
So is the chance to do that at Old Hall Corner. You have to be fully committed down to there, because it is very high speed on the approach, and really you're just waiting for a mistake. Now Mike Eustace is going to have to make some quick decisions through this traffic, and being the pursuing car, the following car, sometimes that's the better place to be. So they went a little bit high, I think, there off the racing line to deal with some slower moving traffic, shall we say, at Cascades. Be interesting to see in what order they are in now leaving that corner. Meanwhile, it was close, as we were mentioning earlier on, for the Class 6 division, and it is still the 888 car of Andrew Phillips leading that, but only by just over a second from Paul Laramie.
Okay, 2 minutes and 20 seconds of the race left to go. And Millward leading in his class as we've had the change for second. Paul Cook has got ahead of Mike Eustace now. And it was coming really, wasn't it? But there is a bit of work still to do to try and catch and pass Paul Bailey. He's going to have one more lap to go at the end of this one. So Millward leading Class M2 from Cavan Granger, 11 seconds between them in Class 6. Andrew Phillips by 1.5 seconds now from Paul Laramie, with Max Bunting having dropped to third within that class. There's Paul Cook, there's Mike Eustace. He's pulled out a gap quite quickly over Eustace, having got past him that might be Andrew Pyrell back into the pits once again. But Paul Bailey down to Lodge Corner for the penultimate time in this race. Turns his way through, dips down, climbs through Dearly, up to the end of the lap. What's the gap going to be to Paul Cook? It is 2.2 seconds, all but a thousandth. Is that going to be too much for him to make up, do you reckon, Johnny?
And then again, it's Paul Cook,
yeah.
And he's got such a quick car, but it was between Paul Cook and Paul Bailey for qualifying earlier in the day. Down the inside to deal with a bit more traffic will go John Brown. John is running in 7th position and trying to stay in touch with Stephen Schweikart, but it's a very large margin now. Actually, there's a good dice continuing between Jason Rees and Stephen Schweikart, and when you consider they're both going to gain a position at the checkered flag because of the penalty for number 78 Ronan Bradley, that will take them up to 5th and 6th places respectively. So a top 5 finish certainly up for grabs there between Rees and Schweikart. Top 4 finish actually between those two once they get ahead. The two Pauls are completely together. 20 seconds left on the clock, so this confirmed as the final lap. But Paul Cook has the car way over to driver's right there to try and prize the door opening, but Paul Bailey saw that coming, sitting the car right in the middle of the road, and there's no chance for Paul Cook, who's blatantly in the faster car, but he's got to find the opportunity safely.
Well, he's done extremely well to break down that 2-second advantage. He spun in a way, seemingly, at Cascades on lap 2. Can he get through? Has a think about making the move at Druids. Not the most well-known overtaking opportunity around Oulton Park. Can he have a go into Lodge Corner? I think he might be a little bit too far back. He's going to be last of the late break as he goes to the left-hand side, possibly to try and get a cut back here as they climb through Dearly. Oh, and there's a mistake, and is there a touch there? Up to the line they come, and it's just going to be Paul Bailey that holds on to win by a car length, 0.151 seconds, not for the want of trying on the part of Paul Cook, who was second. Mike Eustace is across the line in third. 4th across the line is Ronan Bradley, but he's got that penalty to be applied to his time. Rees was 5th on the road, and in 6th place on the road was Schweikart, but Bradley will, I think, drop back to at least 6th place once that penalty is applied, Johnny.
Yeah, and it looks like it has already been applied at the point of the checkered flag, so Ronan Bradley drops behind Jason Rees in car number 9, who finishes 4th, and Stephen Schweikart in number 43, who will finish in 5th, ahead of Ronan Bradley. And it looks like Bradley was far enough ahead of John Brown to not fall any further beyond 6th position. John Brown finishing in 7th place ahead of the 14 car. We're still waiting for some of the class winners to cross the line, although Eric Bolton has succeeded in his challenge to win the Cup division in car 150, so he's already home and hosed, finishing a lap down compared to the M1 runners. Winning M2 is Theo Millward in the number 81 car, and therefore we've still just got to look out for Andrew Phillips in class 6. He runs in the treble 8 car, and the BMW 330 Ci is expected imminently now across the line. Checker flag still waving. The lead he had, well, it was more of an advantage, wasn't it? Because Paul Laramie dropped a car behind the 71, and in fact he's lost out on second position as Laramie, because at the line Max Bunting gets second position.
He certainly does, but the win in that class going to Andy Phillips in the treble 8 car. Last few cars coming through, obviously there were several cars that were at least a lap down in that race. So Paul Bailey, it was that took the win then by just a car length, 0.151 seconds from Paul Cook and Mike Eustace. What a fantastic BMW Car Club Championship race that was. Really exhibiting the quality of the championship, the diversity of the cars, putting on a great show at BMW Live. Paul Bailey, number 38, the race winner at the end of 11 laps of racing. From 26, Paul Cook, 0.151 seconds the gap. Third, number 8, Mike Eustace. Fourth, number 9, Jason Rees. Fifth was 43, Steve Schweikart. Sixth was 78, Ronan Bradley. Seventh was number 7, John Brown. Eighth was 14, Daniel Smith. Christian and Lowe, number 39, was 9th. Then the first of the Class M2 cars was 81, Theo Millward. From 37, Kevin Granger. Mark Corbin was 12th. Johnny Hayes was the best of the M2R class cars, the two of those. He was 13th overall. Andrew Phillips won Class 6 in 14th place. Then it was Max Bunting, 177, and 31 Paul Laramie completing the podium in that class. And then in terms of the Cup class, in 21st position it's 150 Eric Bolton. From 72, Sean Stafford Atkinson, and 46, Shane Tweedy. Good to have Sean back on the grid this weekend after an abortive return at Anglesey a few weeks ago. But good to have her out in one of the Cup class cars and second within that class today. So the BMW Car Club Racing Championship is going to be back out again a little bit later on at around about 10 to 5 this afternoon. So there'll be another chance to see those later on. But our next racing action here is going to be the 100-minute race for the Tequila Club Enduro Championship. That's going to be coming up next. There's a bit of clearing up to be done because Sean Foley's car came to a halt on the last lap. He's sort of half on the grass and half on the circuit down there, so he will need some assistance to get his car recovered before the cars for the Club Enduro Championship can be released onto their green flag lap. Don't forget, lots of other things going on here at BMW Live. The drift taxi rides, they go on until 4 o'clock this afternoon. So 4 o'clock this afternoon is when the drift taxi rides will continue. And also till around about the same time, you'll be able to see all of the events going on in the Fogarty Moss Centre, which Will Beaumont was exhibiting to us earlier on. We saw the Scale Extric track and the sim racing setup as well. So we've got Kieran, I think, down in Parc Fermé. So he's ready to go. So let's go down to him now to speak to the successful drivers in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Hello. Well, I did have someone to interview, but unfortunately they've all been sent off. Hello. Would you like an interview? Yes, everyone else has jumped off. So where did you finish? Sorry.
First in class, I hope.
Fantastic.
Yes, M1, M2 even.
Oh, fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
How was the race?
Good. Better than I had. This is going for you. Yeah, it was good. Pretty chaotic. I saw Paul had a spin at Cascade, so I don't know what happened there. But no, it was really good. Car felt great. Loving it.
Did you get much of a view of what was happening up ahead?
I just saw a lot of smoke and things spinning, and that was about it. But I think everyone's okay. I think no one got hurt or anything. No, it's good. That's the main thing.
Everyone's okay. So what about your class then? How did that go?
Yeah, amazing. I mean, to be honest, pace was really where we wanted it to be, so I could throttle back a bit after about 5 or 6 laps. So that was good. Just trying to keep the temps down and just bring it home. But yeah, felt great.
Fantastic. Obviously, race later on today. Same again?
I hope so. I mean, the guys have built an amazing car, so we're doing all for them really. But yeah, it's we're feeling good.
Perfect. All right. Well, congratulations anyway.
Thanks. Grab another interview.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. I'll see if I can grab someone. All the people have actually run off. So, yeah. I mean, we'll grab someone else. Right, Mr. Phillips, where did you finish? Sorry, first in class. Congratulations. All right. How was that race?
Oh, it's fantastic. Really enjoyed it. These guys were in me when at mirrors all the time, and I couldn't spare a second. And then we had a car spin off in front of us, and we all took to the grass. It was quite hairy, but. Yeah, proper team effort from everyone. We've done good. It's our home track. I live in Nantwich, so it's great. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
So you got the race later on today. Can you make it the double?
Oh, I doubt it. This man's fast. Honestly, it's always in my mirrors. Honestly, the pressure, they can feel them all breathing down your neck. I hope so, but we'll see. We'll see.
Let's jump in with you then as well then. So, hectic race for you?
Yeah, it was a good race. Andy got a flyer of a start. So I don't know where he came from, but he was next to us into turn one. Was trying to battle through, had Max battling through. Like I say, Sean had a bit of a moment right at the end and Max snuck back through again. But yeah, it was a really good race. Really good race.
Well, congratulations anyway. So hopefully later on today you can repeat it as well.
Yes, definitely. It's very good. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. All right. Well, I'll hand back to Ian and Johnny. And on the next one, I will try and get the leaders, I promise.
We had some class winners there, and it was good to hear from Andrew Phillips and from Theory Ward as well. So congratulations to them on their class wins. Recovery of Sean Foley's car is continuing, I can see. That will be being brought back to the paddock, and as soon as the circuit is clear, then we'll have the cars released for the next race, which is going to be the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, which is going to be a 100-minute race. So the format for this is that this is a race for 2 or indeed 3 drivers, I think in just one case. It is, we have the mandatory pit stop, which has to be at least 3 minutes in length, and those have to be made within the middle part of the race, so they can't happen in the first 30 minutes or the final 15 minutes, so that leaves sort of 55-minute window for the pit stops to be made. It has to be 3 minutes stationary, cars have to be pushed in and parked at 45 degrees in the pit lane and then be pushed back out again before they can rejoin the race, and there's a 32 mile an hour, 50 km per hour speed limit. As I say, it's a 30 or a 3-minute pit stop for everyone apart from those that have success penalties from previous races, which is quite a few people actually, and quite a few teams. So in Class A, to tell you who those are, car 23, Simon Mason and Chris Byallen, they've got a 30-second penalty from success at the previous meeting at Anglesey. Car 100, which is Rob Baker, is that right? Would have 20 seconds, and car 1 has 10 seconds. In Class B, car 97 has a 20-second penalty, 183 has a 20-second penalty, and car 46 has a 10-second penalty to serve. And in Class C, it's car 66, which has a 30-second penalty, car 333 a 20-second penalty, same for car 41, and a 10-second penalty for car 24. Right, the noise to my right indicates that we do now have cars being released from the assembly area and onto the grid for this race. This car 100 is indeed Rob Baker. He isn't actually in the programme, and nor is he an addition to the programme, but his car is there. So the green flag waves and the cars go off onto their green flag lap. And I'm seeing if I do have... Yeah, I don't have all of the start drivers, but I do have some of them. Anyway, car 100 on the front row of the grid is going to be Rob Baker and Scott Parkin. So Scott Parkin not in the dark side Audi, but in an Area Motorsport Golf TCR this time. Next to them on the front of the grid is number 83, that's Will Puttergill and Chris Nyland. Row 2 of the grid is going to be 19 and 23. 19 is Wayne Lawson and James Pickford. 23 is Chris Byallen and Simon Mason. On the third row of the grid, it's number 1 and number 55. 1 is the car of Oliver Harris and Jack Collins. 55, Paul Simerson and Richard Stanton. Fourth row of the grid, 111, is the BMW, which is that of Josh Lawton. No, it's not a BMW, is it? It is BMW. Josh Lawton and David Blakey, and an E92 M3, and alongside them the 88 car of Joe Williams in the Seat. Row 5 will be 90, Andrew Etheridge, and the 99 car of Ricky Kuma. On the 6th row, it's going to be the 97 car of Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes. That's the Mazda MX-5, the first of the Class P cars. Next, the 143 of Steve Cheetham. Then on row 7, it's 297. That's Jan Whittaker and Mark Enoch and Pete O'Connor, all sharing that car. And 46, Alistair Lindsay. Row 8 will be Stephen Cook and Edward Cook in car 183, and Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland in 14. Then on the 9th row, the first of the Class C cars is number 41, Andrew Cooper in the Ginetta, driving solo. Next to him is the 24 car of Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce. The 10th row, 66, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani. So it's might be Paul Subiani starting that car. 76, Michael Downey. The 11th row, treble 3 and 269 treble 3, Thomas Stedman and Michael Hooper. 269, Ben Collins and Lewis Packham. On the 12th row, 481 and 169, 481 Edward Christie, 169 Matthew Simonite. On the 13th and final row, it's going to be 85 and 134. 85 is the Lee Smith Dave Lenthal Mini Cooper S, and 134 Andrew and Alfie Lang in the BMW 135i. Right, that is the grid. It is, of course, a rolling start for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship at the end of this lap. They're coming up towards Druids now. And so only a few moments away from the start of this race, the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, 100 minutes in length. So it's actually the shortest race of the season after a 2.5 hour race at Croft and 2 2-hour races at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit and at Anglesey. Red lights are on the gantry. Of course, we've got the 3 different classes here. They split on power to weight ratio. Class A for cars up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B, the maximum is 240, and Class C, the maximum is 180. Safety car lights are off. It's going to pull in at the end of this lap. I can also see the Porsche, the Simpson Porsche, had its indicator on. I thought it was going to pull into the pit lane at the end of the lap, but that no longer appears to be the case. Safety car pulls in, but the red lights are still on the gantry. If the starter decides it's all safe, then he'll turn out the lights, which he does, or she does now, and the race gets underway. And the Porsche is on the grass at the start of the race of Paul Simerson and Richard Stanton, so that's all a bit strange, but it's still pointing in generally the right direction as they head off through Old Hall Corner for the first time in this race and drop down to Cascades. This 100-minute Tagiwa Club Enduro race is underway. And we've got a battle between the Mazda MX-5s going on at the back of the field, and it's almost 3 abreast in the lead. It's Rob Baker that has the advantage, but there's one car that's pulled off already, and that's the 83 car from the 2nd position on the grid. Chris Nyland and Will Pottergill's car looks to be out of the race.
So we had 3 abreast for the lead of it, and that wasn't including the 83 Audi RS3 that started from 2nd position. So I'm not quite sure what happened there for the William Pottergill and Chris Nyland car, but still. And Simerson, would we reckon that's Simerson in the car for the opening stint?
Yes, I think so, yeah.
55, late on the brakes to bag 3rd position at Britain's, so he started like a man possessed. I think the reason he went on the grass was that he put his foot down and then all of a sudden had nowhere to go on the grid, so wanted to maintain the momentum. Simerson, though, might be about to be picked off by the 19 Audi, which was behind the Simerson Porsche on the grid, and we're going to go safety car, presumably because of the stranded 83 Audi, and there might be other stuff out on the circuit as well.
Yeah, so that's a very early safety car here. That's the other thing to note as well. You cannot make your pit stop under safety car conditions. Now, you couldn't take it anywhere at this stage of the race because you can't take it in the first half hour. The Pottergill and Nyland car is underway, and it's being driven by Will Pottergill at the moment. I've realised I needed to interpret the position of the ticks on this grid sheet that I was sent. So it was Will Pottergill that started that car. It's actually Scott Parkin that has started the race leading car. So let's just run through the start drivers for you. So 100 started by Scott Parkin, 83 by Will Pottergill, 19 by Wayne Lawson, 23 by Simon Mason, 1 by Oliver Harris, 55 by Paul Simerson, 111 by David Blakey, 88 Joe Williams, a non-starter. It's actually Chris Etheridge who is racing number 80 with his brother Andrew, and it's Chris starting that car. Although Dave Conley's starting car 97, and the 297 Porsche Cayman, that's a non-start, the Jan Whittaker car. And I'll run through all the start drivers as and when we get to them, just to tell you that the 269 car, which is the smallest cog Mazda MX-5, is being started by Ben Collins, who is racing that car this weekend. We saw Richard Hammond race that car last time out at Anglesey 4 weeks ago. He's sharing with Lewis Packham. So we are now on to the second lap of this race. Already we've had the safety car brought out. The marshal's report I can see on my race log does suggest that there was some contact with the 100 car, the race leading car of Scott Parkin and Rob Baker, that maybe precipitated that moment for Will Pussegill, number 83. So, a bit of early drama then, and this to World Club Enduro Championship race. Safety car being called into action. Not told you yet about the championship situation, have we, in this one? Well, that is that it's a comfortable lead in the championship for the 66 car of Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani. It is Paul Subiani starting that car, by the way. There is the smallest club racing car of Ben Collins, incidentally on screen. But Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani have 44 points, having had 2 wins and a second place so far within Class C. Second place on 34 points is the Stuart Mead, Tim Hartland and Mark Lloyd-Jones car. Third on 29 points, Simon Mason and Chris Byallen. And then fourth on 28 points, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins. But nobody's won their class more than once, other than Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani, which explains why they've got a decent lead in the championship at this stage. Points scored within the classes rather than based on overall finishing positions, of course. There is the Will Pussegill car into the pit lane. Will's is getting out of the car. He's being helped out of the car, and I think he's hurt his arm or something, possibly in that instance. So that didn't look too good. And maybe actually the not so much a problem with the car than the driver possibly as the race gets back underway, Johnny.
Yeah, so needs to be a good getaway for the VW Golf of Scott Parkin, and it just about is. He noses ahead of, who do we put in the 23 Cupra? Simon Mason?
Simon Mason in that one,
Simon Mason second. Paul Simerson has a big squirm on the brakes going down the hill into Cascades, and that has cost Simerson a bit of time, so it's nose to tail certainly for first and second, with a slightly more distant Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport now for Paul Simerson. But I'm sure once that car gets back on the boil again, it's going to be there or thereabouts.
The H3 car getting back into the race, I can see under our commentary position, so I didn't see whether there was a driver change there or not, and whether Chris Nyland got in, but possibly the local driver did get in if Pussegill was suffering a bit of an injury there.
So Simon Mason trying to disrupt the flow of Scott Parkin, who leads the race up and over the rise of Hilltop in the VW Golf TCR. Very awake indeed to the restart, but just as the greens came back out again after that short, sharp safety car period, the two cars were overlapping going down towards Old Hall Corner. So there was some defensive work necessary from the Golf. Porsche still in third, then Wayne Lawson in the number 19 orange and black Audi RS3 TCR. So that car not that far away either. And in the early stages for Class B, it looks to be Steve Cheetham in 143 leading that in his Cayman S.
Up towards the final corner of the lap they come at Lodge, and Simon Mason really taking the fight here to Scott Parkin in a car that he's not that familiar with. You probably would have been testing yesterday, but of course we usually see him in one of the diesel motivated Audis rather than one of these TCR cars, which Rob Baker's done good work in this season. But is there a chance here for Simon Mason to get the lead away? I rather thought there might be a chance there for him to get through, but didn't do it. Paul Simerson then in the third place car, number 55, the 49-year-old from Leicester, been circuit racing since 2019. He's done some Ferrari Challenge UK and Ferrari Challenge Europe racing as well as Paul Simerson, but it's Scott Parkin still out front from Simon Mason in number 23, the 55-year-old simulator expert. Local track for him, this one. He's based in Manchester. He's been racing since 1989, including being a BMW 2002 Challenge Class champion in 1992, appropriately here at BMW Live.
So Simon Mann trying to work out where his Cupra is a little faster than the race-leading VW Golf, heading into Britain's as he does that. Meanwhile, good rotation from the cars in behind, including the Audi, but then there are three BMWs, not exactly nose to tail, but for 5th, 6th and 7th. Oliver Harris in the M2 CS racing car ahead of David Blakey and Chris Etheridge in the 8080 car, the third of those BMWs. They're all different as well. So there's the M2 leads the E92 M3 and the E46 M3. Meanwhile, a couple of TTs are neck and neck as well. These are Class B cars for now Alistair Lindsay and Ed Cook, maybe?
Yeah, I think it's Edward Cook there in the 183 car. He said trying to find his program through all of the paperwork. Yeah, it is Edward Cook there in the 183 car next up, and then just behind them you've got the 14 car, which is the Scirocco, isn't it, which is Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland, and it's Tim Hartland in that car for this first part of the race.
And Hartland's going to have a little look down the inside of the orange 183 Audi TT, but the door was slammed sufficiently in his face for that not to be an option for the Scirocco, but clearly that car's looking pretty strong on the brakes towards the end of the lap. Another lap ticked off by the overall race leader, and it's a new fastest lap. It was a tap there from the nose of the Scirocco to the rear of the TT, but it was well controlled by Edward Cook. But yes, new fastest lap of the race. Admittedly, we're only on lap 4, but a 1:49.0 from the race-leading VW Golf.
Yep, still only a 0.4 of a second lead though, so it's not pulling out an awful lot over the rest as we're watching this battle for what is 4th position within Class B at the moment. Now, with Alistair Lindsay just a little bit further up the road. Oh, there's a car stopped just before Britain's there. We didn't quite see which one it was, but I suspect it might have been the 111 car of Blakey and Lawson, the BMW. Yes, it was. Well, what a shame that is at BMW Live to have the 111 car, the E92 M3, to stop out on circuit down there between Charlotte's Corner and Britain's. That's a great shame.
And he didn't have anybody in kind of near vicinity at the time. I'd explained about the two BMWs either side of David Blakey. So Ollie Harris in his M2 CS Racing, but he was a bit further up the road. And then in behind Chris Etheridge in the 80 car, sharing with Andrew. But that means that Chris Etheridge will gain a position in Class A and overall. He's up to 6th place because of that.
This is the Class B lead at the moment, though. This is Steve Cheetham in the 143 car, ex-Porsche 924 racer, and the 97 car, which has been started by Dave Connell, the Mazda MX-5. And these two almost side by side as they go down towards Lodge Corner, the Porsche on the left of the track and the Mazda on the right. And they're still right together, aren't they, as they go up Deer Leap to complete another lap. This is going to be the end of lap 6, and the Porsche of Steve Cheetham just about managing to stay ahead. He was the 2019 Club Enduro champion, Steve Cheetham. So he certainly knows what he's doing out there, and he's having a really good dice here with Dave Connell in that Mazda at the moment. The MX-5 he shares with Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, and that's a car that's faring reasonably well in the championship. 4th in Class B. It was 2nd in Class B last time out at Anglesey.
And a very good run through Island Bend, in fact, for Dave Connell. Now, I wonder whether that might be a place change. The safety car lights are on, so we're going to go safety car just waiting for the race leader. The crucial thing is, when Dave Connell was shaping up Steve Cheetham for a potential overtake, was that completed before the yellows were shown all around the racetrack? Because the safety car boards, the LED boards and the physical boards have already started to come out. In fact, they are out now, and I noticed that the Mazda is ahead of Steve Cheetham's Cayman S. The question is, when exactly did that happen in relation to the whole of the track going caution?
We'll see about that. But Dave Connell, who's now got the lead of Class B on the road, the automotive design engineer from Brackley, been racing since 2021, started out in the Track Day Champion, was Class Champion in 2023, switched to Club Enduro in 2024. It's a blue, white and carbon fibre MX-5, 2.5 litre turbocharged engine, and the outfit that runs it revels in the name Team Scuderia Dave, and he does list his favourite circuit as Oulton Park. So the circuit has been neutralised and everyone is now slowing down to a more acceptable pace for these caution conditions, and this will be to allow the recovery of the 111 car of David Blakey, from its position down there between Shallows Corner and the Britain's chicane. So it doesn't look like Josh Lawton's going to get any time in the car today. And the man from Allenton in the Scottish Borders, David Blakey, only started racing 2 years ago in this 2009 4-litre car. I don't think he's going to be, unfortunately, able to get much further either by the looks of things.
And he was running 5th, remember, so it was a healthy position to be in, or was it 6th? Anyway, he was tucked in behind, or just in front of Chris Etheridge, who's the one that's gained the place. Ollie Harris in the number 1 car, shared with Jack Collins, their BMW M2 CS racing car. So yes, that was always 5th, and therefore the retiree is from 6th position, and now a number of laps down, so highly unlikely that that car will rejoin, unfortunately, even in a 100-minute race. If he could get it restarted, you just lost so much ground by this point. I think he was given sufficient time by the clerk of the course to see whether there was going to be any movement from that treble 1 car, and then it needed to be recovered, particularly with such a high-speed approach to the right-hand kink before Britain chicane proper.
I think it's probably going to need a full lift, that car, I understand, so we just probably need to wait for the right kind of vehicle to arrive at that part of the circuit to do the recovery. So with just under 15 minutes of the race gone, the race order is number 100, Scott Parkin leading the way, from number 23, Simon Mason in 2nd place. So Golf followed by Cooper, then 3rd is the number 55 Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport of Paul Simerson. 4th is number 19, that's Wayne Lawson in the Audi RS3 TCR car. In 5th place, it's number 1, that's Oliver Harris in the BMW M2 CS Racing. 6th is number 80, Chris Etheridge and Andrew Etheridge in the BMW M3 E46 Evolution. Then 7th is number 99, which is Ricky Kuma in the Honda Civic Type R. 8th and the first of the Class B cars is Dave Connell. 9th and next up in that class is 143 Steve Cheetham. 3rd in that class is number 46 Alistair Lindsay. He completes the top 10. In the Class C, it's the number 24 car that leads the way, which is Charlie Hayes and Marcus Bruce in their E36 328i. 2nd within that class is Paul Supiani and Johnny Hayes. Their car is a similar car. And then 3rd within Class C is the car of Andrew Cooper, number 41 in the Ginetta, who is going solo, the sometime Formula V and Type R Trophy and Road Sports racer. So that's the way of things at the moment, but we're going to have at least one more lap behind the safety car, Johnny.
I might have tapped into a bit of data here. That's better when I put the microphone on. I might have tapped into a bit of data here, which is telling me the starting drivers, which is most helpful. Now the key thing is whether the data changes when the driver change takes place. I'm less so expecting that to happen, but I think TSL have somewhere in their system at least starting drivers that were taken from the sheet that you have in front of you, so that will make things a tad easier when we get to the pit stop. So reminder that you can't pit before the end of the first 30 minutes of this race, then you get effectively a 55-minute window until the final 15 minutes of the race, by which point your pit stop and your driver change must have taken place.
Well, we're under safety car here at Oulton Park. Let's take a short break. So we're here at Oulton Park, BMW Live. We're in the Tequila Club Enduro Championship race, the 100-minute race. We've had 22 minutes of it. We're behind the safety car for the second time. This is to allow the recovery of the 111 car, the BMW E92 M3 of David Blakey. The race leader at the moment is Scott Parkin, number 100, from number 23 Simon Mason and 55 Paul Simerson. Class B is being led by Dave Connell in number 97, 8th place overall. Class C being led by Marcus Bruce, number 24, in 13th place overall. But it looks like we're not too far away, Johnny, from getting this race restarted once again.
Indeed, the pace car, the safety car rather, lights are out on that, so it starts to up the pace, and it's Scott Parkin's responsibility to then just decide when he's going to go, and everyone else cannot overtake him or indeed anybody else before they get to the control line. So green flags are now waved as the safety car boards are withdrawn, and Scott Parkin, having initially looked like he got a good getaway, Simon Mason's going to be right with him again though, going in and out of Old Hall Corner. Paul Simerson in the chasing Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport is a tad closer this time as well. So really 3 for the lead as they exit Cascades and go down Lakeside. Wayne Lawson in the bright orange Audi running in 4th position. And then 6 cars from the front is where you find the Class B battle, led at this stage by David Cornell.
So we watch them as they head through Highland Bend, and you can see there in the midst of it the 83 car now being driven by Chris Nyland. That's the car that started on the front row of the grid but was involved in an incident at the second corner effectively. That's back out in the race but out of position and a couple of laps down. Here are the 2 leaders though. It's Scott Parkin, number 100, and the winner of the last round, Simon Mason, who's showing with Chris Bowland, but Simon at the wheel at the moment. He is really pushing Scott Parkin very hard here in 2nd place, and there's a little gap back to Paul Simerson 3rd. And fascinating to see this scrap unfold as with Scott Parkin in an unfamiliar car to him, and also to see Paul Simerson going really well in that Porsche as well, a little bit further back behind the leaders, just a couple of seconds away.
So we have 6 minutes or so. 6 minutes till the window effectively opens. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the 30 minutes will be up at that point, and then we'll have 55 minutes or so to play with. Nose to tail, though, still for the race lead between Scott Parker and Simon Mason. They go across the line, and marginally the quicker of the 2 cars is the chasing one of Simon Mason. He's produced a 1:48.826, but the race leader was also in the 1:48. Then Paul Simerson, 1:49, so he's lost a bit more ground. 1.6 is the gap between the 2nd and the 3rd place cars. David Cornell continues to lead Steve Cheetham for Class B. So Cheetham did have a spell at the start of the race when he was in front, and I questioned at the time when the Mazda was shaping up a pass, which was at Island Bend, whether he'd done that in time. Well, we'll have to just wait and see, because that won't necessarily be communicated to us that they're checking that, but I'm sure it will have been clocked by observers the exact point that the overtake took place. We read it as we see it, and David Cornell leads Class B.
Still in the lead of Class C is the 24 car of Marcus Bruce. The smallest cog racing car of Ben Collins is into the pit lane, I can tell you. There it is. Now that's for, now that might be for the pro driver penalty that he's possibly serving Ben Collins. He's obliged to serve that as a professional driver, and that may well have been why that car was in the pit lane on that particular occasion. Race continues though, and you can see here you've got the, as that car gets back out into the race, we just saw a glimpse there of Chris Nyland trying to sort of make progress and unlap himself against one of the quicker cars further up the order. But here are the two leaders battling again and overlapping through Lodge Corner this time. Are we going to get the change? We'll soon see as they come through to complete the lap. It is still just about Scott Parkin that's leading the way over the timing line. That time down towards Old Hall Corner. Is Simon Mason going to have a look down the inside? Yes, he is, and he's gone through to take the lead of the race at the start of lap number 12. Simon Mason gets ahead of Scott Parkin.
Well, superbly done, because I'm sure Scott Parkin thought that the attempt was finished. We possibly did as well in our commentary position. And then the last of the late breakers, Simon Mason, down the inside. And to be fair to Scott Parkin, well, maybe not to be fair to him, there wasn't much of a defence, I have to say. Maybe, as I say, he thought that perhaps the attack had happened at Lodge and then maybe it was happening on the start-finish straight, so he wanted to take the natural racing line into the first corner at Old Hall, but that just left him a bit of a sitting duck. So the Seat Cupra goes through. Let's just see what sort of speed the Golf can offer in response then, because the 23 has, to a certain degree, checked out now. Out of Britain's, where is the VW Golf? Number 100. It is still there, but a significant amount of ground lost.
So Piranha Motorsport now lead. That is the team that runs car 23 there. Area Motorsport now down to second position, the Tamworth-based team, I think. And then third is the Paul Simerson car. That's the Simon Green Motorsport run Porsche in third position, but a bit further back from these two at the moment. But certainly, since he got through at the beginning of this lap, Simon Mason has been able to pull away now from Scott Parkin. As you said, we're only a few minutes away from the pit lane window being open. I wonder if anyone's going to take an early opportunity to make a stop in a couple of minutes' time. So probably only a couple of laps away, potentially, those first stops. We're watching again that battle. This is now for, I think, third and fourth within the class. No, it's fourth and fifth, isn't it? It's that Cook Audi, the Edward Cook Audi, and the Tim Hartland Saxon Motorsport run Volkswagen Scirocco doing battle for fourth place in Class B and 11th place overall into Lodge Corner.
New fastest lap of the race. Price is forgetting this because it's actually the car down in 23rd position, but it's the recovering number 83. Does Chris Nyland just generally, is he the quicker driver of the two?
It's pretty even actually, I would think, between the two of them.
I just wonder whether that might offer us a bit more of a clue as to whether there was a driver change or not, but the fact that William Puttergill was rubbing his elbow, seemed to be in some discomfort, would have been surprised if he got back into that car to continue. So let's assume for the time being that it is Chris Nyland, but he's just done a 1:48.475, which is over a tenth faster than the race leader is currently managing to do, and that is still Simon Mason as Edward Christie now pits in the 481 BMW E36. That's a Class B runner from 7th position in that class, bright orange car, and it comes to a 45-degree angle. Have we had the 30 minutes yet is the next question.
No, we've not. Oh, we've got one in the gravel there. That's the 134 car. That's the Andrew and Alfie Lang BMW M3135i. It's got the Novice Cross on the back of the car, that one. It's just about going to get out of that gravel trap there at Lodge Corner, I think, and back into the race. Hopefully. No, maybe not. It's stopped. So that might be another intervention. So safety car's 20 seconds away from... No, the pit window is 20 seconds away from opening, but we might get a safety car, which would mean then you can't make your driver change. But that Christie car, that's come in too early.
and the car that might have been causing the safety car is rolling again, so maybe a quick reset or just a restart of the engine.
And arrives in the pit lane on exactly 1 hour and 10 minutes to go, so maybe it was just waiting there to time its pit stop perfectly.
Yeah, it was all stage managed to make sure that that this lap would be fine for it to pit rather than having to drive around again. So that's Alfie Lang into the pits, but as I say, if this is Edward Christie's attempted, did he say 3 minutes stationary pit stop, it's begun too early. So we'll wait and see whether there is a decision to be made on that, and potentially a penalty to come for 481 for pitting outside of the window. It doesn't matter that the pit stop continues into the window. It cannot start before that 30-minute marker. So Simon Mason leads in overall and in Class A by 1.5 seconds over Scott Parkett. Paul Simerson is about 5 seconds adrift of that leading duo, and it's still Marcus Bruce in Class C, 13th overall, but leading Class C from Paul Subiani, and the gap's very narrow actually. They're within 0.4 of a second of one another.
Ben Collins about to be lapped here by the battle for 4th and 5th, because you've got Wayne Lawson in the number 19 Audi, and flashing his lights the number 1 of Oliver Harris. So Oliver Harris is really piling the pressure on Wayne Lawson now in the fight for 4th position. They've gone past the smallest cog, Mazda MX-5, and also with them as well is that 83 car of Chris Nyland too. Still those lights flashing on the BMW. Let's head down now to the pit lane. Kieran Mogg has got somebody to talk to down there.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm down here with Lewis from the smallest cog, and we just saw Ben come in for a stop-go. Can you explain what was happening there?
So he's come in for a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds because, annoyingly, he's a pro driver, so that served us a penalty. I didn't actually know about that till probably 20 minutes before the race, so he kept that one quiet. So I'm glad he's here, but also quite frustrated because it's now put us down low. So never mind. And what he also did is he came in for a stop-go whilst the safety car was out. So then he came in just for a drive-by to say hello. So yeah, he might be pro, but it was quite frustrating.
No, that's understandable. Has he given any tips to you about going out a bit later on? Because obviously this is a very competitive class.
Yeah. So it's been brilliant having him here because he has been giving me some tips. I mean, there was one point where he was going into a corner probably 20 miles an hour faster than me. So he just basically told me to grow some more balls and get into it because the car can do it. So yeah, it was good. But no, yeah, it's been great learning lines and understanding just how actually a racing driver's brain works. So it's fantastic.
And especially it probably helps around this circuit, especially because it's technical, it's tricky, it's undulating. It's very difficult to learn for not a first timer, but like someone that's fairly fresh to it.
I mean, this is my second ever race, so this is pretty mad. And lucky again to me, this is Ben's favourite circuit in Europe. He loves this circuit. So yeah, it's been a hard one to learn, but I've loved every minute of it, and I can't wait. I think we're back again Donington, so I can't wait.
Fantastic. Well, look forward to seeing you back there and everything. And I'd imagine you probably want to keep a keen eye and try and pick up a couple of last tips before you jump in the car.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm watching it on the screen now, just watching him go around, and yeah, but I'm going to hopefully get some lap times in.
Well, best of luck out there on track.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, back to you guys in comms.
Thank you very much indeed to Kieran Mogg with Lewis Packham there in the smallest cog racing team. There's the car with Ben Collins at the wheel heading down to Cascades. No change in the order while that's been going on. Simon Mason still leading from Scott Parkin and Paul Simerson. That's the top three. Still Dave Conn leading in Class B, and Class C still being led by Marcus Bruce, but only by half a second now from Paul Subiani. 481 car is going back out into the race. That was obviously not a scheduled stop. There was some kind of mechanical issue the team wanted to look at on that car. Confirmation that the 134 car has now retired from the race, the Alfie and Andrew Lang BMW 135i, and also confirmation that it's going to be Chris Nyland through to the end of the race, I think, in the number 83 car as well.
Just to clear up what Lewis Packham was saying there, Ben Collins came in to take his stop-go penalty for being a pro driver, but he did it at the wrong time because the safety car was out, and just like your pit stop, you can't serve your 3-minute pit stop under a safety car, nor can you do a stop-go penalty or a stop-go pro handicap penalty, if you like. So he then had to do another pit stop, which was a drive-through, to pay back a bit of that time to the race officials. Hence why Ben Collins is now down in 21st position and 7th in Class C. Good dicing again for the number 19 of Wayne Lawson. Has not that far away from him, the BMW M2 CS racing car, 1.5 seconds at the start of this lap. Has it come down at all? And the next thing that might happen is that the 83 Audi, which is still recovering of Chris Nyland, might have to, well, it will probably have to unlap itself, but it's a question of exactly when it does that in two very evenly matched cars.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's nip and tuck there. I think we can see the Ginetta, can we, of Andrew Cooper, number 41, I think, going through as well. One of our Class C front runners, but that is Steve Cheetham in the 143 car, and he does now have the Saxon Motorsport Scirocco right with him as well. Yes, there is Andrew Cooper, number 41, the solicitor from Bury St Edmunds. He was saying he was underneath the lap record in testing yesterday, so he was hoping for great things today, and he's third in Class C here at the moment with the best lap so far of a 158.12. We'll compare that to the lap record in a moment, but we've got in the gravel trap the fourth place car of Wayne Lawson.
Yeah, so Wayne Lawson in the gravel, that looked like Shell Oil's hairpin as well, so I'm not quite sure how he's ended up there. He did have some pressure in behind from Oliver Harris, but he was far enough away from Paul Simerson to have not got hooked up with the Porsche, I'm going to suggest. Maybe it was a bit of traffic. They were having to deal with back markers at that point in time. This time out of Cascade, it's a very good run for the Ginetta G40 of Andrew Cooper. He's trying to jump ahead of the BMW now, of Paul Subiani in front of him. That rather suggests that Andrew Cooper has managed to clear the Porsche Boxster S, the Class B car of Michael Downey. But my other concern about where Wayne Lawson's Audi has ended up is that that's directly in the firing line should anybody else have a moment, if that was indeed Shell Oil's hairpin. So the officials will be closely looking at that. And of course anyone that still owes us a pit stop, of which there are many, that we've only had 4 callers so far into the pits, but they're going to have to keep a watchful eye on the safety car boards as well, which will lock them out of the pits.
They will, and sometimes when you sort of see something like that and you think, well, maybe there will be a safety car, I'll get in just before, that can work out, but of course maybe the safety car will never come. And actually sometimes it might not work out in your favour. It is a bit of a gamble because you might just get stuck at the end of a pit lane with a red light waiting for a safety car queue to come past. It doesn't always work in your favour. Meanwhile, for second place within Class B, nose to tail, and of course they're now up into 8th and 9th overall, these two, Steve Cheetham and Tim Hartland, and they are heading through Old Hall Corner down towards Cascades. I think they might even be side by side as they go through the right hand flick and then to the left hander. And yes, the Scirocco's got ahead of the Porsche now, so the Saxon Motorsport car that leads Class B in this Club Enduro Championship is through into second position on the road in the Class B battle here today. And we are getting the safety car as we thought we might. Just to finish what I was saying about them, we've had 3 different winners in Class B this season. Stuart Mead and Mark Lloyd-Jones won in that car at Silverstone. It's Stuart Mead and Tim Hartland driving that car today, but they've certainly had some success in that car during the course of the season. But yeah, 3rd safety car of the race, Johnny. We've not even had half an hour. It's no, we have had half an hour. We've not had 40 minutes, but it's been
one of those races.
It has been one of those races,
unfortunately. Yes. So we had a nearly 4-minute safety car right at the start of the race, but that was dealt with very, very swiftly. Then just over an 11-minute safety car after we'd had 6.5 minutes of racing.
Yeah.
And then a good 15-minute chunk to get into the rhythm. But my worry here is that anybody that had planned to pit at the end of this lap, they see the safety car boards, they see the yellow flags and go, oh, right, around we go again. Now, it's not a huge drama because I mean, can all these cars do 100 minutes on fuel anyway?
Some of them will be able to. I'm not sure all of them will be able to.
So they are refueling with dump churns in the pit
Yes.
stops.
Yes.
Okay.
I would think that I don't think it's going to cause a major headache for anyone yet. I think everyone will be able to go at least an hour, because usually these races are 2 hours long.
Yes. And
So
then split down the middle.
and use of that running has been by the safety cars, so they would have used less fuel than they would at race pace. So I should think they'll be good for a while yet, as far as fuel's concerned. But I suspect we might see a bit of an influx to the pit lane shortly after this safety car period comes to an end. What they can't do is follow the safety car into the pit lane. It has to be one more lap round before they can head into the pits themselves.
Which is definitely something to be reminded of, perhaps by a board, or a message on the board, or to have been talking about that sort of thing before you even got in the car with those that you're here with, because it's very easy to forget about that fact. But one completed lap after. So we've had 4 pit callers, one of which came in twice, and that's Ben Collins to effectively serve a penalty because he served his stop-go at the wrong time. Chris Nyland took over the William Puttergill 83 car, and we understand it's going to be Chris now to the finish. And then the other 2 cars, well, one was the Alfie Lang car that got stranded at the final corner, did restart and got in, we reckon, bang on time as it turned out. The other concern, though, is Edward Christie, because you and I both think that stop was about a minute too early.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was coincidence that it was just before the pit lane window opened, but they probably did have a problem with the car that they wanted to
fair enough.
Try to resolve. That's my theory anyway, because I think they were in for longer than 3 minutes anyway as it happened. So I think they will be well aware of the fact that they need to make another stop in the window. So into the last 58 minutes or so of the race, under an hour to go. Interesting that the smallest cog car of Ben Collins and Lewis Packham does have that sort of, I was going to say roof on it. That might be too polite a word for it, really. But it's certainly got something to keep the rain off, shall we say.
There's a cover.
Yeah.
Suspended over the roll hoop, or a section of the car that where the roof ordinarily would be.
It's not completely open top like most MX-5s that you see, nor is it a sort of full all-enveloping cover that they have on that car.
They're trying to limit any extra weight where possible, but also you're bringing it to Oulton Park, where no stranger to the rain, I suppose, at any other day. But this is an unusual British summer, so. Not sure whether Wayne Lawson is in a position to continue if the marshals can help him out of the gravel trap, or whether that will be it. But he's obviously going to be a number of laps down now, so it'll be a decision to be made between he and James Pickford. They'll be missing out on just less than an hour's track time if they do decide to park that car.
Yes, and that combination of drivers in the championship, where were they coming into this weekend? They were 5th in Class A so far this season, so they'd had a 2nd place finish at Silverstone, but a non-finish at Croft, where I think Paul O'Neill was driving with Wayne Lawson, or due to anyway. And at Anglesey they had, I think, a 4th place finish, Wayne and James. They're sort of not in sort of championship contention particularly, although saying that, I say they're only 6 points off the Class A points lead, which is the Piranha Motorsport car of current race leaders, actually, Simon Mason and Chris Bylan. And there is the car. It is now out, and it's heading around the circuit under its own steam. So whether it'll call into the pits to be checked over, I suspect it might. But yeah, Class A, 29 points for Bylan and Mason, 28 for Harrison Collins, 27 for Nyland and Puttergill, 23 for Baker and Camp and Woodhouse. Everyone's had a go at driving that car now. Scott Parkins had a go as well. And 23 for Wayne Lawson, Paul O'Neill and James Pickford. So only 6 points separating the top 5 in Class A. Not as close in either Classes B or C in the championship. And champion can come from any class. Last year's champion was Oliver Harris with Joel Oswick and Jack Collins in the car from Class C. The previous year it was a Class C winner as well, and in 2023 it was the Class B car. The last time there was a Class A winner of the championship, it was Rob Baker actually sharing with Carl Swift in the Seat Leon. And Baker, of course, back in the championship this season, sharing his car with Scott Parkin this weekend. Safety car lights, though, Johnny, are off. And that means for the 4th time, we're about to go racing once again.
Yeah, 45 minutes pretty much on the clock, so 55 remaining, but only a segment of that. Can you make your pit stops? A further 40 minutes or so in order to legally make the visit to the pit lane and be stationary for 3 minutes. Many drivers will be doing a driver change as well. So who's going to get the better of the starts? Obviously, it's a single file restart, so Simon Mason with the clear advantage. But Scott Parkin might be kicking himself as to how easily he gave the lead away to Simon Mason, and he's not quite in touch either with the race leading Seat Cupra TCR. Why is there such a big gap further behind? Well, that is because of a backmarking on the outside treble 3 car, the Mazda, which could not be overtaken by Paul Simerson until he'd reached the control line. So he had to bide his time, not get on the loud pedal. Meanwhile,
I've got a feeling the smallest cog team have messed up again, shall we say, because they've come in and they've followed the safety car in, and they can't do that. That is not permitted.
You did say.
In the rules.
But hang on, because that's the fire extinguisher just in readiness for this pit stop. I just wonder whether there was a problem with the fire extinguisher, hence why they pitted. But no, this does look like a legitimate stop in their eyes.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to follow the safety car down pit road to do your stop. So some more bad news potentially heading the way of Lewis Packham. He did say that Ben Collins had been fairly conservative with the information he'd given away, including the fact that Ben would need to do his stop-go penalty until about 20 minutes before the race. Well, there is scope for more bad news to head in Lewis's direction. Meanwhile, Paul Simerson under big pressure from the number 83 car. Only, of course, he's not. But I wonder how much Paul Simerson knows about this. The fact that the 83 car is actually a lap down.
Yeah.
So he could allow him through. But Simerson is defending like crazy. I suppose he hasn't got a huge amount to lose at this stage, because I don't feel like he's got quite the speed to keep with Simon Mason and Scott Parkin. But the last thing we want to see is an accident here, when in reality it's a car trying to unlap itself.
Absolutely, yes. And of course it is a car that would normally be on a very similar pace to Paul Simerson, so they might not be necessarily too cognizant of what's going on in this situation. The 80 car is heading into the pits now. I did just get a report that had gone through the Foster's loop, so maybe not well with that car either. And it's sort of coming at 45 degrees, but almost halfway into the pit garage as well, that number 80 car of the Etheridges.
New fastest laps of the race. For a short time it was Simon Mason, a very short time, because 0.6 of a second later Scott Parkin is the fastest car out there. But we're talking really small amounts, thousandths of seconds the difference, 6 of them. So Simon Mason and Scott Parkin are trading quickest lap times. Paul Simerson still fending off the car trying to unlap itself, but Oliver Harris is in then from the new 4th place position. Harris gaining that spot after the semi-demise of the 19 Audi, which is still running. He says it's in the pits actually, Wayne Lawson, but hopefully it will rejoin at some point.
So here is the 3rd place car of Paul Simerson doing battle, I'm doing air quotes, which you can't see at home, with the 83 car of Chris Nyland, who is 1 lap behind, is it? Just the 1 lap behind? Yeah, it is just 1 lap behind. But they're coming up Clay Hill towards Druids now, those 2 cars. It's quite a gap back to the next car that he is competing with now. It's more than 4 seconds, isn't it? Back to the Oliver Harris BMW, which is still not in shot actually, so it's even further behind than I thought it was. There is the battle. Yes, that's for the lead in Class C. Those 2 BMWs, white BMW and pale yellow BMW. This is Marcus Bruce against Paul Subiani now for 11th and 12th overall, and for the Class C lead. But is there a notification for a penalty for Bruce there, can you see, Johnny?
I can certainly track back through the various messages that we've had in recent times to let you know about that.
It's got a little icon next to his race number, which
so
is...
that would indicate normally that something is afoot, and in fact the race leader for the time being is going to come in to pit lane, so that will, well, it'll be not a huge concern right now, but if it's a time penalty, that'll be added at the end of the race.
Okay, we'll figure that out in a minute, but yeah, Oliver Harris, I'll explain where he was. He's in the pit lane, hadn't spotted that, and also in the pit lane is the erstwhile Class B leader, Dave Connell, to hand over to Alex Wilkinson-Hughes. So new Class C leader now out on track is Paul Subiani in the number 66 car, the E36 328i. They're the championship leaders in their Canet Racing entry.
I found it now.
Okay.
It's a 5-second penalty issued 15 minutes ago, actually, by race control, but 5-second penalty for track limits for car 24. All the more reason, therefore, so that the Marcus Bruce BMW wants to try and build a lead, but it's currently in the pits for its 3-minute stop.
And let's head down to the pit lane now. Kieran Mogg is there.
Thank you very much. I'm back down here at the smallest cog with Ben Collins. Obviously, just jumped out the car. Bit of a tricky session with a couple of couple of safety cars. That's the word I was looking for. How was it out there?
Yeah, good. The car's great fun. They did a great job. The boys had to put a new corner on it last night, and that was all perfect this morning. So we qualified and we raced kind of where we were. Had a nice start, overtook a few, then had to serve a penalty because apparently I'm seen as a pro, and you don't like that.
I mean, I would probably class you as a pro as well. You've done a fair bit of racing in your past.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a grid penalty, but having to come in the pits and stop for 30 seconds kind of ruins your race. So that's been really hard. But we might get lucky on some of the safety cars if we get to the front with one of those, because it always depends on where you get picked up. So when Lewis comes back around, we'll see. And there was a slow restart, so I thought that was a good opportunity to dive in the pits and get him in. And you know, he did the previous race. He's a big part of the team. He is one of the cogs. So I wanted to make sure I gave it to him in one piece. I've done that, and I've had a great weekend with these guys.
Excellent. And he was saying that this is one of your favourite tracks as well. So what kind of advice have you given him? Because this is his first time here. Drive
it like you stole it. Now, we've got data, which is brilliant, so it's an awesome tool. Actually, he is really a natural. He's great on the brakes, which is the hardest thing is stopping and entering. He's really good, and Oulton Park's got a lot of nuance. There's a lot of places you have to let the brake off and just send the speed into the corner, and he seems pretty good at it. So I think once he's picked up that last bit of apex speed, I could be in trouble. At the moment, he gained 2 or 3 seconds on his lap time just by going to sleep last night. Came back, fired up for qualifying. So I'd be interested to see. I reckon he'll pop a 2:03, maybe a 2 during his session. So it's been great working with him.
Fantastic. And come the end of the race, obviously you've had that penalty, which is hindering things a bit. But where are you hoping to finish?
Podium would be nice. It's always possible. We have had the odds have been stacked against us with that. Yeah, with the penalty, just for being me. But I'd like to think I've added value elsewhere.
I'd say you have, definitely. Well, thank you very much, obviously, for chatting with us, and hopefully the race goes your way.
Thank you
very much. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much. In the meantime, we had a change of lead in that Scott Parkin went into the lead of the race ahead of Simon Mason, but Simon Mason has now pulled into the pit lane as well to hand over to Chris Byallen. So the change of position on track I don't think made too much difference, unless this race is won or lost by a matter of tenths at the end of it. Simon Mason has got a 30-second penalty to serve in the pit lane. Rob Baker and Scott Parkin, they're only going to have a 20-second penalty to serve. And interestingly, but already back out into the race, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins only had a 10-second penalty to serve for success at the previous round. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out after the stops.
Question is, did Simon Mason plan to pit on that lap, and therefore was he happy to concede the place to avoid any confusion as they headed for pit lane? Because sometimes you get a race leader trying to get across, and the second place car doesn't realise that's actually what you're trying to do, and contact can be made. On the other hand, if the place change happened and he wasn't quite planning on it, he might have thought, well, this is a good time to get in anyway now because I've fallen to second, and try and beat them via the pit stops, try and beat the VW Golf that they are fighting, of Rob Baker and currently Scott Parkin. Ginetta on Lakeside Straight is Andrew Cooper, now at the head of the order for Class C. Paul Subiani's pitted from that class, as has for the second time Chris Nyland, but we're not expecting a driver change there, number 83. So he's moving again, and that pit stop time looks about right. So another Class A runner gets back into the race, and Jack Collins in the number 1 BMW M2 CS racing car, a Class A runner, has done his best lap of the race so far, but down in 14th position.
Okay, so 45 minutes of the race left to go, 55 minutes, but and a bit of a moment there for number 76, Michael Downey in the Porsche Boxster, just trying to get the power down there, and it kicked him sideways, but he recovered that, which was good news from his point of view. But yeah, we're in this situation now where just over half of the drivers have made their pit stops, but not quite everybody yet, so going to take a minute or two for the order to settle down. There you can see Alistair Lindsay, number 46. He's one of the drivers who've not made their pit stops, and the same also for Andrew Cooper, number 41, who therefore leads Class C at the moment. I think he is ahead, yes, of the Scipioni and Hayes car, which has made it stop. In fact, he's just getting back out into the race now. Paul Scipioni with the Italian flag, the tricolour next to his name on the side of the car as it heads back out into the race. That's the championship leaders coming into this weekend's race here at Oulton Park. Round 4 of the season. 2 meetings to go after this at Snetterton on Bank Holiday Monday at the end of August, the 31st, and Dorrington Park on the 18th of October, weather permitting, because that event last year fell victim to the fog. Let's hope the same doesn't happen this year. And meanwhile, there seems to be quite a lot of grass in the front end of a Mazda. Which Mazda it is, I can't quite check. Is it the Treble 3 car? I've got a feeling
yes,
it is, yes.
Only by virtue of the fact that that's the only Mazda in the pit lane currently. But yes, the Treble 3 indeed. Good spot before we had a full look of the whole of the body of that car.
So that's Thomas Stedman had the first half of the race. It's Michael Hooper going back out into the second half. They're trying to push the car back out, but there's a Mini getting in the way. Just behind, that's the Lee Smith and Darren Lenthal Mini Cooper S. Good to have the Mini here as we celebrate 25 years of the modern Mini here at Oulton Park at BMW Live this weekend.
Only one in this particular race, but nevertheless good to have a racing version of it. There are plenty on the infield if you've not already seen that kind of parade, the collection of Minis from various years, I'm sure, but yes, first built in 2001. So 34 BMW has rejoined, having made its pit stop. Not 34. The then race leading in Class C car, which is back out again. And remind me who that is.
Which one, sorry?
The car that conceded the Class C lead, that was doing battle with Paul Scipioni.
That's Marcus Bruce.
Thank you, that's the one. So Marcus Bruce has changed over now to Charlie Hayes and re-emerged in 3rd position. So that car number 24. And that is because the 2 Class C runners ahead of him have not yet pitted. And Andrew Cooper's spotted a good opportunity here to up the pace a little bit in the number 41 Ginetta G40, inheriting the race lead in Class C for the time being. And also into pit lane, Edward Christie, for the second time.
Yes,
so
this will be a scheduled stop, one would imagine. Yeah. It's the lap where the orange cars pit, because Michael Down is orange Porsche Boxster, also in there, number 76. He's been a long-time supporter of Club Enduro, pretty much, I think, since the start. As the leader comes in now as well, so that is Scott Parkin. He is into the pit lane now to hand over to Rob Baker, Area Motorsport proprietor, and the man who had success in this car with his teammate at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. Luke Woodhouse it was that I think shared with him there. No, it was Alistair Camp, but it was Luke Woodhouse who shared with him at Anglesey, of course. Yeah, Alistair Camp, the ex-Hot Hatch and TCR racer.
So Paul Simerson should lead the race now, albeit temporarily, in the Porsche GT4 RS Club Sport. He has not pitted. Scott Parkin is in on this lap, as we say, and Rob Baker will take over. Also in is Tim Hartland from currently 4th position, or 3rd on the road. Parkin, as he completed the lap in the pit lane, was officially scored still as the race leader. So Hartland to hand over to his teammate in car number 14, Stuart Mead. And still the battle is on here for the Ginetta that leads Class C, pursuing... Well, that must be a BMW not on the same lap as the Ginetta.
Yeah, that is the Subiani and Hayes cars, now being driven by Johnny Hayes, who we saw out in the BMW Car Club race earlier. But there was basically a lap between them, I think, wasn't there?
Yeah. So that would make sense that... so is it Jonathan Hayes?
Yes.
So Jonathan Hayes took over from Paul Subiani, and yes, he's fourth then in Class C. But there is a fair distance that has opened up now between, in the early part of the race, the first and second place Class C runners. So they will still be the net leaders, I reckon, but the gap from car 24, earlier driven by Marcus Bruce, now Charlie Hayes, is much further down the road compared to that yellow number 66 BMW.
As Paul Simerson is into the pits, number 55 as well. So one by one, the leaders of the race are heading into the pit lane. At the moment, you can see Rob Baker's car. They're just tightening the wheel nuts. I think they've probably pretty much completed the work they need to do on that car to get it back out into the race, but they need to wait for their time to be up, and in their case it's 3 minutes and 20 seconds that they have to serve because of the success penalty from earlier on.
So still got 25 minutes in order to make a pit stop, should you so wish, and Ricky Coomber in the 99 Honda Civic Type R actually now scored as the race leader. He will be, won't he? Because Paul Simerson's just pitted from the current race lead. So Simerson benefiting because Scott Parkin pitted the previous lap. And now Coomber then in his Honda Civic Type R into the lead to be ahead of the Class B leader. Should be up to second place. Steve Cheetham in the Porsche Cayman S. But again, these three cars, the 99, the 143 and the 183, have not yet made their stops.
Let's head down to Kieran Mogg because he's got more people to talk to in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. You can see here the number 100, being rolled out. See the bit of damage that's happened at the front right there. What happened there?
Yeah, so right at the start, the RS3 got the jump on me on the line. I upshifted just as the lights went out, so didn't anticipate them very well, and so he got a bit of a run on me. So then he pushed me towards the grass on the entry to Cascades, and then left a massive gap on the entry to Cascades down the inside. So I've got to take it on the first lap, and he just turned across the front of me. So I backed out. The only place to go was really on the grass, and he just carried on turning, so I think he just thought the corner were his. So bit of a shame. I don't like to drive like that, but it seems like that's what the guys feel like they need to do at the front. So yeah, not too good. Then the rest of the stint had the Cupra behind me, and I made a bit of a mistake coming out of Druids. He managed to get alongside me and then tried going around the outside of me on the last corner, which I think is always a risky move. There's not a lot of room there on the exit, tightens right up, so we had a bit of a bump. I think his front wheel on my rear wheel, fair enough, but then he had another stab at me, which I think were a bit of a shame. So then he just sent it down the inside into turn one, knowing that if I turned in, we were having a massive crash. So again, I don't like driving like that, but it seems that's the way he wants to do it. And then he made a few mistakes, or looked to be cooking the tyres a little bit, so I caught him and I was right on his bumper into Cascades, and he just braked way early, way too long, bumped into the back of him. I was fully on the brakes, and then he gesticulated. I don't think he was telling me to carry on, so there was something he was telling me to do, but I'm not sure how polite it was. So I'll speak to him when he gets out of the car. Hopefully we can shake hands, but if not, he might end up wanting to go up to the clerk of the course, which I'd rather not do. I'd rather sort things out man to man, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah, it might be a long night.
And we were used to seeing you up at the front of the grid, but normally in an Audi. You did have a quick chat earlier, but tell us about why you in a Golf today.
Yeah, so Ryan never planned to bring his TT here. He's in Italy somewhere, up in the Dolomites, enjoying himself. Hello Ryan, I hope you're watching. And then my TT after Anglesey, we had a fuel pipe issue. Fixed that there and then, but back at the workshop we found an issue with the gearbox. We could have probably pushed to get the car ready, but just too much stress. So I already knew that Rob had got a seat that he wanted to fill, so figured it'd be a good idea to see how we can mix it up. And yeah, with the look of the damage on the TCR, it's going to cost me a little bit more than the quoted price, but hopefully it goes easy on me.
Yeah, fair enough. And how are the differences between the TT and the Golf? Is it a stark difference, and are you enjoying it?
Yeah, so you'd expect an MQB platform to be exactly the same, but it's so different how they've got the car set up, how the car feels, you know, even like as stupid as it sounds, the steering wheel's completely different. It's like a tiny little, you know, it should be on a sim car rather than a sim steering wheel, but yeah, completely different. So it's taken me a while to get into it. You know, I didn't do too much time in testing yesterday because I had an unfortunate incident at Cadwell on Monday and bruised a few ribs, so I think if I asked the doctor, he'd probably have advised me not to race this weekend. But you know, we can't leave it, can we?
Doctors are only, yeah, it's fine, doesn't matter anyway. But yeah, obviously. So coming in towards the end of the race, where are you kind of expecting to finish?
Well, I'd hope P1, but we had a 20-second pit penalty. A few people around who were up there didn't have any, so we'll just have to see how it all pans out.
Absolutely. Well, best of luck, and hopefully speak to you at the end of the race as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you very much. All right, back to you guys in comms.
Thanks very much, Kieran, and Scott Parkin there with Kieran Mogg talking about his eventful first stint, and the car now being driven by Rob Baker just getting past our commentary position as we are watching the 55 car Richard Stanton now it will be, I think, but back out into the race.
And net leader, I think.
Okay.
Because the Porsche seems to have been able to jump the others around it. Now that might be because those around it have had to take the success penalties.
Yeah.
Whereas the 55 Porsche is the best of the pit stoppers to this
point. And it didn't have a penalty to serve, so there we go. Steve Cheatham's in to the pits now, so he's one of only, I think, 3 that still had to make their stops, the others being our race leader, number 99, Ricky Coomer, and also the 183 car of Stephen and Edward Cook. I think Edward in the car at the moment, who has only got 18 more minutes to make the stop and hand over to Stephen in the orange Audi TT. We had a number of other orange cars in the pit lane together some while ago, so clearly they didn't get the memo.
No, there was a set time to pit a car liveried like that. We're only kidding, of course. But it does need to be before the final 15 minutes of the race, and Ricky Coomber won't have to do a driver change, just like Steve Cheatham, but nevertheless you still have to make your pit stop and be stationary for 3 minutes before then being sent on the way again. The treble 3 Mazda, now with Michael Hooper driving it, with that huge rear wing, and it was scooping up grass for fun as well during its opening stint, so the team had to attend to that to make sure that there was no overheating. Edward Cook does pit now in his second placed Audi TT, so that means that there's one car out there that still owes us a pit stop, and that's the 99 Honda Civic Type R.
Yeah, Ricky Coomer, hopefully he's read the regulations that say, you know, you've got to have a pit stop. But of course, driving solo, you do have that complete freedom as to when you take it. You've not got to think, well, you know, we've paid 50-50 to enter this race, so therefore we should probably split the driving time equally. He can do as he pleases, really, from that point of view. Other teams may have different priorities. You might have a quicker driver you want in the car for longer. But no, Ricky's just going all the way through on his own in car number 99. So interesting that we've got the Stanton car. Well, you said it was the net lead, but we've had the change, haven't we? Because Rob Baker has now got ahead of it by the looks of things, and is with a much quicker last lap, 8 seconds faster on the last lap.
Yeah. So you can understand now why those cars were pegged back to a certain degree because of their success earlier on in the season. But clearly Richard Stanton and to a certain degree Paul Simerson weren't able to kind of match the pace of the VW Golf. That proved the case in the opening stint. Scott Parkin versus Paul Simerson, and likewise when Simon Mason was at the wheel of the 23. Although Simon Mason, or rather now Chris Bierland, who has taken over from Mason, is still a fair bit adrift of Richard Stanton in 7th place. That will become 5th with those two stopping ahead. So Edward Cook in, Steve Cheatham in, Ricky Coomber continues to lead but will drop some ground once he finally does make a stop. I can see why he's staying out there though, because he's obviously found a bit of clear air. He's just set his car's best lap of the race, the 152.4, but there are significantly faster cars out there, not least Chris Nyland, who is just done a 148. As you've mentioned, Rob Baker in that sort of ballpark figure, and Jack Collins as well.
Be interesting to see how the classes settle down as well. I think Class C probably already has to some degree, in that we've got the Charlie Hayes car leading now from Andrew Cooper there, haven't we?
Yes.
And Johnny Hayes in third in that class. There looks to be about what is the 12 seconds separating those? No, a bit more than that. 13 seconds separating those three, something like that. And Class B, we still need to wait for Cook and Cheatham sort of pit stops to unwind just to figure out exactly what the situation is in that class. But ignoring those two, it's Connell and Wilkinson Hughes now at the wheel of the MX-5 that may well find themselves in front. Watching there, heading down towards Knickerbrook, the Harris and Collins car. Now that has been another change, I reckon, for the effective lead of the race, because it looks like Jack Collins has got himself ahead of Rob Baker there, the BMW ahead of the Golf, I think, Johnny.
Well, the last laps around, actually Baker was significantly faster by 1.6 seconds, but I think you're right that Baker was ahead of Collins not that long ago. BMW from Golf, but the gap's coming down at Druids, and there they are in splendid isolation. So the BMW doesn't technically lead this race, but we'll get a bit closer to it at the end of this lap. They're all hunting down Ricky Coomber, but Ricky's not really a huge concern because he will make his 3-minute pit stop, we expect, in the next 18 minutes. And again, that Golf looks a tad faster than the BMW. There is the Richard Stanton Porsche, which will be third, I reckon, when all this shakes out. Still trying to work out precisely where the Cook Audi is going to re-emerge. It's back on track now, and Edward Cook has handed over to Stephen Cook, and will lead Class B. No, it hasn't quite crossed the line yet, so can't confirm that, number 183. We'll wait to see whether that is Stephen Cook leading or Alex Wilkinson Hughes in his Mazda.
Yeah. So there's Cheatham, the local driver, in his Boxster, heading through. A long-time racer in Porsches, in Porsche 924s as well, over the years. There's the car that's just rejoined the race, the orange Audi TT of Stephen Cook now at the wheel of that car. Someone's into the pit lane.
Race leader.
That is the race leader. Well, it had to be, really, didn't it?
Yes, that was the one we were hoping that he'd not forgotten.
Yeah.
That Ricky Coomber needed to stop in the Civic Type R, and indeed he had not. Experienced racer, having done some international stuff as well as the longer distance club type racing as well. I think he prefers the more endurance stuff, and particularly if he can be at the wheel of the car for the whole thing. So that's lap 34 ticked off now by Ricky. It still has a bit of pace in the track because Daniel Lenthal in the 85 car has just done a very good lap time.
So this is going to be the battle for the lead now as they come through this time over the line. It is Jack Collins, number 1. It's Rob Baker, number 100. The two leaders then as they turn their way through. Rob Baker, the winner at Silverstone. Jack Collins' best result so far this season has been a third place at Anglesey, sharing the car with Oliver Harris there, but they have been consistent, 4th, 4th, 3rd this season. A win would be the icing on the cake, but they'll do well to keep Rob Baker at bay, or Jack will do well to keep Rob Baker at bay here in the number 100 car. Very experienced driver, of course, started racing back in 2013. He was the 2018 Civic Cup champion, a 4-time Club Enduro Class A champion as well. But at the moment it is the BMW still ahead as they head through the Britain chicane on lap 35.
Very impressive amount of ground made up though by the number 1 BMW, the M2 CS racing car, because that was earlier 5th, then climbed to 4th, but not much higher than that prior to the pit stops, so has managed to jump a lot of its near rivals. I'd need to compare though the amount of penalty time that needed to be served in comparison, but Jack Collins has arguably been a tad quicker at times than his co-driver Oliver Harris. Collins now under a huge amount of pressure from the VW Golf that Scott Parkin started. Rob Baker's taken it over, and the BMW put firmly in the middle of the track, deep in defensive mode as they turn right at Lodge Corner. Still plenty of time left in this race, pretty much, well, over the amount of time that a lot of the races run for today. This was a 100-minute race with the 3-minute pit stop required from all somewhere in the middle of the race, and there's only, technically speaking, 10 more minutes of that pit lane window open, but everyone has more or less served their pit stop. We've yet to see Ricky Coomber back out on the track in number 99, and we'll find out where he appears in Class A in a moment or two.
Yes, there was 10 seconds difference in the amount of time they had to stop the two leaders. Collins had 10 seconds less than Rob Baker to serve, so it would have been expected, all things being equal, he would have come out ahead, but still got to drive it hard to be within that 10-second range, and he has been, but going to have his work cut out here. How far ahead of them are they of the next car, which is the Simerson and Stanton, Richard Stanton now, Porsche, which is lapping the 154s compared to the 149s that they're lapping in. That car 22 seconds behind, and that's going to be under threat from, well, possibly under threat from Chris Bowen, but they're both lapping the 154s, cars 55 and 23 at the moment, so not too much to choose between them in terms of lap times.
Just suddenly remembering the 5-second penalty that car 24 is still carrying, but that shouldn't still affect its position in Class C. Now in the hands of Charlie Hayes, and the next Class C runner is 8 seconds or so back, I make it. So still looking good for car 24 to persist at the head of the order in Class C. The leaders overall in Class A were certainly briefly side by side, briefly overlapping. So the VW Golf making its intentions felt, but this is great defensive driving from Jack Collins. It's fair, and he's just preventing Rob Baker from accessing any of the apeces around the Oulton Park circuit. Blue flags though now for the Sirocco up front, so this could be the next chapter as to how this unfolds. Now they've both cleared the Sirocco relatively well, and good cornering out of, or through Cascades and out of that left-hander for Collins, who's almost being caught by the Golf, but the Golf still can't get the crucial inside line.
Meanwhile, there's 15 seconds between the two Class B leaders. That's Alex Wilkinson-Hughes in the MX-5 and Stuart Mead in the Scirocco that we just saw being lapped there. And as you've mentioned, Class C relatively recently, the lead for Charlie Hayes with that 5-second penalty. They've got to be careful not to have more penalties to pick up. Still the BMW ahead in the lead of the race with 22 minutes to go. You just sense here that Rob Baker is keeping his powder dry a little bit. He's not pushing too hard to make any kind of gung-ho manoeuvre here. He's happy to wait for the opportunity to come along. You probably think that there is going to be a chance at some point in the next 12 laps or so that they're going to have between now and the end of this race to try to find a way through without pushing maybe a little bit too hard and risking an incident. Through Druids, those two go. They're coming up to the completion of lap 36 of this race with 21.5 minutes to go. It'll be by the time they get to the timing line. So there will be time, I think, for probably 12 more laps.
There was a squirm from the BMW. It got a little bit out of the control of Jack Collins, but he nursed it towards the inside line then for Lodge. So again, the Golf needing to go around the outside, and that's tough to do as well at the final corner. But it's the quicker of the two, the chasing VW Golf of Rob Baker. Needs to make this pass as cleanly as possible. It's already had, as Scott Parkin was detailing to a great extent to Kieran Mogg in the pit lane about everything that happened at the start of the race, and he sincerely hopes it's not going to be a late night finish. Speaking to the clerk of the course, well, if Rob Baker's going to overtake the BMW, he wants it to be as clean as possible. He tried it around the outside of Ireland, but it looked like the grip was at a premium there for the hatchback. So I'm not sure that will have presented an opportunity into Shell Oil's hairpin. And sure enough, the BMW is still ahead, but only just.
Interestingly, only driver going faster than his personal best lap time at the moment is Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, the Class B lead. So he's getting away, I think, from the second place car in that class, indeed by more than 4 seconds on the last lap over Stuart Mead in the Scirocco. So looking good for the Mazda MX-5 crew even there to get what would be their first victory of the season, make it 4 different winners from the first 4 races within Class B. We might have the same situation in Class A here if it can stay this way, because the Oliver Harris-Jack Collins combo has not won a race yet this season overall or in Class A, but work cut out with 20 minutes to go for Jack Collins to try and keep Rob Baker away. Those flashing lights to announce to the Mini that it is about to be lapped. That's the 85 car being driven by Lee Smith. Now he's taken over that car, and there's our Class B leader, Johnny, the Mazda, just heading down to Cascades, not far from being caught by the 2 leaders though.
Yeah, so during the pit stop, David Connell handed over to Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, and the gap is just a handful of seconds, is it? Or is it more than that? No, it's 20 odd seconds, I make it.
Yeah.
Wilkinson-Hughes back to Stuart Mead. So the VW Scirocco, every time we caught sight of that, is a little bit on its own. Still waiting for Steve Cheetham to complete this lap in Class B to find out a gap between the Scirocco and the Cayman S, but we're probably talking tens of seconds there as well. So Class B's to some degree settled down. So is Class C on the face of it, but it wouldn't take a huge amount, maybe a small mistake from Charlie Hayes to make that very interesting, considering the car carries a 5-second penalty. But Charlie's upping the ante now. He's just done his and the car's best lap of the race so far. So all the laps that Marcus Bruce did, they've all been bettered by Charlie Hayes with a 1:57 flat, and he is clear of the second place car in Class C, which is still Andrew Cooper's Ginetta, by over 12 seconds now.
Absolutely, very impressive effort there. Is that Class C third place car, I should say, Johnny Hayes in the 66 car. As we saw a brief glimpse of Andrew Cooper, who's second place in class. There he is in the Ginetta, just being passed by Michael Downey's Class B Porsche Boxster. Here are the 2 Class A leaders once again, and they've been this close for several laps now, but we've not yet seen a move being made by Rob Baker. And you just have this feeling that he will be able to at some point before too long. Maybe this is the opportunity as they go past the Mazda. No, it was too easy to get past. There was no delaying anybody there. The Mazda of Class B leader, Alex Wilkinson-Hughes, keeping out of the way. They got past it on the start and finish straight. So down to Cascades on lap 39 they go. It's number 1, Jack Collins. It's number 100. Rob Baker doing battle here, and they're overlapping now side by side through Island Bend. It's going to be Baker on the inside line, and he's done it. He's got through into the lead of the race. Not necessarily the place I would have thought he might have chosen to do it, but nevertheless, nice move. Rob Baker takes the lead with 17 minutes to go.
Yeah, there have been a few previous occasions where Collins has struggled to hang on to the rear of his BMW coming out of Cascade, so we didn't catch all of that, but if there was a slight bit of oversteer from the number 1 BMW, that might have been all that it took actually. And good reading of the situation from Rob Baker. He's been sitting in the wheel tracks of the BMW, just steadily working out where his car is that little bit stronger here and there. And that's the benefit of knowing you've got 20 minutes left in the race, now 17 minutes left in the race. He didn't need to rush that overtake. He could assess and then fully commit in the strongest part of the circuit. And already, tellingly for the BMW driver Jack Collins, that the gap is starting to open up, but there's still going to be the odd incident here when they're dealing with traffic, and in some cases for Rob Baker that's going to be in some very awkward places.
Absolutely right. So be interesting to see how this remaining 16 minutes or so pans out. Just looking to see what might happen a bit further back, because yeah, I think class for third and fourth place, that's got a bit closer now between Richard Stanton and Chris Byallen. So we'll see if there's going to be a change there possibly before the end of the race. Last time out it was the Simon Mason and Chris Byallen car that took victory at Anglesey, but they might struggle to be on the podium here or they might get onto the podium here and get ahead of Richard Stanton. That could happen before the end of the race. We'll try and pick up that battle for third in a moment maybe, as it looks like Rob Baker is able to get away in that area motorsport Golf TCR Getting away from the Harrison Collins, Jack Collins driven now, BMW.
A chance to see just how strong that Golf is through Dentons and Cascades without the BMW in front of it, and it made short work of that section of the track, so has already built 0.6 of a second lead. It might be a further second added onto that now, maybe a second in total for the VW Golf, which is happy to take a bit of curb, not quite as much as the chasing Jack Collins BMW either. The other thing to be wary of course, in a race this long is just general tyre wear across the piece. Scott Parkin was making reference to that as well to Kieran during his highly insightful interview about how you can cook your tyres in really just the first 20 minutes of a race if you're not too cautious. There's the 76 Porsche. It's not 76 Porsche, is it? I'm fooled by the advertising. Oh no, maybe it is.
Yeah.
Okay, so the race number matches that. That's useful for me. Michael Downey in his Boxster S, running 6th in Class B, but only 0.6 of a second behind Stephen Cook's Audi, as you can see, and the Ginetta G40. They're all racing for position here, and the Ginetta G40 maybe feeling it might be being a bit held up in the hands of Andrew Cooper. Time being wasted in his efforts, therefore, to stick with Charlie Hayes. The danger is that ship has sailed anyway.
Here's the fight for third position that we were alluding to a moment ago. It's still Richard Stanton in the Porsche at the moment. Chris Byallen in the Cupra chasing after him. With a lot of work needed to get that car prepared for today's racing after an incident in testing yesterday, which I think Peter Keane alluded to in his interview after the 116 race earlier on today. But that car's been able to get back out. But yeah, still this battle going on for 5th and 6th in Class B, with Andrew Cooper 2nd in Class C, just watching on behind and trying to participate actually as well in the scrap as the cars head back down to Hizzies and Knickerbrook for another occasion. These cars are working lap 39, so they're 2 laps behind the race leader. That's the smallest cog, Mazda MX-5 of 269, which is now Lewis Packham at the wheel of that car, the 27-year-old from Street in Somerset. He's only in his 2nd year of racing. He's done some drag racing. They did the Pomeroy, VSCC Pomeroy Trophy at the beginning of this year as well.
Just a couple of housekeeping matters. The pit lane, the pit window is now officially closed. And before I get onto the second one of those, the 143 car is at the side of the road. That's Steve Cheetham on for a podium when we were last speaking about him in Class B in the Cayman S. But now the car parked up on the right-hand side of the circuit. I was trying to work out precisely where that was, but in a vulnerable position potentially. It's waved yellows at the first corner, so maybe it's coming out of the first corner.
Yeah, it is. It's just round the corner from us, somewhere over to our right, just out of view of the control box. It's going to need a tow, straight tow, is the signal being made by the marshal there. It's not going to need a lift, but it is parked really just by the pit exit road, isn't it? There, and I wonder if that's going to mean we're going to get another intervention. Only 12 minutes to go in the race, scheduled to go in the race, so we'll have to see whether anything is done about that. Were you going to say something else before you picked up on Steve Cheetham's car?
Well, I've now got 2 more things to say.
Okay, it's all happening.
Because, first of all, the 4th place car on the road is Chris Byallen, and he's got a 5-second penalty, but that shouldn't affect his road position at the moment because he's got a significant lead over Ricky Coomber in 5th. The other far bigger penalty is a 3-lap penalty for the Daniel Lentham and now Lee Smith car that is running in 4th position in Class C, but that was a short pit stop. So 3-lap penalty is the result of that, and I assume again that is weaved into the situation at the checkered flag, so it's not represented on our timing system just yet. I don't think there was much of a chance, barring major incident ahead of Lee Smith, of that car reaching the podium, but the little Mini, considering all of its brothers and sisters are celebrating their 25th anniversary elsewhere on the Oulton Park site. Sad news for the Mini Cooper S in this race.
It does elevate the smallest cog, Mazda, 1 further place towards the podium. It would put it 4th.
Yes.
Ben Collins and Lewis Packham are gunning for 3rd. I think they might struggle to make third unless there's a problem for any of the other cars ahead of it, to be honest, because it's the sort of lap adrift of the car that's in third position, I think. But yeah, fourth wouldn't be too bad a result for the smallest cog team, I don't think. 269. So 3 seconds the lead for Rob Baker over Jack Collins now. We've got the battle for third going on as well, which is still Stanton ahead of Byallen. Now, you mentioned Byallen had that penalty, so if he does get ahead on the road of Stanton, then he's going to need to pull out 5 seconds, so which might be a tall order looking at the lap times and the amount of time left to go in the race. So that might be sort of an academic little battle going on the road. There's Rob Baker coming back towards us. There is Chris Nyland, who does not have the fastest lap of the race, and he's managed to get himself from a lap down. Well, he's still a lap down, I think, although might not be. By the time he comes around, I think he will be on the lead lap here, won't he? But he's got the fastest lap of the race, and he's got clear of all of the other Class B and Class C cars.
Yeah, very.
Catch the Mini was the message there. Going out to the, I think, the smallest cog car. An improvised pit board.
So Lewis Packham going through Druids, and yeah, they're all keen then to get a little closer to the Mini at least, but safe to say that Lewis Packham will gain a place at the end of the race anyway because of a 3-lap penalty going that way. I'm obviously keeping an eye out for any other penalties that may be being issued or indeed assessed in the final 10 minutes. Not spotting any of those just yet. One of them we half expected for the 269 car because of the timing of its pit stop.
Maybe they've allowed that.
It's possible. It's possible. There has already been an extra penalty for that car during the Ben Collins stint. 8.5 minutes to go. Gap opens up a little bit more now. Baker to Collins. It's north of 4 seconds as... Well, this Audi TT, as quick as it is going, is starting to pose a bit of a problem for Andrew Cooper because I think Andrew could go a lot faster. And now is this the opportunity to dive down the inside, and the gap, well, was narrowed, and in the end, he can't get through again. He was right not to push that because, remember, the Ginetta is on course for a second position in Class C, but he is losing time compared to how that car might go in clear air. So up against Stephen Cook. I think Stephen knew he was there, but just was not going to relinquish the place, even though they're in different categories.
Yeah, and but sensible driving there. Andrew Cooper didn't want to be involved in anything there. That car was a class winner at Croft, and it was second at Silverstone, not a contender at Anglesey, however, that Ginetta. But yeah, I mean, the Ginetta's obviously a very low stunt car. I mean, the Audi's not a tall car, is it? But nevertheless, it might have been a difficulty, might be a little bit visible with the Ginetta squeezing down his inside into Cascades. Maybe let's give him the benefit of that. But yeah, Andrew Cooper not able to get away through there. But how far behind is he, the Class C leader? 25 seconds or so if I have those gaps together, something like that, I think. So not really sort of, very close to being able to challenge for the class lead or anything like that.
You've always been a generous type chap, Ian, and I think that's very much the case as you're reviewing what Stephen Cook was up to there. But I mean, there's no doubting that he'll know Andrew Cooper is there or thereabouts. Quite whether he knew he was side by side at the time, okay, that is questionable. But they avoided contact, so continuing on for the time being. And over the line, Ricky Coomber, he has a car immediately in front of him, but not for position.
And yet, so here is the battle on the road between the smallest cog racing car and the Mini, which we know has got the penalty, so it's a little bit academic, this battle, but he has caught the Mini indeed, has Lewis Packham, so good effort from him there. Lapping, how much faster? Yeah, 4 seconds a lap faster he has been than the Mini. And there is the second place car in the race of Jack Collins. And here is that battle between Lewis Packham and the 85 car, which is Lee Smith, isn't it, at this stage of the race?
So that was Jack Collins in his BMW, lapping Charlie Hayes in his Class C, leading E46 BMW, the 328i.
Oh, and the Mini's off the road there. His is locked up and then has decided to weave its way through the plastic barriers and rejoin, having lost quite a bit of ground as a result of that.
Again, pressure telling perhaps on Lee Smith, because he was well aware that potentially quicker car was bearing down on him. I wonder whether, from any of his team, Lee Smith's been given that bad news that the car will have to take a 3-lap penalty at the end of the race, which will severely compromise its finishing position in Class C. But the podium positions in that division at the moment, Charlie Hayes in the all-white BMW that he shares with Marcus Bruce, number 24, leading Andrew Cooper's Ginetta, which has been getting plenty of column inches during our coverage here because of its efforts to get ahead of Stephen Cook. And second in Class C, the Paul Subiani and now Jonathan Hayes, 66, BMW E36. They're all relatively clear of one another. 9 seconds the gap between the Ginetta and the third place BMW.
4.5 minutes of the race to go. And dropping away in fourth place now is Chris Byallen. Now, he's obviously got that 5-second penalty for track limits infringement to be added to his time, but it was a slow lap anyway for him. That's lost about 3 seconds to the Stanton car, as there's been an incident down there at Cascades. It's involved Michael Downey in the 76 Porsche and also the Alistair Lindsay Audi TT. Those were the two that were disputing 10th and 11th positions, and they're both off the road at Cascades, Johnny.
And that was for a podium in Class B, I make it. Yep. So all of a sudden, Stephen Cook, who's been having loads of pressure applied in his Audi TT, should be shuffled up 2 places and on course to finish third in Class B. So just shows you how you can't give up, even though you've got something like 30 seconds to your nearest rivals. It's gone very, very wrong between that Porsche, blocks the rest of Michael Dowdy and Alistair Lindsay. So one Audi TT very much in the doldrums, another one to benefits, which is the Cook's car. 183 started by the other Cook, whose name I've now forgotten, begins with E. Edward, that'll do, yes. Edward Cook and Stephen Cook. So Stephen, who has been fairly forcefully defending that position to the Ginetta G40, number 41, but it looks like his rewards at the moment will be a podium finish.
Meanwhile, on to the penultimate lap of the race has gone race leader Rob Baker and also second place man Jack Collins. Only 2 3/4 minutes of the race to go. So watching the 481 car of Christie. There you can see, there's some kind of altercation. Oh no, a shake of their hands. Are they going to hug? The two drivers involved. I think they're having a frank discussion about what happened, but I think they'll be friends after all of that.
Well, that's good to see. It's refreshing.
I thought we were going to have a sort of something a bit more unseemly.
Yes.
But no.
But also, I mean, you've got to think about where you're having that conversation as well, because it's still a live racetrack. So
exactly.
Hopefully the marshals will be now beckoning them to a position behind one of the barriers.
The Mini's in, by the way, and out of the race. It's into the garages. So, with only about 2 minutes, just under 2 minutes of the race to go, not far away from getting the last lap of this race underway here. Looks like it's going to be Rob Baker, Alex Wilkinson-Hughes and Charlie Hayes that are going to be our respective class winners by the looks of it. Here is Rob Baker into Lodge Corner for the penultimate time. Now the car ahead of him on the road is going to be the Scirocco, the Saxon Motorsport. But in fact, the checkered flag goes out this time, presumably because those cars were stricken on the side of the track. So a slightly early checkered flag there, and a win for Rob Baker in round 4 of the Tokiwa Club Enduro Championship. I'm not completely surprised that was the outcome there. So a second win of the season for Baker, second place and a best result of the season there for Jack Collins and Oliver Harris, and then I think third place will go the way of Richard Stanton and Paul Simerson. There is the smallest cog car coming through. Yeah, just behind that we can see the Chris Byallen car, but who's going to be... I don't think we've yet had our Class B winner through. There's our third place car overall. Class B, which should be Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the Mazda. He has yet to appear, and we're also looking for the white BMW 3 Series. That's our Class C winner to appear.
Yeah, so confirmation fairly shortly once we get the final finishes across the line in Class C that the BMW E36 2.8 Compact did indeed benefit from the incidents in the closing stages there, so will Netta get the podium rather in Class C, but the Class B difference is that Stephen Cook jumps ahead of Michael Downey and Alistair Lindsay, but the Class C victory goes to Charlie Hayes. We have also had across the line then the Wilkinson Hughes, Alex Wilkinson Hughes and Dave Cornell, number 97 car, to win Class B in their Mazda MX-5. Stuart Mead, by the looks of things, is going to finish a lap away from that, but still hang on to second position in number 14, the VW Sirocco.
Let's have a look at the overall classification then. 100, Scott Parkin and Rob Baker even. 47 laps completed by them. They finished 6.282 seconds there on number 1, Oliver Harris and Jack Collins in the BMW M2. Third place to 55, Paul Simpson and Richard Stanton in the Porsche. So Volkswagen, BMW and Porsche, an all German podium. Fourth to number 23, Simon Mason and Chris Fallon in the Seat. Fifth to number 83, despite being more than a lap down at one point. Good effort from Chris Nyland, driving almost solo, all by the first lap solo in the Audi RS3. And sixth, number 99, the last car on the lead lap, and the last of the Class A cars. That was Ricky Kuma. Seventh, number 97, winning Class B, Dave Connell and Alex Wilkinson Hughes in the Mazda. Eighth, number 14, Tim Hartland and Stuart Mead in the Scirocco. Ninth, number 24, winning Class C. That was Marcus Bruce and Charlie Hayes in the BMW. 10th, number 183, third of the Class B cars, Edmund and Stephen Cook in the Audi TT. Then the second and third place cars in Class C were 41, Andrew Cooper in the Ginetta G40, 11th overall and 12th overall, Paul Sibioni and Johnny Hayes in the BMW E36 2.8 Compact. Then we get into the cars that were involved in that incident, of course. Michael Downey and Alistair Lindsay, I don't think they'll be classified, so that might mean that Ben Collins and Lewis Packham, the Stig and Lewis Packham, 4th overall, 15th will be 13th overall and 4th in Class C, I think, in the final classification ahead of the Stedman and Hooper Mazda MX-5. Anyway, and that's the end of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. They are back in action at Snetterton on August Bank Holiday Monday. And we still have 5 more races to come here this afternoon at Oulton Park at BMW Live, with BMW action coming up next with the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. There's the BMW Car Club Racing Championship coming up at around about 10 to 5. We've also got a range of hatchbacks for you: the Hot Hatch Championship, the FSG Crypto Clear Sport Championship, and the Tagiwa Type R Trophy to round out the day. Kieran Moggs just waving them all into Parc Fermé, trying to find the people he wants to talk to and shooing away the people he doesn't. There he goes. It's good technique there, Kieran. I admire the waving of the cars into Parc Fermé there, sorting out who he wants and who he doesn't. And we will hopefully be able to look at that. I mean, it's so smooth and silky.
What, the waving?
The waving, yes.
I see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really quite impressive.
It's certainly attention grabbing, and that's exactly what he's trying to do.
Absolutely, it's doing the job absolutely to a T.
Well, bearing in mind the previous race where BMW drivers just walked away from him.
Yeah, he's clearly realised he's got to work on his technique.
My concern was that Kieran wasn't quite as visible as he needed to be, but he's rectified that
Yeah,
now.
no, and he's been, I think he's probably practising during that Club Enduro race, wasn't he?
For the whole thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, we'll head down to him when he's ready to talk to people in a moment. And we will look forward to that. Don't forget BMW Live. I think probably some of the action starting to pack up. There's about 25 minutes left on the drift taxi rides if you want one of those, and I think they'll be packing up in the Fogsy Moss Centre fairly shortly. I think the raffle's already been drawn, so we were too late in buying our tickets, Johnny. And we will know how many balloons you can fit in a BMW Isetta either, but
it depends on the
air. We can stop waffling now. We can go down to
pressure,
Kieran.
always.
Let's go to Kieran in the pit lane.
Thank you very much. Down here with the class winners, and we'll stop with you first. So, a bit of an interesting race out there. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't much left for me to do, really. My teammate Marcus did most of the work, really. 3 safety cars, but a great start off the line, and to be honest, it was just bring it home from there. So, yeah, really, really good. And last time out, this time last year, we were in the wall at Druids, completely total. So, big shout out to Shropshire Body Shop for getting that fixed as well. It's a shame they can't be with us here today, but yeah, really good race. Thank you.
Fantastic to have you back out. And obviously, in the first half of the race, when Bryce was in, it was interesting with safety cars and everything. A bit more of a clean run in the second half.
Yeah. I mean, I got lucky, I guess. I got a nice clean run, not too much traffic. So, shame I couldn't get my laps in the in the 56s, but you know, we got there and went really well. The car's just running absolutely amazing. It's like a rocket ship. So yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the class win.
Thank you so much. We've been quite unlucky up until now, so we're really pleased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so have a quick chat with our overall winner in the number 100 in the Class A. So we had a quick chat with Scott early after his stint, and obviously he'd been a bit in the wars at the start of the race.
Yeah, it didn't show it at the start what happened, because they kind of focus on the whole pack at the start. So yeah, don't know what happened. Haven't spoke to Scott because obviously he got out and I got straight back in. But yeah, pace was good. BMW put up a real good fight then, the M2. Had great traction out the slow speed, so I knew it had to be a high-speed corner I could get underneath him, and yeah, that's where it happened, just out of Cascade. I think I had about an inch alongside and he gave me space. But yeah, I enjoyed racing with him. I raced against him at Anglesey, the same driver. He was really fair and respectful, and he did a good job.
And obviously what's good about this category is that the different types of cars that you're racing up against, and each car has its own strength and its own weaknesses. How obvious was it from the get-go, the strengths and weaknesses between you and the BMW, or did it kind of take a bit of time to learn that?
Yeah, I mean, I was really close with him at Anglesey the last round, and we had, I think they had a 10-second penalty then, and we had a 20-second. When I came out of the pits, I could see him battling with the Porsche. So I went as fast as I could through traffic and stuff because I knew I had to get to them quickly. Fortunately, got past the Porsche quite quickly, and then yeah, he drove really well until I would say his tyres went off slightly quicker than ours. And like I say, ultimately the high-speed stuff is where I just had a bit more traction out of it. So yeah, enjoyed it. Good.
Well, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. Have a quick chat now with our Class C winner, and we'll quickly jump over here. So let's jump in a second. It's an interesting race at in your pack. How was it?
Yeah, it was great, really. Yeah, Dave did we had a 20-second penalty rolled over from Anglesey, and Dave really clawed that back, and then all the safety cars narrowed it back down again. So we just knew we had to do the pit stop nice and tidy, get back out and try and knuckle down to it. So a bit of luck went our way, definitely, but happy with the result.
Perfect. And how are you finding Oulton Park? Is it a track that you enjoy? Yeah,
it's one of our favourite tracks. The car works really well here with all the aero and everything, all developed in a shed at home, but it's on the high-speed corners, it's really nails it. It's great.
Perfect. And obviously it worked out quite well for you. Had a fantastic first and second stint, so congratulations.
Yeah, great. Just a quick thank you to all the team that's done it, and to Performance Link who had it on the dyno for us, ready for this race. So yeah, spot on. Thank you.
All right, congratulations.
Cheers. Bye.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, so that's the Club Enduro all done and dusted. So we're going to take a very short break, and then we're coming back in just a second for the 116 and 120s.
So we have just had the clear up just about completed now from the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship race. So shortly we'll have cars released onto the circuit for the next race of the day, which is race number 7 on the programme, which is the Gadshocks 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup. This is the first of the repeat races. We had a race this morning at 20 to 11 for these competitors, where Anthony Seddon was the overall race winner. From Alan Corfield, a great battle they had for the victory. James Hipkins was third. And Peter Keane driving a borrowed car this weekend. He was the victor for the 6th time this season in the sprint trophy from Luke Fox and Scott Jeffs. Those are the top 3 in the earlier race for the Gas Shocks 116 Sprint Championship and 120 Coupe Cup. Now, if I find my messages, yes, I do have an updated points table here for the those categories. Thanks to Josh Barrett, who's watching on from home before heading to Thruxton, I think, for tomorrow. And I can tell you that the point situation in the 120 Coupe Cup now is that Hipkins actually, James Hipkins has moved into the lead of the 120 Coupe Cup Championship from David Williams and Anthony Seton. And in the 116 Sprint, well, Peter Keane has just extended his lead slightly over Luke Fox now to 18 points. Will Abraham is in third, 11 points behind that. Josh also observes that he did 4.5 hours, or commentated on 4.5 hours of Club Enduro racing at the start of the year and said there weren't any safety cars at all. Johnny Palmer turns up and there's 2 in 13 minutes, he says.
Yeah, and it was 3 in total, Josh.
Yeah.
You can hold me entirely responsible for that.
Fair comment.
I mean, normally I talk about how there hasn't been a safety car for such a long time, and within about 2 or 3 minutes, one appears magically. I don't think it was exactly the same scenario today, but nevertheless, yeah, that is the one thing that's changed, Josh. You're not here and I am, so fair enough. Fair cop.
Now, we've just had a course car going out onto the circuit as well. The Alistair Lindsay Audi TT is being released, but there's a course car heading out onto track, so I wonder if there's something else that needs to be dealt with by officialdom here. There is the course car. Where's it going to go? Is it going to go and continue around the lap? Is it going to pick up some paperwork, maybe? Might be speaking to the marshals about the incident down there. Marshals are certainly waving to the driver of the course car. And I think the paperwork is being exchanged in that direction. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that can be. Anyway, course car's going to be heading back to the infield though, back to the paddock, and we should be able to get cars out on track for their race very shortly at this BMW Live BMW Racing Back underway shortly with the 120 Coupe Cup and 116 Sprint Trophy. Of course, the 116s, usually we see them doing endurance racing, 90-minute endurance races, and that's where they first sort of burst onto the scene, doing their longer distance race with really good grids. And then 2 or 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, they introduced for the first time some sprint races at Pembrey. I think they first had their sprint races, and you might have been there, Johnny, when that happened. I've got a feeling you might have been.
In the days when I used to travel to Pembrey quite a lot.
Okay. But anyway, it's had their first ever sprint races, and then it sort of stuck around as a championship. And the 120s were introduced a couple of years ago as well. The 116 sprint cars, they're BMW N45 B16 engines, cars from 2004 to 2006, the E87 version. Maximum power of 130 brake horsepower, whereas the 120 Coupe Cup cars, they're based on the E82 120i with the N43B20 engine, standard internally, but they push out quite a bit more in terms of brake horsepower, around about 190 brake horsepower. They have a control ECU in both classes to just try and keep everything as closely matched and as affordable as possible, so you can't buy your way to the front of the grid. Talking of which, here is the grid. Anthony Seton, number 5, on pole position. Alongside him is 115 Alan Caulfield. The second row of the grid is 24 James Hipkins and 29 Luke Fox. On this occasion is the first of the 116s. This grid, by the way, set by a separate qualifying session. This morning they have 2 10-minute qualifying sessions in this category. 151 Peter Keane and 249 Scott Jeffs on the third row, 209 Will Abraham and 187 George Healer on the fourth. The fifth row, 71 Jack Godden, has 818 Jay Mooney besides him. Row 6 of the grid, 252 Jamie Dunn and 51 CJ Morgan. On row 7 it's 25 Scott Parker and 1 Connor Anderson. The 8th row, 26 Gary Mitchell and 220 Neil Fox, with the 9th row being 125 Brian Price and 30 Harry Miles, with 12 being the car of Commenton Robert and 200 Giles Carter completing the grid. Now, Giles Carter was a non-starter for the first race. I don't know if we'll see that car out this time around, but certainly, Johnny, if we had a race like the one we had this morning, we're very happy buddies, won't we?
We certainly will. We were waxing lyrical about the Gaz Shocks 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup earlier in the day, which saw a win for Anthony Seddon, but only by half a second from Alan Caulfield, and I reckon I counted 6 individual lead changes, which, considering this is a 15-minute race, as it was earlier on, was mightily impressive. And then also for the 116 win. In the end, it looked slightly more convincing for Peter Keane, winning by 1.5 seconds, the defending champion. But the gap back to Luke Fox was a lot less than that during the meat of the race. And Scott Jeffs shouldn't be discounted in this either, because he was only 0.2 of a second shy in third position. So it might be some of those contenders repeating their feat. On the other hand, that's sort of ruling out everybody else. And we do know, certainly in the 116s, the cars are so close to one another. That's the beauty of one-make racing.
Absolutely right. Cars coming to the grid then had a message here from Nikki Emerson, our regular event secretary, who, if the emojis are anything to go by, I think she's not very well. She says she's watching from home, and she says she's missing everyone, but it's good to see a whole race and not just from the pit lane. So hello, Nikki.
Hello, Nikki.
From Johnny and I, get well soon.
Yes.
And see you soon. So yeah, 116s and 120s coming to the grid, and a bit of weaving going on, because of course they don't get another green flag lap. This is their green flag from the pit lane, so they'll get a little bit of heat into the tyres. Both classes use Nankang tyres, different compound for each of the two classes, and both cars have the same minimum weight as well. Both classes are at 1220 kilo minimum weight. They use gas controlled coilover suspension, and effectively it's a very tightly controlled championship. Not a lot you can do the chassis or body work, for example. No chassis stiffening, original silhouette for the body work, so you can't put any wings or diffusers or whatever on it. And there's a minimum ride height of 65 millimeters. Last few cars coming into position then. So pole position is Anthony Seddon, who won race 1 but had hard work doing so. He's on the inside of the front row in that sort of silver and grey and orange car. It's the red car for 115, Alan Caulfield. In the 116 class, we need to watch out for the pink car of Luke Fox, because he's qualified on pole position number 29 to lead the field round the driver from Barnsley. Red lights go on then. 15-minute race gets underway now. And who's going to make the best of the starts? It looks like Seddon has got into the front here, with Caulfield and Hipkins, the championship leader, in third position. Oh, and a little bit of a kiss between Peter Keane and Luke Fox there on the way to the first corner. It's Peter Keane, I think, that has got through into the lead ahead of the distinctive pink car of Luke Fox, so he's gone down to second place and 5th place overall, and it looks like it's Scott Jeffs, I think, third of the 116s at the moment. But we have had a change of lead in the 120s. It's Alan Caulfield ahead.
Well, so he's got experience of where best to put his car from the earlier race, and got the chance to be in front on 3 separate occasions, and done it nice and early in this one. If you viewed that as a kiss, I thought it was more like a shoulder barge, actually, to go, no, you don't, you're not having the apex here, said Peter Keane. And he then headed through the first corner just ahead. Everybody else then scrabbling for road position and for grip as well through Old Hall Corner. Lots of curb taken there by Alan Caulfield as well, which bumped one side of the car way up in the air by several inches. Tyres are still steadily warming into their operating window, of course, so generally drivers take it easy, relatively easy on the first lap, whilst those tyre pressures are settling down. But that can't be said for Alan Caulfield. He hasn't got a huge amount of time, of course, to just ease his way into this race. 15 minutes in total, and he knows that Anthony Seddon is going to be a threat throughout it.
Absolutely right. It's only going to be an 8-lap race, I expect, based on the amount of time the earlier race took to complete. So yeah, they actually, it was a 50-minute race, but they actually raced for 16 minutes and 51 seconds was the winner's time. So it's very nearly a 17-minute race in actual fact. As Seddon having a look up the inside of Caulfield, under braking, leaves his braking quite late there, but not too late, and he gets through into the lead. Carl did look a little bit unsettled under braking, but he did nevertheless manage to get through into the lead. Hipkins there in third, similar situation to the first race, where all he can do is watch the two cars in front gradually disappear into the distance, and that's getting a bit spicy. Further back in the 116 is Jay Mooney in the 818 car, and Will Abraham in the 209, exchanging positions there, I think. And I did notice some damage to the 818 car this morning when I was walking through the paddock from my parked car. So that one's been in the wars already, and they are trying to also get involved. There is the 51, which is CJ Morgan, 3 wide through Cascades. Not sure that should really work, but CJ Morgan is the one that's picked his way past both of them.
Yeah, the silver 51, so it was nicely judged that. In behind then is Gordon in 71, and 818 possibly on the wrong line, which is strange to say because that is the natural racing line into Ireland. And in fact, the 818 car of Mooney had 2 wheels on the grass, so did very, very well to keep the car vaguely pointing in the same direction, the right direction. Through Britons go the top 3 in the 120 class. Then hold your breath for a moment before the leader in 116 appears. That is Peter Keane, ahead of Luke Fox and Scott Jeffs. The dust being kicked up though for everybody else who's following through Britons, the right chicane, and then heading over Hilltop, preparing themselves for the next change of direction, which is the hard braking for Hislops. And the 51 car has stayed in front of those two that it was battling with along Lakeside.
Yeah, absolutely right. So good move that by CJ Morgan half a lap or so ago. Field making its way up Clay Hill. This time it's Caulfield back ahead of Anthony Seddon, and Seddon not as close as he was a lap ago when he made his move to get into the lead. So it's nip and tuck between these two. As far as the 116s are concerned, there's some distance behind. Well, it's Peter Keane leading from Luke Fox and Scott Jeffs. Then there is a gap back to, I think it's CJ Morgan, isn't it? Yeah, into 4th position then. And then I think it's going to be Mooney and Abraham, the next 2. An exciting start to this race for the 120s and the 116s in their 8th race of the season. 3 more events to go after this at Silverstone, Croft and Donington to round out the year.
James Dunn, Will Abraham were at very close quarters going through the first corner there. They're side by side once more. So on the outside line is Abraham. Inside the copycat Gulf livery for James Dunn in 252. But that more natural racing line didn't really favour Dunn on that occasion. This time the 818 car of Jay Mooney is going to have the outside line. So maybe he realised that is the quicker way through at certain points. He had his time compromised by taking the tighter run at Ireland a lap ago. 3rd position goes through in the 120s. So that's still James Hipkins. And then the expected gap back to Peter Keane. But also I noticed that, was that Jeff's now ahead of Fox? For 2nd and 3rd. I'll take another grab at that another look at that before I fully make my mind up. But certainly Peter Keane is being reeled in for the race lead. It's still the bright pink car, isn't it, in 2nd. So that is still Luke Fox ahead of Scott Jeffs, but they're much closer.
Absolutely right. Looks like we did get 200 Giles Carter starting this race, so that was good, running in 19th position. And I'll make a quick apology to Corentin Robert in the number 12 car, because I've actually consulted the driver profile. I learned that that's how I should be pronouncing it, so apologies there for that. 28-year-old software engineer from Geneva in their first season of racing in the Anthony Seddon racing team.
Corentin, probably. Corentin Robert. Yes. It's very much the French-speaking element of Switzerland.
Yes.
Beautiful part of the world, mind you, just over the French border. Now, down into Lodge Corner is nose-to-tail action with the 209 of Will Abraham now ahead of James Dunn. So they started quite a way apart from one another on the grid, but have found each other now and duking it out for 6th and 7th in the 116 class. And in fact, Dunn's going to lose another position there. This time it is to George Healer in 187. So the black car with the gold chevrons on the roof and bonnet, well, was briefly ahead, but James Dunn says no you don't, and continues to fight back now in kind of lane 2 through Cascades, which can work. You get good drive out of that corner, shallowing it out a little bit, and they are still overlapping one another, but it should be 187 with the advantage when they reach Ireland. Having said that, maybe not. George Healer's trying to hang on to it, but actually the quicker line does appear to be James Dunn's.
It goes by Jamie, actually, and he's 31 years of age from Darwen in Lancashire, a commercial director by occupation. He says in family, it just has Dad brackets the pie man. So whether he's a pie maker or there's some other reference there, I don't know. But Jamie started racing in 2023. His favourite circuit is Cadwell Park on the other side of the country. He says he'd like to try something with a bit more power in future. Anyway, that's the situation. This has been a ding-dong scrap between these two out front again. Anthony said and Alan Crawford, they've changed places quite a few times during the course of this race already. Still nearly half of the race to go, actually. 7 minutes just under to go. And it looks like Seddon's going to have another look at the inside. No, sorry, Crawford's going to have another look at the inside. And he gets back through to take the place away. So I don't know if we've been keeping a tally on the place changes here, but it might change again by the time they get to Old Hall Corner by the looks of it. Johnny, they are... it is Crawford that's going to have the place into the right-hander at the start of lap number 5.
I did attempt to start making some notes, but I think I've run out of fingers and toes now because, well, we reached 6 of them in total at the start of the day. Maybe they took that as a challenge. They said, well, we can very easily beat that if we work with one another. It's turned into almost a little bit like a Caterham race in that it doesn't really matter how many laps you lead or how many corners you lead for. It's all about where you're going to be after 15 minutes. And back comes Anthony Seddon down the inside. Lots of understanding between these two drivers, as well as very close racing. But you get the feeling that it might get a bit more meaningful the closer the clock gets to 0.
Yeah, great racing between those two. As they are working lap 5 of the race. Still it's Peter Keane leading in the 116 class. They've got Will Abraham, who is currently 6th in the 116 class. And the leaders, are they going to change again down to Hizzies and Nick Abrutt? They're sitting side by side as they come over Hilltop. Anthony Seddon, number 5, Alan Crawford, number 115. Well, they follow one another through that sequence of corners, but it wouldn't surprise me if we had another change before much longer. But yeah, just about Will Abraham, who, with Jamie Dunn behind him, both of them a bit further back down the order in the 116s than we usually do see them. Peter Keane and Luke Fox still out front in the 116 division.
So, are they going to appear into our sight at Druid side by side? Not quite, and not on this occasion, but it has happened several times before. Anthony Seddon leading Alan Caulfield as they go underneath the Paul Warwick Bridge then and down towards this undulating section. It's not, I don't think, necessarily intentionally undulating, but it's become more so through the years, and therefore very bumpy approach if you get the wrong line into Lodge Corner. Again, Caulfield thought about running side by side. I think he just ran out of the necessary MPH, but there is the scope for this to switch around on several occasions yet in the remaining 4 minutes. 3rd position still for a little distant James Hipkins. And there's the bright pink car of Luke Fox, still troubling the 116 leader Peter Keane into a potential error, but Keane soaked up so much pressure in that opening phase, the opening race, that he's just got to think, well, I've done it before, just do it again and don't get too distracted.
This battling going on down the order. George Healer at the front of this group. Jamie Dunn is there. Jay Mooney is there as well in the number 818 car, but he's all over the dirt, all over the very dry grass here on the exits of the corner. He does actually come out in front, though, ahead of Jamie Dunn after all of that. So maybe it was the faster line after all. Track limits may be applied for that one. Jay Mooney, the 19-year-old car sales executive from Hull, who's only started racing in cars this season, done some Club 100 karting before that. Jamie Dunn is losing out to, is that Connor Anderson there? I think it is in the number 1 car, is it not? Meanwhile, Alan Caulfield's got back into the lead of the race. So it's just going to tell you a bit more about Jay Mooney. He's done 1 season Senior Club 100 Rotax karts. He is in the self-run Mooney Motorsport team, and as well as racing, he enjoys hiking, football and the gym as well. Oulton Park he lists as his favourite circuit, and he says he's aiming high, he wants to get into GT racing if he can. But he's a little bit further down the order here. He's just had that grass tracking moment, and we are going back to the front of the race and the 120s, and Anthony said not that time trying to launch a late braking manoeuvre into Lodge Corner.
He had a little think about it for sure, but Alan Caulfield had the measure on him in 1:15. And again, the more they scrap like this, the more probably they'll be able to read one another, and whether the car following is about to present a meaningful attack. Similar, really similar length of car length between the first and second place runners in the 116 division. So Peter Keane to Luke Fox is actually, well, there's no car length between them at all. It's a cigarette paper, if that, as they head through Lodge Corner. And there was certainly a tad of a bit of contact as well between Luke Fox and Peter Keane. This time wide on the approach to Ireland, though, for Alan Caulfield. That will allow Anthony Seddon back through again. It's a yin and yang situation at the front, and I for one, am loving this.
It's absolutely great stuff. We have had a tiny little bit of range in the course of this race. At least I think that's what Kieran Mogg's message a few minutes ago meant when he said spitting in the pit lane. I assume he was talking about the weather rather than having witnessed some disgusting event. Anyway. Here are the battlers for the lead of the 116 trophy class, and that was nice, wasn't it, how we saw the 116 leaders go to the right, the 120 leaders go to the left on the opposite side of the track, and the 5 car in the lead. Anthony Seddon for 115, Alan Caulfield, so they're swapped since the start of the lap. They must have exceeded 6 lead changes now during this race by now, I would think.
I was up to 5, and I think we've had 2 more since then. So yes,
I think they've gone beyond that. So they're going to get probably 1 more lap to go at the end of this to maybe add another 1 or 2 before the end. They're basically averaging about 1 a lap, aren't they? I think.
Yeah, I think that's a prerequisite maybe that they both agreed upon. Well, they have outclassed themselves from the performance this morning. Peter Keane, on the other hand, he's had to soak up just as much pressure as Alan Caulfield and Anthony Seddon have done. But he hasn't actually folded to that pressure just yet, despite Luke Fox trying every trick in the book. And Luke Fox has an advantage of 3 seconds over Scott Jeffs, so does have the flexibility, as now the leaders are side by side, and Caulfield will go back in front again. They were separated by 3 thousandths of a second at the line, and 1 second 0, so this now is confirmed as the final lap. How many more place changes do we get on this 2.7 mile segment then? And crucially, who's going to be leading at around about this point in 2/3 of a lap time at the head of the order, as the 116s are about to begin their final lap of the Oulton Park International Circuit, still with Peter Keane ahead. Yes, that's confirmed as I look out of our window. 151 leads 29 Luke Fox by half a second this time. It's also pretty close in behind for the Godden car. So Godden up against Healer, and they are nose to tail, with George Healer slightly better run out of the corner, but it's only going to be the outside line at Cascades that he'll have. That might be enough though.
That's for 5th and 6th positions. Good fight going on there between those two. Just up the road ahead of them is the 3rd and 4th place battle. That is Scott Jefferson's CJ Morgan. CJ Morgan it is that is on for his best result of the season so far in 4th place. Had a 6th place before then.
There was a kick of the tail out then for Alan Caulfield as he headed through Knickerbrook. So as the tyres are not going in a forward direction and instead sideways. I did think that actually his top line speed might have been compromised a little more than it was. Anthony Seddon couldn't draw alongside. He is going to try late on the brakes though, surely. And Caulfield sort of semi-left the door open here. He's absolutely throwing the car into the final corner, and it's neck and neck as they depart, Ian.
Still side by side up to the line. Is it going to be Seddon? Is it going to be Caulfield? Is it going to be a dead heat? It's 5 thousandths of a second in favour of the red car of Caulfield. He was 3 thousandths ahead at the start of the lap. He nearly doubled his lead on that last lap, Johnny, to 5 thousandths of a second. Fantastic racing between those two. Caulfield from Seddon. Hipkins was third. We're waiting for our 116 contenders to arrive. It should be Peter Keane. In fact, here he is. Although, is he going to make a... I thought Luke Fox was going to make a last-ditch Seddon-esque manoeuvre into Lodge Corner, but he wasn't to be, so it's going to be Peter Keane to make it 7 wins out of 8 in the 116 Sprint Trophy, although he's not been in his own car this weekend after damage yesterday in testing. Luke Fox, who's looking a bit dirty on the front of that car, he takes second. Scott Jeff's third. CJ Morgan, his best result of the year, in 4th position. What do you make of all that?
Absolutely superb. I mean, for everyone associated with the Gaz Shocks BMW Championship, the 116 Sprint and the 120 Coupe Cup, that was just superb. I mean, I don't know whether this is sort of typically what they're serving up weekend in and weekend out, or whether I've just found them on a superb weekend. You can probably tell me more on that, but to have a race finish this time by only 5 thousandths of a second, it was less than a second for the honours in the 116 part of the race as well. The earlier race was less than a second in the 120s, and in the end Peter Keane had a second and a half's advantage, but just kept us guessing all the way through both races here.
Yeah, really good action, not untypical, and wouldn't it be great to see a few more of those 120s as well? Only 3 of them today, but they've given us lots of great racing. Alan Caulfield, the winner, 115, so a winner piece between himself and Anthony Seddon today, 5 thousandths between them. 115 from 5, 24 James Hipkins was third. Winning the 116s was 151 Peter Keane, from 29 Luke Fox, 249 Scott Jeffs, 51 CJ Morgan. There's been a 5-second penalty applied to Alan Caulfield's time for track limits infringement. So what was a 5 thousandths win becomes a near 5-second loss. We saw that happen live on our screen there. Wow. So Seddon does win the race after all. I had to interrupt myself going through the 116s. Peter Keane, Luke Fox, Scott Jeff, CJ Morgan, his best result in 4th place, number 51. 5th and 8th overall, 71 Jack Godden, ahead of Jay Mooney, 818, George Healer, 187, Jamie Dunham, 252, 29 Will Abraham, 1 and 25 Scott Parker. The rest of them were headed by Neil Fox, with Gary Mitchell, Brian Price, Harry Miles, Corentin Robert and Charles Carter completing the finishers. Wow, that was drama, wasn't it? That 5-second penalty sort of unveiled at the last moment. Hopefully Kieran's clocked that and will be able to speak to the correct driver at the end of that race.
Well, he always pays close attention to everything we say, so
yes.
I'm sure he's tuned in to the latest news that puts Anthony Seddon to the front. That makes it 2 wins from 2 as things turn out, but I suppose we might have been able to see 1 or 2 inklings that could have been a scenario, because there will have been warnings to Alan's car prior to the penalty being assessed, and then as soon as he's chalked up so many warnings, then eventually the penalty is issued. But it was as late as they normally come, in fairness. So it was actually issued as you were reading the results, so post checkered flag.
He wasn't the only one either. I think Brian Price and George Healer both got penalties as well in that race, so he wasn't the only driver to be penalised. Right, we've got another 4 races to come. Hot Hatches next, then BMW's, Clio's and Type R Trophy to complete the day's action between now and about 6:15. Then there is a parade of BMWs at the end of the day, time permitting. Hopefully that will happen before the 6:30 curfew here at Oulton Park. But we can now go down to Kieran Mogg. He's going to be speaking to our successful drivers in the 120 Coupe Cup and 116 Sprint Trophy.
Thank you very much. Right, guys, I'm going to get you together for this because you were basically this close apart from coming over the line. 5,000ths of a second between you.
Really?
Right.
Wow.
Wow.
And I got a 5-second penalty.
I'm afraid so, for track limits on the last lap.
Yeah, well, I was trying pretty hard to keep up with him. So there you go. Yeah, c'est la vie.
Yeah, fantastic fun.
Great race. Yeah, really enjoyed it. And yeah, hopefully we got on a good show. Even only 2 of us, but hopefully everybody enjoyed it. That's the main thing.
Trust me, we did. It was incredible racing. I mean, you two have been knocking 10 bells out of each other all day long, and that race was just like the perfect sort of epicenter of it all. Like, it's got to be good to be able to race someone with that much respect.
Well, he's my mate, isn't he? So we're kind of used to each other. We always give each other room. It's fantastic.
Yeah, that's how racing should be, isn't it? I mean, you know, really close, no touches at all. Didn't go off. So yeah, lovely. Enjoyed it. 5 seconds.
On the green.
5 seconds. 5 seconds. So what? I had a great time.
Congratulations anyway, both of you, for the 1-2.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, we'll head around here and we'll try and grab a chat with Peter Keane, who's just having a look at the front of his car because the splitter's come off. Peter, what happened?
I don't know. No idea. I think it fell off as I came in here and went down, and it caught something as I drove in here, but I think the front grille had come off earlier in the race over a curb probably or something like that. I don't know. I just can't see the front, can I? I have no idea. But yeah, no, really happy again, another win. So Luke tried to use me as a brake a few times. So yeah, but other than that, yeah, I think he was just annoyed he couldn't get past. But yeah, great win, great result. So really happy.
Struggling to separate the two of you. We always seem to be like right next to each other all day long.
Well, look, the cars are so competitive, they're so close. You know, it's one-make racing, so it's going to be close. But you know, you've just got to find that edge, and it's quite difficult to overtake around here. So as long as you keep ahead and you know, defend and stuff well, you should be able to do it. But you just got to make no mistakes. One mistake, and you know he's got you. So you have to be very careful. And then you know it was yo-yoing a little bit, you know, but it was good. Kept it in front. So yeah, really happy.
Absolutely. Well, 2 from 2 today, can't ask for more.
Honestly, brilliant. Yeah, after the Friday, obviously, you can't ask for more. It's been a brilliant end of the weekend, so happy days.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers, thank you.
Cheers, thank you. All right, let's have a quick chat now with Luke Fox. Luke, jumping again the second place, but again, you were so close.
I keep trying. Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
Obviously, he's a difficult guy to beat, but it just goes to show just how competitive the two of you are.
Yeah, very, very close. Like Pete said, one-make cars are always so close, and I think because they've not got so much horsepower, people don't make as many mistakes. So it's so hard to capitalise on anything. But yeah, we tried. We didn't conquer.
Absolutely. Well, maybe next time.
Maybe next time.
Cheers. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you very much. All right, so that is it for the 116s and the 120s for now. I believe we're going to a very quick break, and I'm coming out for the next session. So Ian, we're going straight to comms. So Ian and Johnny, back to you.
The cars almost completing their green flag lap for the second race of the day for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Earlier on, a win for Lewis Barker. He's been unbeaten this season from Trevor Gregory and Ryan Barker. The grid for this race based on the results of race 1. So we will have on pole position the number 154 car of Lewis Barker, besides him 14 Trevor Gregory. Second row 7 Ryan Barker and 70 Rolf Butler. Third row 77 Luke Emmons, the Class B winner from earlier on, and 291 Zach Burnell. On the fourth row 26 Lee Rickard and 78 Matt Warren. Row 5 will be 87 Stuart Place and 197 Craig Turner. Row 6 36 our Class C winner from earlier on today, Steve Polly even, and 431 Will Hopkins. 43 Chris Woods and 155 Mason Park on the 7th row. Row 8 92 Mel Higgins and 20 Martin Paget. 5 Josh Hilton and 17 Andrew Idwin on row 9, and row 10 28 Lee Warren and 3 William Hornsey on row 10, although we're getting into the realms of some drivers who did not take the restart or did not finish the earlier race, so there may be some gaps at the back. I can see William Hornsey's car there, certainly. Now, he didn't even take the start of the earlier race in his Peugeot 106 Rally, but it looks like he's getting back out for race number 2. So Hot Hatch, as a reminder, having its 7th and 8th races of 12 this weekend. 3 classes: Class A for cars up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 175, and Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. And in terms of the point situation, Josh Barrett kindly updated this for me. It's Lewis Barker with 111 points, leading the championship by 79 points from Luke Emmons, and Ryan Barker on 76 points now. Red lights go on ahead of a 15-minute race. They go out now, and we're off and running for the final hot hatch race of the day. Good start from Lewis Barker, but Ryan Barker trying to get up the inside of Trevor Gregory for second place into Old Hall Corner for the first time then. We'll see in a minute whether he was successful at doing that. Down through Denton's towards Cascades they go. Still can't quite tell which of those cars was in second. I think it was Ryan Barker that did get second away from Trevor Gregory there. Looks like Josh Hilton's back out, so that's good. He's making progress through the order in his Class B BMW Compact, although it said Class C on the TSL timings earlier on. That may have been corrected now, as they now head off down towards Shell Corner for the first time in what's probably going to be an 8-lap race, assuming we don't have any interruptions like we did earlier on, Johnny.
Yeah, and actually the remnants of the reason why Josh Hilton retired from that race can still be seen on the track at this point at Britain's, because there's still a little bit of the dust that was used to mop up what we think was an oil spill from Josh's car. All of a sudden it was dead stick coming into that tricky Britain's chicane, the left, right, left. And now, speaking of stricken BMWs, the 36 car is having dramas. This is Steve Polly, a winner earlier in the day in Class C, and only just a matter of metres up from where the issue hit for Josh earlier in the day. It looks like that car's now stopped.
Yeah, I mean, it at least got its back windscreen in, back window in, and like earlier on, but it's seemingly come to a stop. There it is, just by the side of the circuit. Just the front left look quite right there, I'm not quite sure. Anyway, Lewis Barker leading, Ryan Barker second, Trevor Gregory third, and is that Zach Burnell in fourth? I think it might be. Luke Emmons in fifth. Sorry, no, it's Zach Burnell a bit further back. It's Wilf Butler, of course, in fourth position in the number 70 car. There he is coming through, the teenage driver. And the marshal is trying to move the SCP tyres liveried BMW out of harm's way, as we see Zach Burnell come through, chasing after actually Stuart Place in the BMW Compact that also runs in Class B. Chasing after him is the fancied bewinged BMW Compact of Josh Hilton, recovering after his dramas earlier on today.
Yeah, and of course, if you don't finish the first race, meanwhile there are yellows further around the lap, it looks like, but if you don't finish the first race, then that's obviously going to compromise where you start the second of the two races, with the grid taken directly from the result of the first. So, race leader was Lewis Barker on that occasion, leading by 2.5 seconds over Ryan Barker. Then Trevor Gregory in third and Wilf Butler in fourth. Class B lead with Luke Emmons, as it was for so many laps earlier in the day. And Class C is led by the number 5 car of Joshua Hilton. But I think you'll agree that Josh Hilton is capable of being much further up than that in the race. He's got a strong car this weekend. Certainly his qualifying performance would back that up as well from this morning. Good to see that the Steve Polly stricken BMW is being able to be covered by local yellows, so we're racing in all the other parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, they've pushed it behind the barriers as well, so it should be probably a case of going to caution boards next time around. Now Trevor Gregory here is taking the fight to the number 7 car of Ryan Barker as they go battle for second position. Going down the back straight towards Lodge Corner. They've dropped Wilf Butler there in the number 70 car in fifth. But look at this battle. Josh Hilton trying to make up places. The 23-year-old from Godstone. He works in estate agency board management. Started circuit racing 2 years ago and was champion in Hot Hatch last year. But he's been racing on the short ovals since the age of 6 as Josh. And usually drivers that come from that background, they have a certain characteristic of competitiveness and robustness in their driving, and here is going to try and get on terms with the car at the front of this pack ultimately, which is Lee Rickard, who's in the same class as him, although I have to say TSL still showing Josh as being in Class C rather than in Class B.
Again, cars on the ragged edge of adhesion at times. It's mainly the front-wheel drive cars, but so much movement from the rear. The BMW looking slightly more planted in this little gaggle, which now motors down Lakeside Straight. with the Oulton Park Lake just the other side of the trees. So Lewis Baker, Ryan Baker, 5 seconds now the difference. And Lewis Barker in the earlier encounter, 11.6 seconds was the winning margin for Lewis Barker over, on that occasion, Trevor Gregory. But we were treated to a stellar fight between Gregory, the second of the Barkers, and now there's a BMW off the road. I was fearful about where that might rejoin. Now there is Josh Hilton in the repaired number 5 car.
And that was after contact with Andrew Idwin as they went into Britain's that was sent him onto the grass there, and those two side by side again now as they head down towards. Oh, and it was almost ball contact again. I'm not sure there was actually as they came into Hizzies and Knickerbrook, but yeah, there was certainly a touch between them as they headed into Britain's, and Hilton fortunately was able to recover relatively safely, but he's lost ground as a result of that.
Yeah, and I was just a bit concerned about there being a lack of pace coming out of Britain's for what might have been the second time of the day, but that was just him recovering, I think, and probably with a load of dirt and grass on the tyres. So as he applied the throttle, there was a fair bit of wheel spin, and there he's like a bucking bronco on the inside of the double right-hander at Druids. So the bit between his teeth, I think it's fair to say, for Joshua Hilton. Not sure how actively he's been involved in the repair of this car, but often that can give you a bit of an adrenaline rush, as well as it's been an action-packed couple of hours since this car was last seen on the racetrack, and he's keen for a strong result. You can tell that just from the body language of the car.
Absolutely right. So they're having a great old scrub. Just looking at what the situation is in Class C, Mason Parker is leading in that class in the 155 car. That's another BMW, the E36 Compact for the driver from Ruislip. So he is leading in Class C at the moment because Hilton, although he's shown him with a pink square on your timing screen, it should be a white square, those of you that are watching on the live stream. Here's the battle, or there was the battle for second and third. Barker and Gregory still only separated by a couple of car lengths. Up and over Hilltop they go, and Gregory seems to have more speed here as they come back into the green flag zone. He's going to be on the outside line for Hizzies, but can Trevor Gregory get second place back here? Oh, he locks up as he did on a few occasions in race 1, and he just has to tuck back in behind Ryan Barker, the 40-year-old body shop owner, Europa Crash Centre from Sheffield, who started racing only last May. He's been the Time Attack Pocket Rocket champion last year on his debut year. He's a Sheffield United fan, also enjoys boxing and Thai boxing as well, and as quite a few drivers this weekend do, lists Oulton Park as his favourite circuit.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just a wonderful circuit, a wonderful track, lots of different challenges, the elevation change, the nature of it feeling a lot narrower in certain places compared to others. I doubt that's actually the case, but it's the fact that the Armco barrier is at mere metres and sometimes feet away from the edge of the circuit. So the jeopardy that is involved is second to none, really, and two absolutely nose-to-tail Civics demonstrating that perfectly out of your view, but going down towards turn 1. That's still the intense fight between Ryan Barker and Trevor Gregory. Meanwhile, there's a touch again from Josh Hilton on the back of Idwin's car. So they were the two that made contact on the run into Britain's not so long ago. And he's looking to try and prize the opening then in that Class B BMW Compact.
Martin Paget has got himself into the lead of Class C as well in his Saxo, so he came from the back of the grid, of course, after a non-finish in race 1. So Martin Paget, who was on course for the win earlier on today in Class C, looks like he's, well, touch wood, there's still 6.5 minutes to go, going to get some redemption in race 2. Here are those two Civics disputing second and third overall. Ryan Barker and Trevor Gregory. Gregory again has more speed coming out of the corner. This time can get fully alongside over Hilltop. That's covered by a caution board now rather than yellow flags. And he's done it. He's gone through in second place. But he locks up. Oh, and he's thrown it away. I thought he was going to have to go through the bollards, but instead he's going all over the grass. And maybe actually that's meant that he's not lost quite as much time as he otherwise might have done.
Yeah, it depends whether there's been a rule stipulated by the clerk, though, that says if you have outbraked yourself into the escape road, you have to take fully towards it. But he didn't take advantage, I suppose, is his argument. It wasn't a lasting advantage because the car that he was battling with, he's ended up coming out behind it, firmly behind it as well. But that's been a problem all day for Trevor Gregory. He's struggled to get the car stopped into Britain. So whether that's a brake bias issue that they haven't necessarily been able to rectify, there's something sparking majorly. It's the exhaust of Josh Hilton's BMW. Well, it's already been over the grass, remember, at Britain's. So I reckon that run through the turf has now dislodged the exhaust, and it's starting to drag considerably.
That or the big moment over the curbs he had at Druids as well, a little bit later on. That was also might have been problematic as far as that was concerned. But I would imagine if it's not already been spotted, the marshals will have reported that, and they'll be getting a black and orange meatball flag before too much long. They'll probably know about it. It'll feel the sensation of something rubbing under the car. He might not know exactly what the situation is. He'll probably have a good idea. But that isn't really what you'd want to be continuing to race with, I don't think.
Well, the danger is that whatever is still holding it on is going to snap eventually, and then you'll be left with a significant silencer in the middle of the road that someone's then going to drive over or hit. So yes, the marshals will be as eagle-eyed, no doubt a little bit more eagle-eyed than you and I, and we'll have seen that. So we'll be getting the message to those on the start line, I'm sure, in due course. Lewis Barker, meanwhile, continues to lead, and the lead margin is almost as large as it was earlier in the day as a winning margin. It's 10.5 seconds currently, back to Ryan Barker, with Trevor Gregory having a good fight with the number 7 car in the not too distant past. But now the gap has opened up to 2.5 seconds.
Josh Hilton's turned white now, his square has, to indicate that he is in Class B rather than Class C, so maybe the timekeepers are listening to us. I wouldn't take everything we say literally, though, if they are. Anyway, there is a battle going on between Lee Rickard and Luke Evans. That's for the lead in Class B, and it's changed. It's Lee Rickard that's got ahead in the sort of puce yellow-coloured car. He's got ahead now. Matt Warren's there in his Class A Civic as well, the red one, and he's got past Luke Evans too. So 2 places lost by Luke Evans in the space of a couple of corners, as Lee Rickard now takes the lead in Class B.
So it is Honda Civic Type R from fellow Civic Type R, and then in third position the E36 Compact in Class B, which is a few cars back, number 87 of Stuart Place. And has Josh Hilton all of a sudden lost a bit of his forward momentum? That car is not going the same speed as it was just a handful of laps ago, so it's less smoky this time than it was in the first race. But I just wonder whether maybe a combination of factors, but perhaps the loose exhaust has prevented that car from going much further as well, and I get the sense that Josh is heading straight for the pit lane.
Yeah, and the exhaust, I think, is still just about clinging on. Anyway, into the pit lane he goes. 2 minutes 20 seconds of the race to go. Lee Rickard, we were saying, has taken the lead in Class B. He won both of the races in Class B at Donington Park, which was the last meeting 4 weeks ago for the Hot Hats Championship. Here's that battle for second and third, and Trevor Gregory's caught Ryan Barker back up again. He's perhaps going to have one more go before the end of the race to try and to get back ahead of Ryan Barker, but we'll see if those sort of out-braking issues continue to plague him between now and the end.
I could tell that the Joshua Hilton BMW was heading beneath us there, just because of the volume of the engine notes, minus at least one of its silencers. Now, side by side, Gregory on the outside, it's Ryan Barker on the inside. They were absolutely level pegging as they slowed for Lodge Corner. And Gregory swoops from one side of the road to the other now at Dear Lee. You have to be mindful of where the Armco barrier was there at the old Marshall post. And there in the other end of the other side of the track, if you like, is Luke Emmons running in second position in Class B, trying to hunt down Lee Rickard. But yes, the tables have turned a little bit in Class B compared to the earlier race.
Yeah, absolutely right. Trevor Gregory, who does seem to have good traction out of the slow corners, better than that of Ryan Barker. These both Civic Type Rs, but the setup slightly different specifications of car in some ways. Set up different, as I say. There's Lewis Barker still leading the race and he's been unbeaten this season. Looks like that's going to continue here as he's working his 8th and final lap of the race now. But is Trevor Gregory going to have one more or maybe two more attempts at going for second place here? About 14 seconds behind the leader. There we get a little glimpse of, I think that was, who was that? Matt Higgins, I think we saw briefly there on screen. There is the second place car, the former leader actually, but now Mason Parker's dropped to 5th place in Class C. There is the race leader though, Lewis Barker, we should say, turning his way through Druids for the final time underneath the vehicle bridge. Up towards Lodge he goes, headlamp on, one of them certainly, as he turns his way through in the Europa crash centre livery on his car. He comes through and he takes the checkered flag. 8 wins out of 8 races for Lewis Barker this season, but who's going to be second? Is it going to be Ryan Barker or is it going to be Trevor Gregory? They're about 14 seconds behind. They're coming up to the line now, and it is going to be Trevor Gregory that has done it on the last lap to beat Ryan Barker by half a second.
Impressive stuff. So again, Trevor Gregory finishes second, just as he did earlier on. We've got the same top 3 as we did in race 1. In fact, the same top 4, because Wilf Butler completes those Class A runners. They're all Honda Civic Type Rs. And then the new name in the top 5 is Zach Bunnell in his 291. Lee Rickard will win in Class B in the number 26 Honda Civic. That's a Dayglow green car, having had a reasonable battle with the 78 of Matt Warren, even though they're in different categories. So Rickard winning Class B, Warren finishing 6th in Class A, ahead of Luke Emmons. And now we're waiting for who's going to win in Class C. And it's still Martin Paget ahead in the Citroen Saxo VTR. He had a 5-second advantage over the Peugeot 106 Rally of William Hornsey.
Yeah, and a good drive from both of those. They both had to come from the back of the grid. Here's Hornsey now, actually. And he's still not secure in second because he's got Chris Woods in the Citroen C2 right behind him. And for that matter, the 431 BMW as well of William Hopkins. There's Paget, though. He's going to be our Class C winner. He's in the Citroen Saxo. Up he comes over the crest of the hill, and he sees the checkered flag to take a well-deserved Class C win after the disappointment of earlier on. And it is going to be William Hornsey, who had his first wins earlier on this season at Brands Hatch. He takes second, and it will be, I was going to say Chris Woods then. I think he must have a transponder issue because he's not yet shown on the timer screen, but he definitely was there. Anyway, we can look at the results, I think, now probably, of the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. It was a win for 154 Lewis Barker in the Honda Civic Type R after 8 laps. In fact, it was Honda Civics knocking out the first 9 places. Second was 14 Trevor Gregory, third was 7 Ryan Barker, fourth was 70 Wilf Butler, fifth 291 Zach Bunnell, sixth our Class B winner 26 Lee Rickard, 7th 78 Matt Warren, 8th 77 Luke Emmons, second in Class B, 9th number 17 Andrew Idwin, and then 10th overall 87 Stuart Place, third in Class B in the first non-Honda, the BMW E36 Compact. Then 11th was number 197 Craig Turner. 12th and winning Class C was number 20 Martin Paget from William Hornsey, and yes, they have now slotted Chris Woods into 14th position and third overall, as we said, ahead of Will Hopkins, Mason Parker, and a lap down Mel Higgins. So that's our hot hatch action done as far as the Hot Hatch Championship is concerned. We've still got more races for hot hatches to come, if you like, because we've got the Clios and the Type R Trophy to come to round out the day. But we are going to move next back to BMW racing action for the final BMW action of BMW Live, being the BMW Car Club Racing Championship second contest of the day. But I can see that we've got the drivers heading into Park for now. Now that's a different technique. He's gone with the right-handed point there this time, has Kieran. He's got James Winstanley to help him this time. James also... Oh, that was the double point there from Kieran. So...
It's like he's guiding in a 747 at Heathrow Airport.
Just give him a couple of ping pong bats. He'll be well away, won't
exactly. It's almost like a natural habitat for Kieran. He's multitask. There you go. Precisely.
I think we've found a new career for him. if it doesn't work out in motorsport broadcasting, his
air traffic controlling is definitely calling you, Kieran Mogg.
Absolutely. Right. Anyway, so we've got a couple of cars to recover from that. We've got Steve Polly's BMW, but they're already hooking that up to the tow rope, so I don't think it'll be too long before we get the cars out on track for the next race today, which is going to be for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Reminder that the next 750 Motor Club action is in 2 weeks' time. After this, that is at Brands Hatch. It's not streamed for you on Alpha Live, so you actually have to go to the circuit to watch it on that occasion. And Josh Barrett will look after you for that particular event. And then we are at Silverstone on the 15th and 16th, also not streamed on Alpha Live. Marcus Pye and myself will look after you there for action on the international circuit. Need to go and see what commentary boxes we've got to work from there this year. As Steve Polly, his car is about to be towed away, and we can go down to Kieran Mogg in the pit lane, who's finished his air traffic control duties.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that apt description of my actions there. But as you can see, we've pulled in a lot of cars. There's a lot of people to try and talk to. So try and chat to Trevor Gregory and Ryan Barker first. So Trevor, can I just quickly grab you and Ryan together? Ryan, can I just grab you in as well? Right, that was a bit of an interesting battle with you guys.
That was amazing. That was absolutely one of the best battles I've ever had.
It's been great racing with him this weekend. Fair play. We've not touched. We've had a good battle. Yeah, it's been enjoyable.
Definitely.
Oh, so we saw you go off down at Knickerbrook. A bit of a lock-up. What happened?
I think he went off at Knickerbrook, was it?
I went straight on, and I thought that was it. He's gone. So I just put my head down. Let's try and catch him up. And then you locked up into the
track limit, so I backed off too much. Stupid error, rookie error, and then Shell Oils. I'm a brake by set forward compared to last race, which was middle. I had less front tyre, asking for more front. Bad error, learning curves. So yeah.
Good battle though, and a great way to end the day for you both.
Brilliant. Yeah, definitely. And a big thanks to Ben Sharp, who's been amazing, helping me out, set up the car the last couple of rounds. And it's been absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Ben.
No, it's been brilliant. I mean, him on our team this week, it's been brilliant. Ben Sharp Racing, Jake Hewlett. It's, perfect weekend. We've had a good race.
Well, congratulations both.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. All right, we'll quickly jump in with these guys. So first, Lewis.
Hello.
Right, sorry, it's so difficult seeing people without their helmets on or anything. So you had a bit of a lonely race there.
Yeah. I wanted record, and I were up on it, and I messed up. I was getting a bit giddy, and then I thought just dial it back, and I saw a gap with 10 seconds, so I thought just bring it home, but that India wants that, so no, it was all right. It was just more to get laps in and just push. So, but yeah, very lonely at front without sounding horrible.
Now, what I would suggest, though, is once you get home, watch that race back, watch these two boys, and you'll see why there was such a gap.
Well, it's my brother, so obviously we're going to talk about it all weekend. I can't wait to see it. I love brilliant racing with my brother, and it's a nice grid. Everyone's really nice, and it's brilliant.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again on another win.
Thank you so much.
Cheers, thank you very much. All right, we're going to chat now with Lee. Lee, hello. So, bit of a busy race out there for pretty much everyone. How was it from your point of view?
Made some very suspect overtakes to try and get past people, but they worked. I went past Matt Warren on the outside of Shell Corner and held it. But going, because obviously I'm racing Type R Trophy as well, going from MRFs to AO52s, there's so much that you can just hold it through the corners. So, but yeah, I'm absolutely shattered now, and I've still got one more race.
And obviously, for those people at home that are looking at these Civics, looking at the Type R Civics, and kind of going, what's the difference? So, in a brief overview, what is the difference between them?
Well, them ones, obviously, the Class A are 200 brake. Obviously, ours are 175. Obviously, they do a lot more. Obviously, because I've run in Type R Trophy, I have to run not a plated diff. So obviously, that's not a benefit to me. Obviously, I can run better tyres, I can swap between, obviously I can run a different ECU, so I can lower the VTEC, whereas obviously in Type R Trophy, I have to basically, it's basically standard. So, yeah, and now I'm going to go and start on pole on TRT, so we should see how I end up on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, it's a reverse grid, if I'm right in saying.
So
yeah.
I finished 10th and got to P1, so, but there's some very, very quick people behind me, so we'll see.
Well, good luck for it anyway.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you very much. We've got one very quick last interview with Martin. So, bit of a hectic race for everyone. Yeah. Your point of view?
Starting from the back, because I was DNF in the first one, but cars were bent and twisted, but Mason helped me out from auto care, got that straight, so we went and it was just pushed on, good few laps, got a space and just held it there really, so happy.
Well, congratulations to end the day on a class win.
This one's for Owen Jenner.
Congratulations. All right, thank you very much. All right, so that is it for the hot hatches. And now we've got coming up the second race of the BMW Car Club. Before that, a very quick break.
Cars heading to the grid for the second BMW Car Club Racing Championship race of the weekend. Paul Cook beating Paul Bailey and Mike Eustace in the earlier race. Paul Bailey being given a penalty, which meant that the result flipped from what we initially thought. So the grid for this one has number 26 Paul Cook on pole position, and besides him is going to be number 38 Paul Bailey. Second row of the grid will be the number 8 car of Mike Eustace. Next to him will be number 9 Jason Rees. Third row is going to be 43 Steve Schweikart, here it is now, and 78 Ronan Bradley. Fourth row 7 John Brown and 14 Daniel Smith. The fifth row 39 Christina Lowe and 81 Theo Millward plus M2 poleman. 66 Mark Coleman, 69 Johnny Hayes on row 6. On row 7 treble 8 Andrew Phillips and 31 Paul Laramie. On row number 8, it's 68 Gareth Thomas and 62 Ruben Cueto. The ninth row, 75 Craig Emerson and 150 Eric Bolton. Row 10, 79 Sergei Maleev and 28 Nathan Tromans. Then on row 11, 72 Sean Stafford Atkinson and 46 Shane Tweedy. 52 Michael Cook and 42 Paul Neville on row 12. Row 13, 71 Sean Foley and 17 Andrew Pywell. 76 Stuart Pywell and 13 Matthew Smith on row 14. Row 15, 27 Chris Blake and 44 Ben Haynes. 74 Warren Hales and 20 David Aspton on row 16. Row 17, 50 Stephen Kay and 37 Calvin Granger. 177 Max Bunting starting at the back. Both of those last two were disqualified from the previous race, and that was because of a technical infringement. So, and of course also that track limits penalty applied to Paul Bailey's time, that meant that Paul Cook was the winner. Red lights are on, race about to get underway, lights go out and away they go. Oh, there's contact at the start of the race, and into the barrier goes Paul Bailey. Paul Bailey is into the barriers at the start of the race, and there's two more cars off on the other side of the circuit. Red lights on, race being stopped, and it is the number 17 car of Andrew Pywell that has gone into the barriers, and also I think the 28 car that is probably of Nathan Tromans as well. So three cars that have stopped, including that of Paul Bailey, the driver who started on the outside of the front row. There was contact between him and Paul Cook off the line, and they ultimately ended up with both of them heading into Paul Bailey's car into the barriers. Paul Cook was able to continue, and then in the aftermath, the 17 car of Andrew Pywell, the driver from Wakefield, went into the barriers, and I think it's also the 28 car of Nathan Tromans. Both of those drivers, I think all three drivers are out of their respective cars. Possibly we're still just waiting for Nathan Tromans actually just to make sure he's okay. But we've got the rescue vehicle on the scene, two of them in fact, the 750 Motor Club rescue units, the medics of course as well. The medical car is on the track, and all of the drivers involved will be getting the best possible attention. Never nice to see that though at the start of a race, Johnny Palmer.
Certainly not, because the cars are at such close quarters that means that reaction speeds are good, but nevertheless you can't easily see what's going on in front of you because you are blinded by other cars, unsighted. The one advantage of a start line incident is that everyone's not got quite up to full speed, but the problem is the further back you've come from, and in the case of Nathan Tromans, I agree with you, that's the 28 car, he was on row 10, so he will have really picked up quite a bit of speed before all of a sudden the road ahead of him, I assume, was completely blocked, and he's got nowhere to go but into the side of the stricken car in front of him, which you said... Who did you reckon was it? Andrew Pywell.
Andrew Pywell.
Who was it actually behind Tromans on the grid?
Well, I'm pretty sure it's Tromans, but I can't see the whole of the number on the car. But
I was going to say it's either 28 or it's 38, but 38's in the barrier on the other side of the road, right? That's Paul Bailey, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I think you've identified them perfectly well. But I mean, there's nothing to stop the resting place of Andrew Pywell's car being further down the track, of course, even though he started behind him. But it was a ricochet moment. I have to say, I wasn't peering out of the screen in the old school PA way that I should have been doing, frankly, but you were ever on the ball. Yes, a bit of excitement, and not necessarily the type that we enjoy, but the rescue units were always going to be very quickly on the scene as well. That's the reason why they're always at the back of the grid in readiness for an unsatisfactory start, shall we say. And already Paul Bailey is out talking to the medics, talking to the rescue crews. I think the other bigger issue for Nathan Tromans is that he just couldn't get out of the car because the driver's door was wedged up against Pywell's.
Well, that's right. They're literally touching, aren't they? Sandwiched together, those two. And so I think possibly it was, can he get out of the passenger side of the car? Now, of course, the first priority here is with the drivers to make sure that they are okay. They'll all go to the medical centre, I'm sure, after this to be checked over by the doctors there to make sure that they're in reasonable health, and we very much hope that they are. And only then, once we've established that, will the officials start to recover the cars, which won't be the work of a moment, because I think all three of these will need some outside intervention to get them cleared, Johnny.
Yeah, and it's a delicate operation as well then, once the circuit in a sense is passed over to the recovery crews rather than the extraction worrying about drivers. As soon as the drivers are out of each of their mounts, then the marshals can move in and work out the complexity of recovering each car carefully without causing it any more damage. Unfortunately for the Pywell car, though, that is significantly dishevelled on the front after its contact with the Armco barrier. Armco is designed to give a little bit, to deform in places. And I'm encouraged by the fact that it's not done that a huge amount, actually. So hopefully the level of impact was relatively limited. On the other hand, of course, Paul Bailey's car, we can't really see that too well, but that's hit bare concrete, so that is more of a concern. However, Paul was out of the car and walking around and in conversation, so that's an encouraging sign.
Well, it's going to take a good few minutes to clear all of this up, I'm afraid. So a little bit of a hiatus before the BMW Car Club Racing Championship action gets back underway. But earlier on today, Will Beaumont was out enjoying the atmosphere at BMW Live, and let's see what he found at the show.
What's better than a sunny summer's day at Oulton Park? A sunny summer's day when Oulton Park is full of BMWs. We are at BMW Live, so we have the track behind us ready for some racing action all day. There's going to be non-BMWs, but there's also going to be lots and lots of BMW racing. And as well, as usual, as you would expect at BMW Live, there are hundreds and hundreds of BMWs. The most exceptional, the cleanest cars you've ever seen, the most exceptional, the rarest, everything is here. It's absolutely chocked full of the best BMWs in the country. But as well, this year, as just any BMWs, we also have a few, what you'd call, because there's a few anniversaries happening as well. So this year is the 50th anniversary of the BMW 6 Series, the E24, the first one that was launched in 1976. And the shark nose coupe, the most, I suppose, the meanest of BMWs possibly, but also one of the prettiest. It manages to do aggression and grace in the same way. So we have a selection here of some of the best E24s. Over here, we have 4 wonderful examples showing different elements and the way this E24 developed over time. And while it might look similar, the E24 from when it was first launched, there actually a lot went on underneath the E24. It changed, there were suspension changes, there were engine changes, but always at the heart of the E24 was a rear-wheel drive chassis with a big straight 6 engine up front, sometimes with 24 valves, sometimes with 4 valves per cylinder in the M635 CSI, but every single one of them always looked just the most exquisite of cars. I think they're one of the best looking cars that BMW's ever made, one of the best looking cars that have ever existed. 10 years before the E24 was launched, we had the O2, the small BMW, one of the BMWs that sort of, I suppose, really set out what BMW was, the modern BMW was about. That small, sporty, a car that that might look like a saloon car, but actually drove as much like a sports car as anything. And that's where the O2 sort of really set that template of what BMW really came to be known as. And it's 60 years, but unbelievably 60 years of the O2 now. So we've got some great examples. We have this touring here, a modified example with turbo arches. And that's the other thing about O2s, is that they're so easily modified. They're so easily, the parts that are available, they're almost interchangeable. So you have an excellent base for anything to sort of start with. So we have this wonderful wide arched 2002 touring, but with turbo arches. I don't think it's got a turbo engine in it, but let's go and have a quick look, because at the front of a BMW O2 we have this small, relatively small, lightweight 4-cylinder engine, so aluminium head, cast iron block. This one's on twin carb, so not turbocharged, but it absolutely sits perfectly in its engine bay. Really well balanced car. I'm a little bit biased. I have an O2 myself, so I always enjoy seeing one of these, and particularly modified examples. I think they're brilliantly done. So as we go here, we've got some more standard versions as well. As well as the O2 didn't start with the 2002. That might be the most famous one, but actually the O2 started with the 1600-02. That was when the first body show was created. So while this is not an earlier car, but this is a 1602 and has that sort of the essence of those very early cars. So a little bit more simple, not quite as fast, not quite as powerful, but still absolutely at its core that sort of sporty, well-balanced car that was all about making sure that it was enjoyable to drive, as well as being semi-practical. While the 2002 Turbo gets all of the accolades and is the rarest and the most exceptional of the O2s, possibly other than maybe some special tuned versions, the 2002 TII is really kind of one of the most sought after O2s. It's the one that people want because it's one of the most practical, usable, and one of the fastest that you get out there. 120 horsepower and a relatively sort of light chassis as well. Again, all with that core BMW, brilliantly well balanced, brilliant driver's car, rear wheel drive, mostly with a manual gearbox. They did do an automatic ones, but this here is what makes a sporty saloon and everything you could possibly ever need it to be. It took the fight right to Alfa Romeo and the Italian brands. It was absolutely the car that would have set the template for sporty saloons. And while Ford and some of the other manufacturers that were making their Escorts and things into sportier cars, they didn't have the same level of luxury as well, and they didn't have the same fully independent suspension that the O2 had. So this really was sort of advanced, well advanced compared to its rivals, and was equally, and if not more enjoyable to drive than any of them.
Well, thanks, Will, for that insight into some of the cars that have been on display here at BMW Live at Oulton Park today, and hopefully some of those cars will be taking place in the parade, time permitting, at the end of the day. Obviously, this red flag in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship race perhaps won't help that. Now, we were watching the 3 cars in front of us, Johnny, that needed to be recovered, but then you went outside and spotted someone else having to be recovered as well.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, there is a 4th car involved, and I'm sure plenty of you on the avenue were wondering why we weren't talking about Paul Cook's car, who was starting from pole position, remember, and he was effectively given the race win after a penalty to Paul Bailey earlier in the day. But that rather suggests that he was involved in the initial pile-up, if you like, the initial contact, which put Paul Bailey into the wall. So Paul Cook's car too badly damaged to continue, and that's 4 cars now that will sit on the sidelines when we restart. Now, thankfully, it was a huge entry anyway, 35 cars in total, so we're down to at least to 31. Let's hope it's no fewer than that.
Well, I can tell you that it will be, because a message came through from Kieran, actually, that car 7, which is John Brown, he's not going to be able to take the restart either. We can now, from our commentary box, see Andrew Pywell's car being recovered. That is the last of the 3 here to be recovered. Paul Cook's car is now on the flatbed, which just needs to be sort of tilted backwards. So I think fairly soon the track will be clear, but then we just need to make sure that it's safe to race. There is some fluid that has been spilt, that's just being treated with quick dry by the circuit staff and the marshals. And then, of course, we need to get the cars re-gridded. It will go back to the original grid, of course, albeit neither of the front row cars will be there, and a few others will also be missing from the grid as well once the race gets underway. So it'll take a few minutes to re-grid. Then there'll be a green flag lap, and at the moment, no news of the length of the race restart. Just waiting for the officials to determine that over in race control, and it will depend how quickly the circuits can be sort of reopened for racing once again, and how long it takes to re-grid the cars as well, because they'll be mindful of the fact that we have a 6:30 curfew here. It's now 4:54, and we've got this and 2 more races to get in this evening here at Oulton Park. But the last of the cars on the start line is being taken away. Paul Cook's car is being driven away as well, so we're getting steadily closer to a restart, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nature of saloon car racing and the way that the grids are assembled, I suppose, in the 2x2 staggered format. And we've got so many cars here at Oulton Park. It's quite a confined, compacted grid anyway. But we will have 30 cars, hopefully, then, to take the restart fairly shortly.
Yeah, and we're going to get a green flag lap in a 17-minute race. So that's fairly generous, actually. Only 3 minutes of race time being deducted. The leaf blower's back out again. I get to see that firsthand this time, being operated opposite our commentary position. So I imagine that is just a question of they've sort of brushed it in to absorb the fluid, and then they can blow the excess away. That's actually quite a good idea, because it means that you don't get sort of huge plumes of dust being kicked up when cars drive over it, because it all disappears into the atmosphere somewhere, I guess.
Or just out to the grass. But
yes.
It's better in the grass than it is, I suppose, on the asphalt for racing purposes. Yeah.
So, and it's not taking that member of the circuit staff very long to do that. So he is almost at the end of that patch of quick dry, and then he'll get back in his van and be off. Meanwhile, the car's being brought forward onto the grid, and it looks like it's going to be effectively, I think, Mike Eustace and Jason Rees on the front row of the grid after that incident involving those 2 cars at the beginning of the race that then triggered other incidents further back. I think Josh Barrett... Has Josh Barrett given me updated points for this one? I'm not sure he did, because this was after the lunch break, wasn't it? No, he didn't. So
he's losing his touch, is Josh Barrett.
He's got touring cars to prepare.
Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a long journey as well.
It is.
Where he's based across.
It is. So situation
to Truxton. Yeah, go on.
Yeah,
Sorry.
come into this was of course Theo Millward leading in Class M2. He won earlier, extending his lead. Are you all right down there?
I am. I'm now up there, so that's a lot better. I can actually see him.
Johnny trying to adjust the height of his chair
the windowsill.
Paul Cook, of course, he had the win early on, as it turned out, but he's not going to get any points from this race. So Mike Eustace possibly might take the lead of the M1 class after today's race, or maybe even Stephen Schweikart possibly, who's only a little bit further adrift. BMW Cup. Who was the winner in that earlier on? It was Eric Bolton, wasn't it? Who was having his first event of the season. Shane Tweedy has been is leading the way in that particular class this season. And Paul Laramie, earlier on today, the win went the way of Andrew Phillips from Paul Laramie. Paul Laramie, I think, therefore still leading Class 6 coming into this particular race. We've already had 3 meetings at Brands Hatch, Silverstone and Donington Park on the international and national circuits respectively, with good fields enjoyed at all of those. For the opening meeting of the season, it was Mike Eustace that took the 2 wins at Brands. Paul Cook was a double winner at Silverstone on the national circuit in May, and then at Donington Park last month Jazz Sapra and Paul Cook shared the wins there. As I say, Theo Millwall's been beaten in Class M2. Ernie Graham had won all of the M2R wins before this weekend, but had been the only competitor. Green flag lap gets underway, so that's quite a quick turnaround. And Class 6 had been more competitive. Max Bunting, David Aspden, Paul Laramie, all having had wins in Class 6. And today, of course, we had Andrew Phillips adding to that roster. And in the Cup class, Shane Tweedy's won 3 times, Will Graham once. James Winstanley even has had a couple of wins at Donington Park in the Cup class, with Eric Bolton adding to the list of winners today. But cars heading off on their green flag lap now for what will be a 17-minute race, as I say. So still should be time for probably 10 laps, I would think. 9 or 10 laps for these cars. The quickest cars lapping the sort of 1:49s. But obviously we don't have the 2 quickest cars on the grid now, so maybe not quite that quick. So I would think probably 9 laps is what we'll get, maybe even 10 if we're lucky. You can see the infield is now a little bit emptier than it was earlier on in the day, as some of the BMW owners have headed home. Hopefully some will have stayed on for the parade if we do indeed get time for that at the end of the day. But this BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Johnny, what I like about it is the fact that we do have a number of different classes here. So traffic comes into play, and you've got some really big, powerful, muscular cars at the front and something much more cost-effective at the back.
Yeah, and I suppose it fits a number of different budgets in that respect. But also, if you have got a bit more cash at your disposal, then I would imagine it's mightily rewarding to tame a car with this much torque, this much brake horsepower around a tight and twisty circuit. With other manufacturers of cars of this sort of speed and capability, I've described it in the past as like flying a jet fighter around a gymnasium. Because there's really way too much power. It's a bit like when British GT rolls into town here at Oulton Park. You think, is this actually going to work? But I mean, you do occasionally get the odd big incident, but generally those highly skilled drivers just know where and when to apply the power and get the lap time out of a track like this.
We've not got Mark Eustace there either,
I've
have we?
noticed that, yeah.
So it's Jason Rees that's going to be the de facto pole man, who originally was scheduled to start this race 4th. Stephen Schreikart is there, and I think Ronan Bradley was there. Yes, he is there. He's effectively 3rd. John Brown, we're told, is not there. So Daniel Smith, 14, is effectively 4th. Christina Lowe is effectively 5th. And then the rest. So, a few fewer cars, in particular from the top M1 class, unfortunately, for the restart. But hopefully we'll see them back out before too much longer. 31st of August is the next event for these cars on the Snetterton 300 circuit on August Bank Holiday Monday. We'll be bringing you that on Alpha Live as well. So do tune in to the live stream from Snetterton in just over a month's time. Forward to bringing you that and some of the other events as we get towards the end of the year, not forgetting the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone, the traditional end of the 750 Motor Club season on the last Saturday in October, just before the clocks go back. So cars coming to the grid then for their 17-minute race. This final BMW racing action of BMW Live for 2026. Yeah, the magnificent Oulton Park circuit. Last few cars coming into place. Green flag waved at the back, hoping for a cleaner start this time. Red lights go on now. And they go out and they head off up towards us for the first time, and it's Jason Rees that's got the advantage over Ronan Bradley, I think, as they turn into the first corner. But there's 1 or 2 cars that have struggled to get off the line further back. I think they're all going now, though. Bit of a delay for a couple of them, in particular the 66 car of Mark Colmer. But the leaders heading down towards Cascades for the first time, and it's Jason Rees that leads the way from Ronan Bradley and Daniel Smith.
Yeah, so just about everyone getting away cleanly. One from the pit lane as well. I'm not sure whether you took note of which car that was. Maybe one in the 70s.
I think it's Stuart Pywell, I think.
Okay. So we'll keep a check on the final car running. Obviously not allowed to join from the pit lane at the point where everyone else is released from the start-finish line, because it's far too busy then. But just as soon as the last car goes into Old Hall, the light turned green at the end of pit road, and Jason Rees then at Britain Chicane for the first time of asking will lead this 17-minute race, slightly shortened, but not maybe as short as we were fearful of. And over the rise comes the number 9 car then, that was due to start on 4th on the grid, but it was the highest positioned car because of the 3 being absent at the restart. And Jason Rees at times through today has looked strong, but maybe not as strong as the 2 Pauls that were due to start on the front row. So he's going to have he's certainly going to have a challenge on here to stay in the lead of the race.
Oh, and there's a car that's pulled off though. It's the 43 car, Steve Schweikart, actually, the champion, previous champion of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, has come to a stop there down at His. He was the champion in 2023 and 3rd in the championship last year. So disaster for... Oh, it's got going again. Steve Schweikart. Yeah, all not going well for him today. Here are our leaders though. Jason Rees, number 9, the driver from South Wales, Pontypool, and Ronan Bradley in the number 78 car in second. And Sean Foley, who was off at the end of race 1, he's had a spin in the second race as well there at Druids, but he's managed to regain the track as the cars head up towards Old Hall Corner for the second time.
And there may well have been another car involved in that incident. Couldn't see one in frame, but it's unusual to have a moment there at Druids. Unless it was maybe cold tyres, there was certainly a squirm indeed for number 37 as well, working its way up from the back. Cavan Granger, so due to start on the 17th row, but it would have been a little better off than that because of the absent cars, and Granger is able to take the place versus the car that he was fighting there, number 37. So that was possibly Paul Laramie, actually, that he just got ahead of.
Yeah, Cavan, of course, was disqualified from the early race for a technical issue. Not quite sure what the nature of that was. So he's out of position, really, from the start and trying to fight his way back up the order. There is the 888 car of Andrew Phillips. 31 is that, is it not, of Paul Laramie? Yes, it is, the E46 compact for the driver from Huntingdon. They are disputing what will be 8th and 9th position. So Cavan Granger in his M2 class car already up to 7th place there, which is great going from the back.
Sure is, and with a few cars, as you say, not necessarily in their rightful spots, whether that be through infringements or scrutineering discoveries. It's going to take a bit of time just for the race to settle down, I suppose, and for those to find their rightful order. Ruben Cueto in number 62 was just, I spotted going through Hislops and Knickerbrook. He's in 10th position. Well, he started there in his BMW M2 racing car. Cueto is in the M2R class. Race leader over the line, but the second place car is slightly faster on that occasion by over 0.2 of a second. So Ronan Bradley in number 78 looking to try and reel in. Not exactly the runaway leader, who certainly weren't, because they were almost side by side across the line at the end of the second lap.
Yeah, impressed here by Ruben Cueto in 10th overall in his second race in the M2R class car. That's the one make category effectively within the BMW Car Club Championship grid. For the ex-motorcycle racer from Santander to go from 26th on the grid, it was, I think, for race 1 to 10th in race 2. Here are our 2 leaders, though, coming out of Britain's and down over Hilltop towards His's and Knickerbrook. 0.3 between Jason Rees and Ronan Bradley at the start of the lap. They flick right, left, and then they go right again through Knickerbrook, up Clay Hill towards the pedestrian bridge there. And they are quite considerably ahead of Daniel Smith, about 5 seconds clear of the number 14 car. There's one into the pit lane, which is that the 72 car, I want to say?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Sean Stafford Atkinson, who's into the pits, the former low-cost racer, 54-year-old from Melbourne in Derbyshire, who's been racing since 2005. She was 6th in the championship 1 year, was Sean. She also done a bit of RGB and some Formula Woman racing as well, and she's in one of the Automac BMWs this weekend. Jason Rees has just got over the line. He's done the best lap of the race, a 151.206. That's a couple of seconds off the best lap times we saw in the earlier races. Here's the fight for third. Christina Lowe catching Daniel Smith there for third position, so we'll keep an eye on that battle going on. And here's the battle for the lead in Class 6. Andrew Phillips, treble 8, and 31 Paul Laramie. Andrew Phillips having his first class win earlier on today of the season, and going well at his local circuit. He's from Nantwich, he's a company director, and guess which his favourite circuit is? Oulton Park. Yes, well done. And he'll no doubt be supported by his family here this weekend in his 10th season of racing, having started in 2017. He's also a Grand Prix Midget National Champion in 2019 as well. But that, I'm afraid, is Sean Stafford Atkinson's car in the pit lane. Is she going to retire, or is she going to go back out into the race?
Well, she's moving.
Towards the garages, yeah.
Yeah. That wasn't immediately obvious to me, but it is now, as it steers 90 degrees right. Nose to tail for the race lead between Jason Rees and Ronan Bradley. So Bradley continues to turn the screw to look for a way by, but Jason Rees seems to have just enough of the measure on the chasing car, at least for the time being. Any slight error, as we were hearing from one or two drivers earlier on, these races have got to be entirely mistake-free if you are having to battle with somebody nose to tail. There aren't that many opportunities to perform a natural overtake, but they can be exemplified, if you like, or increased because of a slight error here and there. And again, the car's being thrown around the road by Jason Rees. I think that was just a gear change and demonstrating how much torque is at his disposal. He will continue to lead, but not before we see another new fastest lap of the race for Ronan Bradley again.
Yeah, he was 3 tenths quicker than Rees on that lap, and he's going for the lead now, trying to overlap as they go down Denton's towards Cascades, and Bradley almost overlapping, but he does, I think, just about back out of that so as not to have contact with Jason Rees there. But Ronan Bradley, fastest on the previous lap, going for the lead here. We've still got 9 minutes of the race left to go, so good few laps left in order to make a move. There we can see the 27 car of Chris Blakey. He's in 15th position. He's making his way through. I think Sergei Meneve in the 79 car is somewhere around there, and he's going past Craig Emerson in the number 75 330 as well. So that is a change for 12th position there as the leaders here through Britain's fantastic sight as they power over the curbs, and now out of Britain's up and over hilltop is Ronan Bradley going to be able to make a manoeuvre under braking for his is sticking in behind the Park Garages car of Jason Rees, the race leader. Out up towards Clay Hill they go. We're about 8 seconds clear of Daniel Smith, but only less than 1.2 seconds now between Daniel Smith and Christina Lowe for third.
Yeah, so that's the next one to likely liven up. Also some good pace being found elsewhere. Well, actually, 3 of the top 5 all improved their laps. 4 of the top 5 all improved their laps on that occasion, including Ronan Bradley, who's found another fastest lap. But the 3 cars in behind, not literally on the racetrack, but behind him on the timing screen, are also finding the odd bit of speed as well, which is impressive considering Christina Lowe is battling with Daniel Smith. It's not really slowing them down to this point. And the other car that is in the top 5 currently is Theo Millward in his number 81 E36.
Yeah, and Cavan Granger's second within Class M2, but not lapping as quickly as Theo. So Theo looks like he's going to maintain his excellent run this season in the championship. He's been unbeaten in Class M2 all the way through this season so far. This will be his 8th class win if he can make it. Driver that started out in the 116 trophy and has switched to a sort of different specification of BMW, the E36 3 Series. Oh, now is this a chance for Bradley? Oh, and he's got a big slide on as he gets on the power coming out of Britain's. Nevertheless, can he take advantage here as Jason Rees goes past a back marker? That's the 59 car. He goes past, was it the 50 car possibly of Stephen Kay, I beg your pardon. But nevertheless, it's still Jason Rees holding on from Ronan Bradley at the moment. Here is a fight further down the hill. That's Stuart Pyrell coming through from the pit lane start. He's passing Shane Tweedy there for 17th place.
Yeah, but it won't improve Stephen Pyrell's position in terms of its class position. It will gain it, as you say, one spot to get ahead of now the 18th placed runner Tweedy. But Tweedy continues to lead in the Cup division, Shane Tweedy, which now Shane got on the podium earlier on in Cup, but didn't win it, finished third. So this is an upturn in the fortunes as well, to be leading number 42, Paul Neville, who is running in second in the Cup part of the race. Leaders exiting Old Hall Corner now, and a slightly larger gap on this occasion. That is because Jason Rees was almost a second faster than Ronan Bradley on that circuit, so the gap has climbed to a second now, first to second.
You're mentioning Shane Tweedy there, 36-year-old mechanic from Cambridge, started racing last year, did a couple of rounds in the Swift Sport Challenge and has switched since to the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And someone who doesn't, that's their favourite circuit, is Oulton Park. They've gone for Anglesey, which is also not a bad choice.
True, yes.
Anyway,
not a huge distance from here. I mean,
no, an hour or so up the road, hour and a half. Yeah.
And some cracking views from there as well. The coastline circuit, but here at Oulton Park provided terrific racing for most of our categories today. And again, we're not being disappointed for this arm wrestle between Jason Rees and Ronan Bradley. So the green and white car might now be able to play the traffic a little bit in places, because ahead of them on the road is the 52 car, and that is being driven by Michael Cook in the 330 CI. So one of the Class 6 runners. Class 6 still being led by the earlier winner, Andrew Phillips, and Paul Laramie, who earlier finished second. So Laramie's only 0.6 of a second, though, off the back of Phillips' car currently. And it is about the same margin, maybe smaller than that, though, this time around, between Rees and Bradley.
Yeah, really close now, as they are going to probably they might get 3 more laps out of this. We'll have to see. As they've completed lap 7, it's going to be whether we get 2 or 3 more laps out of this. Rees and Bradley turning their way into and out of Old Hall Corner, 0.3 between them, down towards the left-hander at Cascades. There you go. There'll be more traffic for them to deal with before the end of this race, and that could play a part. But Bradley, he was trying to get alongside, but you just sensed that the E92 of Rees got a bit more top end, and he's just able to ease away on the few longer, faster straights on the circuit. Watching the battle a bit further back, this is Matthew Smith and Mark Colmer. Matthew Smith had a black and white driving standards flag for track limits earlier on in the race, and he is currently running in 13th position.
Here are the race leaders again. Jason Rees catching some curb, and he will hope, for his sake, not too much curb, but the car did actually move around, and now he's made contact with one of the back markers. 2 wheels on the grass for Jason Rees, but not quite close enough to capitalise on that was Ronan Bradley. But yes, oh, and now Bradley's lost it from second place. There must be something down, surely, for both leaders to disappear like that, or was it just the distraction of the back markers? So now getting going again is Ronan Bradley to take the race lead, or did somebody else get through?
No, it is still Bradley in the lead. Daniel Smith has come through now to second, and I think that was Christina Lowe that's just behind the rejoining Jason Rees. The back mark that was involved was, I think, Shane Tweedy. The Cup class leader was the driver that was tagged initially by Jason Rees, and I thought that was going to be a bigger action than it was, firstly, and then I thought it was all sorted out, and then Rees span, and then Bradley span, and it was all all rather chaotic. So this, I think, is our new race leader, Ronan Bradley, with Daniel Smith right behind him now as they're coming through, and they are getting the last lap board, and they're getting it, I think, because that spin meant it was a longer lap.
Yeah, of course, naturally.
So only going to be a 9-lap race rather than 10.
Well, both Paul Rees and Ronan Bradley lost significant time. Now, is that the Tweedy car off the road?
No, that's Christina Lowe, I think.
Christina Lowe, who was running fourth before all of that carnage kicked off. She won't be fourth now, of course, with that delay, and has fallen back to fifth position. So behind the Theo Millward car, who continues to lead Class M2, but he's up to fourth overall. To be honest, thinking back now, the Jason Rees spin makes sense because he'd been on the grass and the car was, well, heading into Hislops with the pendulum effect, I would have said. So, OK, he's lost the car, but what I didn't understand was then why Ronan Bradley lost the car, unless he was fearful that he might run into the side of Jason Rees. That's why I shouted, first of all, there must be oil down, but I don't think there is, because everyone else has got through without an issue, including Daniel Smith, who is now very, very close to the race leader. And as you say, they've all been given the last lap board. 45 seconds remain. And Ronan Bradley under stern pressure. So he goes from the chaser to now the being chased car. And it's an entirely different car in second position, the M3 of Daniel Smith.
Absolutely right. So he's come in second position. Looks like they're going to catch and lap Sean Foley here before the end of this race as well. It's equally close in Class 6, we saw as well a moment ago. Andrew Phillips and Paul Laramie still duking it out for him, but there's only 2 car lengths between these two, the 2 overall and M1 class leaders, as they head along the straight under the Warwick Bridge up towards Lodge Corner for the final time, with that back marker ahead of them. Is that going to come into play? I don't think it quite is, or is it? They're just about going to catch it as they come to the finish line where the checkered flag goes out, and it's Ronan Bradley that wins for, I think, the first time this season in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Yes, indeed, it is his first win of the year. Daniel Smith takes second place. Bradley also gets the fastest lap as well. And I think it's going to be Jason Rees eventually that will come through to take third position. Get confirmation on that in a moment. He's not come through yet. We've had Theo Millward. No, he's not. Theo Millward's come through in third place to win the M2 class. Christina Lowe takes fourth place, and we've not seen Jason Rees come through on the final lap.
So he's got missing. That's a peculiar one for sure. Keeping an eye over at Druids, but I think the car has pulled off to the side.
No, it's just come across the line now. Here it is.
Yes, okay, 7.
And there's a problem on the right rear. So I think, in fact, the tyre has completely parted company with the wheel now, and it's heading off into the barriers at Old Hall Corner, and it just clung on to get him over the line.
Unbelievable. It lost him several places, but maybe he could feel that it was going, so wanted to ease his way to the line just to ensure the race finish. In the meantime, it's a double win for the day for Andrew Phillips in Class 6. He wins that by 0.4 of a second over Paul Laramie. And in third position in Class 6, the 27 car of Chris Blakey. And who else are we waiting for? Well, the Tweedy car does hold on in the end to win in the Cup division, and that looked a bit harum-scarum as well for Shane Tweedy. Sorry, I'm talking all over your results here, Ian. I beg your pardon.
Not my results, Johnny, but
like you normally do them.
I'll talk over them now then. Number 78, Ronan Bradley, the winner at the end of 9 laps. Second, number 14, Daniel Smith, 7/10 between them. Third, 81, Theo Millward, winning Class M2 for the 8th time out of 8 this season. Fourth was 39, Christina Lowe. Fifth was 37, Cavan Granger, second in M2. Sixth, great result that for Johnny Hayes in the M2R class car. Well done to him in number 69. Seventh was number 9, Jason Rees, just clinging on to the end. His tyre was anyway. Eighth, winning Class 6, was Treble 8 Andrew Phillips from number 31, Paul Laramie in 9th. Gareth Thomas completed the top 3 in M2. Ruben Cueto on his second ever racing cars, he took 11th in number 62. Mark Culmer was 12th in number 66. And then 13th number 27, Chris Blakey, 14th number 30, Matthew Smith. I'm just going to, as we look at the next screen, just a quick word there to Cavan Grange from the back of the grid to 5th in car 37, second in M2. That's probably worthy of more note than I gave it. Further back, you can see in the Cup class, number 46, Shane Tweedy in 18th place overall. From 42, Paul Neville, and 50, Stephen Kay, completing the top 3 within that class at the end of what was a hugely instant-packed BMW Car Club Racing Championship event?
Yeah, rather too much of it, frankly, considering the start of the race, which was disaster for so many, including the front runners or the front row of Paul Bailey and Paul Cook, which put them immediately out of the race. Clearly Mike Eustace was involved as well, a nasty incident that put Nathan Tromans and Andrew Pywell into the Armco barrier on driver's left. And then, of course, the very high drama of Jason Rees trying to negotiate traffic on what we've already established is a narrow track, sideswiping poor Shane Tweedy. Thankfully, Tweedy was able to ride that storm, but it put Jason Rees off on the grass. It then resulted in him spinning at his ease and a spin for the eventual winner. So I'm sure Ronan Bradley, when we catch up with him, will have a tale or two to tell, because I didn't expect him to still be able to win that race when he was facing the wrong way at Hislops for a couple of seconds. Such was the leading margin at the time, though, over the third place car. Daniel Smith got very close to being able to take the race lead, but it wasn't quite enough.
It certainly wasn't. BMW Car Club, as I say, next in action at Snetterton at the end of August. We'll hopefully hear from our class winners in just a moment with Kieran. If they do stop to talk to him this time, I think they may have done actually, because they didn't seem keen to talk to him earlier on today. We've then got 2 more races to come. We've got the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship coming up next. We've got the Tikiwa Type R Trophy event to conclude the day's action. There is the lake that goes with Lakeside here at Oulton Park. Picturesque scene there.
You know the name of that lake?
No, I don't.
It's rather uninventively called Oulton Lake.
Oh. I'm disappointed now.
I was when I looked it up.
hoping for more. Right, we can go down to Kieran Mogg. He's in the Park Farm area speaking to our class winners in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship.
Thank you very much, and I can confirm they have stopped this time. Yeah, I've got some people to talk to. They've all run away a little bit, so I'm going to try and find Ronan Bradley, which I believe is over there. So I'm just going to try and jump in a second because he is he's rather excited. He jumped out of the car. So, Ronan, you let out a very big scream when you jumped out of the car then.
That is my first ever official race win.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. Been battling long. Hopefully the others are okay after the start. I had a fantastic battle with Jason for the whole way. Unfortunately, there was a bit of contact at the back with him and a back marker. I ended up spinning, he ended up spinning, come back on, winning. And then Dan coming up behind me. I didn't even see the last lap. I didn't even see the checkers flags, but all I seen was my son cheering on the side. So I thought, oh, race is over. But
I mean, that was one of the best final laps I think I've ever seen here.
It was, yeah. Very nervous, like just get it over the line, but we got there finally.
Well, congratulations, first ever win. Nice way to end the weekend for you.
Definitely. It might be a 4 hours journey home, but it'll be worth it now. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, have a drink when you get there.
I will do when I get home. Thank you.
Congratulations. Cheers. I may as well for a quick second.
Come on, Dan.
Right.
Yes, mate.
First podium, congratulations. Obviously, these boys helped a little bit, let's put it that way. But yeah, good drive.
Oh, I was happy with third. I see third. Obviously, a lot of boys, fast boys, got taken out. Unfortunately, I hope they're okay. They got taken out, but I was happy with third. And I've done my personal best of 51. I've been here testing yesterday, obviously today, and everything like that. So I've been trying to get down to, couldn't get past 52. I got down to 51. I was over the moon with that. And then when I come around the corner and I see these two like left and right, I was like, okay. And then obviously Ronan come back on. I'm good friends with Ronan. He come back on, and like I said, me and him had a good battle to the line, and that's what it's about. I'm chuffed.
All I'll say is watch the race back and just get ready to laugh.
Oh, really?
It's hilarious.
Is it one of them?
It's really funny. Like, there's nothing bad at all.
No.
It was just that they both spun basically in sequence.
And I couldn't get there. I literally, if I was a bit closer, maybe. But look, I'm happy with second. I'm on the, like they just said, that's my first podium in the car. I've had nothing. I'm down on power. So me to be there, I'm over the moon.
Well, congratulations. First podium as well.
Thank you. Honestly, like I said, I can't do it. And I've got to say thanks to my daughter Willow. She designed the car. So much attention. Willow loves it. So she was there with me.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you. Right, just quickly try and jump in with a couple of people. We've got Theo Millward, which I don't know where Theo's got. Trouble is, everyone's run away now. The 81, I don't know. Hello. Hello again. You're right. Sorry, we don't have a lot of time, but another good race.
Yeah, really good chaos out there, man. Absolute proper chaos. But yeah, we got through it, so super happy.
Yeah, fantastic. Obviously, you did very well this time. You did well last time as well. But actually, no, we finished this time, so that's good. But it's still a chaotic race.
Absolutely, yeah, genuinely carnage. But I mean, loved it. Shame for the cars, though, right? It's really sad to see it. People get smashed up, but just hope everyone's okay.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations anyway, ending the day with good results.
Yeah, really good. Yeah, 2 wins and 3rd overall this one, so can't argue.
Exactly. Well, congratulations.
Yes, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Yes, thank you. All right, we've got cars on grid, I'm afraid, so haven't got time to get to you guys. I do apologise, but the clears are on the grid, so Ian and Johnny, back to you.
Yes, Cleo's on the grid with Darren Ransom, number 30, on pole position. Alongside him, 35, Joshua North, 72, Pete O'Connor, and 12, Matt Hipkins on the second row. 56, Chris Lawrence, and 28, Taylor Norton on the third. 7, Stephen Richardson, and 29, Joey DePrato on the fourth. 5th row, 18, Mark Witherington, and 75, Greg Hill. 298, Scott Cohenson, 82, Paul Clark on the 6th row. 7th row, 111, Nick Harrison, and 51, Oscar Swanson. The 8th row, 23, Joe Moss, and 57, Matthew Ponsier. 58, Ryan Allen, 32, Graham Bishop on row 9, and 36, Steve Croxford on row 10 of the grid. The last car just about coming into position. Earlier on we had a win for Joshua North. The grid for this race based on the fastest lap times from the earlier one. So that's why Darren Ransom is on pole on this occasion. So it's North, Ransom and O'Connor winning in Class B. and Class A, it was Greg Hill from Stephen Richardson and Paul Clark. Greg Hill extending his lead in the championship. He now has 188 points, which is 25 more than Darren Ransom coming into this race as the red lights go out and the race gets underway. Even start from the 2 on the front row, Ransom and North. Matt Hipkins now trying to get down the inside of North. I think they're into turn 1 at Old Hall Corner, but can't do it. Ransom goes a bit wide. A few of the Class A cars go a bit wide, the 182s. As they exit Old Hall Corner for the first time, but it's Ransom leading from North as they now head through Cascades. And it's Hipkins and O'Connor, and then I think it's the first of the 182s, which was Joey DePrato, who started the first race from the back of the grid, but is being mugged down by the 197 and 200s, the slightly bigger, meatier cars. Peter O'Connor and Chris Lawrence both going past him, and DePrato falling into the clutches, by the looks of it, of Greg Hill.
Tyres still coming up to temperature, remember, so when you're asking the grip to be there at Cascades, Island Bend and Shell Oil's Hairpin, it might not quite be, so you've got to drive around that problem. The racing line has fully emerged now, though, into Britain's after that significantly earlier oil spill, so 2 abreast at times further back, but there is a spin. One of the cars involved is number 32 and 57, so 32 is Graham Bishop, 57 Matthew Ponsier, and I think both should be able to rejoin, possibly with a little bit of damage, maybe just some misunderstanding between the two as to which bit of track they were going to be going to at the Britons, whereas the race leaders are now exiting Knickerbrook for the first time, and it's Darren Ransom out front.
Certainly is. So of course early on it was Joshua North getting another win, which was his 3rd of the season. Darren Ransom has already had 4 wins this year. He'll be looking to make that 5 here, of course, in this second race of the day, but North won't let him have it all his own way. Down towards Lodge Corner they go. Hipkins, who also had a win at Croft at the opening event of the season, he is in 3rd place. So the top 3 on the grid are the 3 drivers that have had wins so far this year, and they all had a win in that opening meeting at Croft, a triple header that we had there. Pete O'Connor, champion of a couple of years ago, he's in 4th spot. He was racing a 182 at the time, and he's been racing this 197 for a couple of seasons now. He's in 4th, and Chris Lawrence in 5th. Joe DePrato still leading in Class A from Greg Hill. We'll pick that battle up in a moment, although there's a few columns between them at the moment. Not quite, though, the case with the 2 leaders. Josh North about 1.5 car lengths behind Darren Ransom as they head into the left-hander at Island Bend. On this, the second after the race, they disappear off briefly down towards Shell Oil's Corner. They'll be back into our sights, though, very shortly.
Dab of the brakes from Matt Hipkins, I noticed there, just to settle the car at Island. Not everybody's doing that, but it might just be, it won't be a full application, I'm sure, just to balance the rear, to stop it overtaking the front as you hurl the car into that very high speed approach into that tricky left-hander. Then you've got to get the car well over to the left-hand side of the circuit in order to go through Shell Oil's hairpin, but the banking there helps. Over hill top, Darren Ransom the first to appear, then the 35 of Josh North, and then the second of the blue Clios in the hands of Matt Hipkins. O'Connor and Lawrence all in this Class B lineup though, and all relatively evenly matched. Admittedly, it's only lap 2 of a 15-minute race. That top 5 are starting to stretch their legs over everybody else now as they head up Clay Hill.
Yes, they do, and real differentiation between the classes, isn't there? The top 5 Class B cars pulling away from the next group of Class A cars, where we've got, I think, 6 in a line. Joey DePrato still going really well, with a good few lengths between himself and Greg Hill at the moment. DePrato's in 11th place in the championship coming into this weekend, and that was equated to 5th in Class A, his best result coming at Croft in the opening event of the season, where he finished 7th overall and 3rd within class. So he's yet to have a class win or a Class A victory in the Clio Sport Championship, and he'll be hoping to do so today. But for the moment, we're watching the battle for 3rd here. Matt Hipkins has got Pete O'Connor, the man from Bristol, for very close company.
Yeah, so O'Connell in the green, white and orange car, with Matt Hipkins just ahead, but also not that far away is Chris Lawrence in the classic old school Renault factory colours, so the yellow nose and the blue rear, and it's pretty close as well for others in behind. So Joey DePrato leading Class A by 1.1 seconds over Greg Hill. DePrato starting ahead of Greg on this different grid. So this was taken from, was this the second fastest times, did you say?
No, fastest laps in race 1.
Oh, fastest laps in race 1. Okay, so they favoured Joey DePrato, even more impressive therefore. And Greg Hill starting on the row behind that in 10th position. Here's the fight for 3rd position for Matt Hipkins ahead of Pete O'Connell. And Chris Lawrence is sort of waiting in the wings, ready to pounce, but there is a danger that he might start to get a bit more distant if the two ahead continue these sort of lap times that they're able to produce. That is certainly the case for Darren Ransom out front. He's got a bigger lead this time, courtesy of the fastest lap of the race last time around.
9 minutes of the race left to go, and Darren Ransom just easing out a little bit here from Joshua North in 2nd place, looking for that 5th win of the year. Chris Lawrence at the back of that group in car 56. Another driver that's been a former champion. He was the 2023 title winner, again in a 182. Has not been able to repeat that success since moving to Class B. Ransom's just in the best lap of the race, a 202.369. Only a few hundredths slower than his best lap in the earlier race. Now there's Joe Moss a little bit further back in the number 23 car. He's got behind him the Scott Carruthers number 298 car, the 34-year-old engineer from Worcester who's done some time attack in the past, chasing after Joe Moss. There's another driver from Worcester who I think is having his first appearance in the VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship in the 182s there, and is running at the moment in 8th position within that class.
Top 5 safely into Shell Oils, and now departing. This time though, the gap from 1st to 2nd seems to have come down. It's certainly come down 3rd, 4th and 5th meanwhile, so Matt Hipkins under a great deal of pressure now to Pete O'Connell and Chris Lawrence. Was that a mistake maybe out of our view for Matt Hipkins, which has really concertinaed these three? Up ahead of them, Josh North is close, but just not quite close enough to fully attack. But yes, it got very intense leading Shell Oil's hairpin and into Britain's for the 3rd, 4th and 5th placed cars in Class B. So 2 197s and the 200 of O'Connell. As back at Water Tower with the checkered roof, it is Darren Ransom who continues to lead by 0.7 of a second. Well, that was the case at the start of the lap. It's about the same, I'd say, as they head towards Lodge Corner.
A couple of drivers getting the driving standards flag are Pete O'Connor and Matt Hipkins by the looks of it for exceeding track limits. They're not yet getting any penalties, but they are getting the driving standards flag wielded in their direction at the moment as they go across the line to start another lap 5 of the race. De Prato, I'm impressed by this performance from De Prato, the 20-year-old from Hertford, in only his 3rd season of racing. He's done some enduro car racing and karting, as so many have, and he's going really well here. This would be his best result if he can bring it home this way. Meanwhile, here's the fight for 3rd, 4th and 5th in Class B. Still at the front of it is Matt Hipkins. Pete O'Connor just in behind him in the number 72 car. The 43-year-old from Bristol, working in IT and finance, made his debut in 2022, having done a bit of production BMW before then, and is a twice winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans in karting, that is, and he's done well in the Club 100 Championship as well previously.
De Prato, I reckon, finished 5th on the road. He was then given a 5-second time penalty at the end of the earlier race, but considering he's now leading Class A because he was able to produce the quickest lap times in Class A to give him a better grid position, and he has got an arm's length to Greg Hill. 1.2 much better run for the 5th place car, the yellow and blue. So he's starting to just apply a bit more pressure now to Matt Hipkins and Peter O'Connor, who are in front. And the race lead is still in the hands of Darren Ransom from Josh North. Last time through, the gap was just less than a second, and I don't think it's altered a great deal in the next lap or so. In fact, it's got slightly larger, 1.2 seconds now. Ransom back to North, courtesy of a new fastest lap from Darren.
Yeah, and a best lap of the day, because he's gone faster there than he did in race 1 as well, to ease out that advantage over Joshua North. Meanwhile, Class A cars getting past our commentary box window here. Not seeing them on the stream at the moment, but De Prato still ahead. The Hill had got Richardson just behind him, only 4 tenths behind, so a decent battle going on for 2nd class. There are our Class A leaders. De Prato in the silver car with the yellow stripe over it. Greg Hill, number 72, son of Mick Hill, the great special saloon racer of the 70s, and then the 7 car of Steve Richardson, the window cleaner from Milton Keynes, making their way down towards the hairpin at Shell Oil's corner. But Greg Hill, a professional radio control car racer and supplier as well, started racing on the circuits in 2021, so only 5 years or so ago, but has not necessarily always done full seasons of racing, but certainly improved over those 5 years, and is now a regular winner and contending for the overall Clio Championship this year.
They do say that the hand-eye coordination honed in the RC environment could certainly apply itself very nicely to full metal car racing. Worked for Lewis Hamilton, didn't it, on Blue Peter all those years back? The promise was there. Now, out of Knickerbrook they go, heading up Clay Hill again. Race leaders already through. 3rd, 4th, 5th positions still very tightly bunched, headed by Matt Hipkins, who is going to take some unsettling from that 3rd position. Frustratingly for him, he's really losing a bit more time. Not huge swathes of it lap after lap, but enough to generate quite a gap now between 2nd and 3rd. Is it going to be 3 abreast heading into Lodge Corner? Not quite, but that was a do-or-die manoeuvre, wasn't it, from Greg Hill on Joey De Prato. And De Prato said, well, thank you very much, you're going to go off towards the scenery there, Greg. And actually, Greg Hill might lose another position in the process. So that's down the inside. The Richardson car, Stephen Richardson, spotted the opportunity perfectly. Still not got the move completed, though, as now Greg Hill is out into the grasscrete. Briefly lost the car there because his car is a similar livery. But De Prato staying in front, and he's saying, well, you continue to fight door mirror to door mirror as much as you like, because that will give me the advantage. Eventually, though, it is a lose-lose situation for Greg Hill. He briefly led the class. He's now back in 3rd.
Yeah, just was probably a little bit too ambitious there about that move at Lodge Corner. Ultimately, he's paid a price for that with losing the position to Steve Richardson as well. But now Steve Richardson will be thinking, I can win this, or this class battle here. Probably only one more lap to go at the end of this one. He can take the fight now to Joey DiPrato. Third, fourth and fifth go through. Here are our leaders in Class A, and it's Richardson that's got the lead. He's done it down at Shallows Corner. Not only did he think he could win it, he's got the lead of the race as well as far as Class A is concerned. So dramatic stuff there. And is the battle over in Class B here for third position either, because Hipkins has worked very hard to keep Pete O'Connor and Chris Lawrence at bay, but is it going to stay that way?
Richardson maybe a little too deep into Hislops. No, he's made that work. DiPrato watching that unfold in front of him. He'll be keen then not to lose a further position, but also probably kicking himself as to maybe not, or misjudging that whole situation slightly. But when Greg Hill threw one up the inside, he truly sent it in number 75. Actually, DiPrato just needed to open the steering and allow the car by, knowing that he would pick him off. Race leaders, though, heading towards the start-finish line as now O'Connor tries a move for third position. Still got half a minute left on the clock, and it's Ransom from North. And then, are they going to stay in the same order, third, fourth and fifth? Yes, just about. But Pete O'Connor is under pressure again from Chris Lawrence, who's been at times the quickest of these three cars. O'Connor is out onto the runoff slightly, but gained forward momentum, and this time out of your vision, Greg Hill bags second position in the Class A's. So he went down the inside of Joey DiPrato, and Greg Hill up to second place.
But Steve Richardson's got quite a decent lead in that class now. It's over a second ahead as they went over the timing line to start their final up. The clock has counted down to 0 now, so this is the last lap of the race. Nick Harrison in his Class B car is getting himself in amongst the Class A front runners there. Is between Joey DiPrato and Paul Clark there. So it looked like DiPrato was going to get a maiden win here, but now he's down to third place as Darren Ransom through Britons for the final time. Joshua North chasing after him. 1.6 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap. I don't think it's going to be a double victory this weekend for Joshua North. It looks like win number 5 instead for Darren Ransom. Class A, it looks like Steve Richardson's going to get the victory.
So there is Darren Ransom turning left now at Hizzies. Knickerbrook, Clay Hill, Druids and Lodge still to come. And Pete O'Connor has tried his level best to get in front of Matt Hipkins, but he might just have to now just settle for fourth position. That is, of course, if Chris Lawrence can't pull off a manoeuvre into the final corner, but Lawrence and O'Connor were looking relatively evenly matched up Clay Hill. And the scrap that has really come to life in the closing stages is that for Class A, but Darren Ransom arriving for the final time into Lodge Corner.
He certainly is, and traffic now part of this, but it's Darren Ransom win number 5 this season. Joshua North takes second place in the VSG Crypto Cleo Sport Championship, and then it's Hipkins, O'Connor and Lawrence. Who is going to win in Class A, though? It should be Richardson. You've got DiPrato now fending off Paul Clark as well. DiPrato might even lose a position on the class podium here. I think he's going to, as Steve Richardson wins it. His first victory since round 2 at Croft. Then second is Hill, and third is Clark, and DiPrato, leading for so long, doesn't even make the Class A podium.
And it was all rather lively in terms of time penalties late in that piece as well, because I reckon there were 2 time penalties to the on-the-road 72 car of Pete O'Connor.
Yes.
So O'Connor gets 15 seconds at the end of that race. Also, the car he was dicing with, Chris Lawrence, got a 5-second penalty, but that wasn't enough to actually alter the finishing position for Chris Lawrence, who is in 4th, Ian.
If you don't mind, I'll read my results now.
Go ahead.
Okay, number 30, Darren Ransom, the winner after 8 laps from 35, Joshua North, 1.6 seconds behind. Third was number 12, Matt Hipkins, 7.5 seconds behind. Fourth, 56, Chris Lawrence, of course. As Johnny was saying, big penalty there for Pete O'Connor that's dropped him down to 11th place. 5th and winning Class A was number 7, Steve Richardson, from number 75, Greg Hill. Nick Harrison was 7th in the 111 car. Completing the Class A podium was 82, Paul Clark. And Joey DiPrato, 29, and Taylor Norton, 28. Peter O'Connor, after those time penalties, was 11th, Mark Witherington 12th, Oscar Swanson 13th, Scott Carruthers 14th, then Joe Moss, Ryan Earl, and those that shangled on the opening lap, Matt Poncia and Graham Bishop with Steve Croxford, the ex-Renault 5TS racer, a lap down in 19th position. So Clio's, they are back out. They've got a triple header at Snetterton. So that could well be the meeting that decides the championship, actually, with the way things have gone for Greg Hill. Beaten there, but still, I think we'll end this weekend with an extended lead, probably in the overall VSG Crypto Clio Sport Championship. So it could all be settled at Snetterton on the bank holiday weekend at the end of August. One more race to come this evening. That's going to be for the Tagiwa Time Par Trophy, where we've got the excitement of the partially reversed grid, top 10 reversed for the second race. So that's always good value, with some quicker drivers in what will be the middle of the pack, and the not so quick drivers maybe at the front. Lee Rickard, I think it is, that's going to be on pole position for that one, so that'd be a good way to round out the day. And yes, we look forward to that very soon. Oulton Park, there's much more to come here at Oulton Park in the near future as well. In details on that in the programme. The US Auto Show barrels into Oulton Park next month. That's Saturday the 22nd of August. There's racing headlined by Bernie's V8s. There's also the Legends Cars Championship as well, and lots of US heavy metal on display as well on the info. That's the US Auto Show on the 22nd. There's the also inaugural Jaguars at Oulton, the Cheshire Cats event on the Saturday the 15th of August as well, representing the Jaguar Daimler Heritage Trust's dedicated National Day in a race meeting organised by the Classic Sports Car Club. But for now, we can head down to the Park Firm area for the penultimate time today.
Thank you very much. You can see behind me the driver just having a bit of a chat after that fantastic race. And I have to interrupt it, I'm afraid. Darren, can I just jump in a second? That was a very interesting race behind you. It was somewhat sedate, a bit more up front.
That made me very hot. That was like qualifying laps, every lap. Just kept me very honest. Yeah, it was. Yeah, but I don't know. I love this place. I do love it. It's a good track. I think I beat my lap record again. I beat it in the first race, and I think I've done it again this race. Yeah, that's 5 wins now, so I think we've got a bit of momentum.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's going all right for you.
Yeah, considering from the start of the season, it's going all right. But yeah, so that made me very hot, that was, Josh kept me very, he was on me. I couldn't make a mistake. If I made a mistake, he would have been in, but yeah, happy with that. I'm good, yeah.
Nice way to end the weekend for you.
It is, yeah, it's good, yeah. Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks. Have a quick chat now with Josh, who has run over there. So if I just jump in here. Josh. So, what was the gap? Sorry, 1.6 seconds. Couldn't quite close it, but you weren't far off.
No, it started quite close. There wasn't much between us, and he just picked up the pace that I couldn't keep up with. I saw there was a gap behind us, and I just kind of kept in my own kind of speed and brought it home, to be honest. I was happy enough with that.
I mean, he was saying he loves this place, so is it a track that you like as well?
Yeah, I'm fairly local to here. It doesn't mean I've been here a lot, but I've been here a few times and I do like it. Yeah.
Well, nice way to end the weekend, second place. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thanks. Have a quick chat now with Matt Hipkins in third place. Matt, I want to grab you for a second because that three-way battle that you were involved in, that was pretty spicy.
Yeah, it's definitely a good race at that point. So yeah, I could just about hold on for the first couple of laps, and I could feel my tyres going. And then I had the other two nibbling at the back of me the whole way. So it's just sort of keep your eyes out the mirrors and just focus on your own drive. So yeah, some good lap times. So it was really good, and the track felt quick at that race. So yeah, it was great. Good result.
You definitely got a lot of coverage in that one. It was we were very much enjoying that three-way battle. But how is this track to try and defend around from those two boys?
It's interesting. I find as long as you try and hold your racing line and you don't let the pressure get to you, then you're absolutely fine. But there's so many opportunities that you can make mistakes on. So yeah, no, it's interesting.
Well, congratulations, P3 at the end of the race.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Right, have a quick chat now with Richardson. Let's have a chat with both of you actually together, to be fair.
Yeah,
why not?
No, let me have a win for Leaf. Go on. Jog on.
Right, so very hectic race out there for a bit, everyone. So
well, at the start, it wasn't at the start. Basically, it was a little gap. Got in there, and the team boys just squashed me, so I had to back out of it. And I just see him go past. I'm like, I don't need this after the championship. And then I was just tracking him down, and Joey started slowing up a little bit, and I was like, right, okay, it's on now. So me and him were literally inches all the way around, not a single bit of contact at all, the whole one. And kept him honest and just threw him a couple of curveballs. And once I got in front of him, I'm like, he just gave up there. He's like, I ain't catching it. But it was so fun.
I was trying. I mean, it was a great race. Like at the start, Joey got away, and I thought, I'm going to settle for second, keep my eye on Steve because he was quite close right behind me at that stage. Then Joey slowed down for whatever reason. I made a dive on Joey, and then in the process, Steve got past both of us, and I'm like, oh no. And then we had another good race until the end, so it was a good race. I mean, that is why we go racing. It was good fun.
A massive thank you to my boy Lewis over there for sorting these cars out. You know, we're honestly they're identical, and you can see that by how close we are. So it's been fantastic. You know, and to my mate Cam, congratulations on the baby. So
absolutely. Well, congratulations both on the podium. Cheers. Congratulations. Cheers. Thank you. All right. Well, we've got cars on the grid. It's Type R Trophy. Last race of the day. Don't go anywhere because this is going to be spicy.
Thanks very much indeed, Kieran. Yes, cars already on the grid. It's a reverse grid for the top 10. So 26 Lee Rickard on pole, has 31 Ewan Linz next to him. Row 2 is 60 Jack Reynolds and 97 Jordan Banks. Row 3, 13 Tom McFarlane and 16 Adam Huntley. Row 4, 96 Jackson Carden and 83 John Labella. Row 5, 25 Danny Hobson and 1 Trafford King, our race one winner. Then Luke Emmons, 77 and 91 Chris Gromes on row 6. Row 7, 5 and 20 Sean Connolly and Rudy McMillan, and Andy Stevens 151 and Max Martin 62 on the 8th row, and 374 Kyle Lindsley on the 9th row. Red lights go on for 15 minutes of racing in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. Out they go, and we are off and running. It's Lee Rickard that makes a decent start. Not such a good start by Ewan Linton. In fact, he pulls off onto the grass to let other cars past him, I think, as he doesn't get away at all well. And in fact, sneaking up the inside there is the number 60 car of Jack Reynolds, the red car from the second row of the grid. Grabs the lead of the race away from Lee Rickard then as they head down to Cascades for the first time. Who is that in third position? Looks like Danny Hobson has made some ground, possibly, and is one of those. Jackson Carden as well that's made up some ground, possibly. So we'll pick up on that in a moment, but it's certainly the 60 car of Jack Reynolds that leads the way as they head through Ireland for the first time.
Might be Jordan Banks in third.
Right, yeah.
The white and orange car. Obviously, Ewan Linz, as you pointed out, decided the better option might be to pull away, or he just was struggling with the car, genuinely, and did the gentlemanly thing in putting two wheels on the grass. But yes, a very good getaway for Jack Reynolds, who's managed to leapfrog Lee Rickard. Expect quite a bit more of that as well, as the quicker cars have to work their way through in this partially reversed grid.
Trafford King's got through to fourth there. Danny Hobson fifth, and John Labella is losing ground there. He's down to sixth, in fact seventh place, because Adam Huntley also gets past him as well. And you're right, it's the 97 car of Jordan Banks that's up there in third place. So a good start to the race for Jordan.
Yeah, and he in turn might have Tom McFarlane in behind, just trying to pick those two out. That's the 16 of Adam Huntley, and Labella with a killer getaway. So he started 8th and has already gained a few places, although then lost one over Hilltop. And as you said, the other guy to look out for sure is Trafford King, the furthest back, but arguably with the quickest car, the quickest driver, should I say. So there was a big swing there, and I'm not sure they're going to get that back. Coming out of Druids, the car's going to pitch back again. If everybody misses that stray car, which they have done, well, that is absolutely phenomenal driving.
Oh, my word. Yes, Andy Stevens had to take to the grass there. So too did Ewan Linz, actually. It was Tom McFarlane that was the car that was all over the road. As for the lead of the race going into turn one, it's Trafford King up the inside of Lee Rickard. He's got past one of them. He's not yet got past Jack Reynolds, but he had a good go at it going into Old Tor Corner. So action everywhere you look here at Oulton Park in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. And Danny Hobson up the inside of Lee Rickard as well. That's for third place. And the number 25 car goes through.
Yeah, so Danny Hobson coming from 9th position. Trafford King has worked his way up to 2nd. Hobson's 3rd. But every credit to Jack Reynolds, who finished the earlier race in 8th position, proving stout defence at this point in time to Trafford King. Wouldn't be hugely surprising to see the number 1 car, though, emerge as the race leader after they've negotiated that tight right-hand banked hairpin at Shell Oil's hairpin, and that's precisely what's happened. So Trafford King, from the back of the order, it's taken him in a lap and a third, maybe not the full back, but the 10th position up to now lead the race, and it's taken him barely a lap and a half.
Good stuff here. Lee Rickard trying to fight back, though, on the way down towards Hizzies. They're side by side, him and Danny Hobson. Hobson's car looks a bit unsettled, but he manages to hold the position into the chicane. So it's Trafford King now getting away out in front. Danny Hobson will be seeing that and thinking, crikey, I need to make a move here on Jack Reynolds quite quickly so I can take the fight to Trafford King and stay in touch with him as far as the championship is concerned, because it was Hobson that arrived here with a 41-point lead over Trafford King. He's ahead, but he can't afford to give too much ground away to Trafford King, with still another 4 races to go after this one.
You'll see the pink or purple square behind Chris Grimes' number. That doesn't mean he's got the fastest lap, it means he's in the invitation class. There is only 1 car in this race for Chris Grimes in the invitational division. Otherwise, everyone's in the Type R trophy as the race leaders go over the line, and almost literally being pushed there is the 25 car of Hobson, who's just ahead of the earlier race leader, Jack Reynolds. Reynolds for company because he's got the pole-sitting car, Lee Rickard, in behind, and now trying to draw level is John Labella in 83, and Labella will get the place on Rickard, in fact, and he tried to get a couple at the same time. There's contact in behind as well between Jordan Banks on the inside and Lee Rickard on the outside, but they both controlled that, even though there was a bit of a pincer movement. So Rickard still ahead of Banks by half a car length or so.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. These reverse grid races, they do add a bit of extra spice. Obviously, we've already had the 2 main championship runners get to the front of the field here, Trafford King and Danny Hobson, who've done most of the winning between them. The only other driver to have a win that's here this weekend is John Labella, and he is in 3rd place now as well, I think. So he's made up ground. He's got ahead of Jack Reynolds and Lee Rickard on this lap. There's the 16 car of Adam Huntley going through, the 42-year-old from Bexhill. He's the managing director of Upside Projects Limited, and he's in his 3rd season of racing in the Type R Trophy.
Lee Rickard, Jordan Banks were side by side, but Rickard went into Hislops just ahead. There were 2 in behind and them as well in turn. So that one of those may well have been Adam Huntley. Couldn't work out who was on the grass coming out of Mickerbrook. That run might well have actually worked, though, for Luke Emmons, who's still, but he's very, very sideways at Druids, nearly threw the car away. So 4-wheel drifting Luke Emmons into Druids, which is never advisable. Somehow he hung on to that and has only lost a couple of places.
It's a huge scrap going on here. Jackson Carden, number 96, is in the midst of that as well. He was 4th in race 1, currently in 10th position, but trying to improve on that. Trafford King done the best lap of the race, first driver to go sub 2 minutes in this race, the 1:59.747. His lead over Hobson is 2.1 seconds, and he was about a tenth faster on that last lap. But this battle here, sort of really 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 5 cars involved, covered by less than a second, and Huntley loses out there to Jackson Carden, who's the driver on a move at the moment.
Yeah, so keep an eye out for 1 or 2 others that could yet gain significant places, although much of the flip around of the top 10 has kind of already occurred, because the cars that started in 9th and 10th respectively on the grid are now in that order 2nd and 1st. So Trafford King, who won the earlier race and therefore was put back to 10th place as part of the reverse grid, has made short work of taking the lead, and Danny Hobson probably followed his every movement to muscle his way into 2nd. John Labella, who finished 3rd, is now back to 3rd. Jack Reynolds is the most impressive, having started from 3rd position in this race, so therefore finishing 8th, and he is still in 4th, fending off the car of Lee Rickard.
Yeah, great racing going on here. Carden looks like he's about to make up another position there, possibly. I think that'll be past Chris Grimes for 7th place overall. Looked like he was going to make that move. But there's the Nimbus livery car of Danny Hobson. That's the company, that's the branding he used to run his preparation business these days. And he's chasing after Danny King here, but more to the point, he's being caught by John Labella. The gap was just under a second between them at the start of the lap. It feels like it's come down. In fact, they're side by side over the line, and Labella's going to have the inside line for Oulton Corner, but he's through by the time they get there. So John Labella, number 83, goes through to 2nd place at the expense of Danny Hobson. Big wild moment from Labella. Is this going to give Hobson the chance to come back at him as they head down towards Cascades for the 5th time in this race? No, Labella holds on there, but great move that was at Oulton Corner, but almost overcooked it on the exit.
Yeah, but calmed things down in time, and with 6 minutes and change on the clock, probably Trafford King is too far in front at 3.8 seconds. Well, that's how it was timed at the line. But of course, Labella and Hobson were then continuing their scrap all the way down the avenue. So it's probably a larger gap now to this man, Trafford King, who will take some catching, therefore, to just count the seconds back to John Labella in 2nd position. 3rd place for Danny Hobson. 4th position still for the maroon car of number 60 of Jack Reynolds. And nose to tail for 5th and 6th positions as well. Still, Jordan Banks involved with that, trying to get alongside Lee Rickard. As Rickard's on the inside line, Banks on the out, and the tighter approach, but Rickard makes that work into hisies. They're both potentially going to lose a bit of ground, though, to Jack Reynolds here as they continue this fight on. And in behind them are another duo looking to get involved. So that's the invitational class car, number 91 for Chris Grimes, and pursuer, which looks to be Carden, Jackson Carden.
Yeah, absolutely right. But look at that. You can see in the distance, Trafford King really streaking clear of the rest of the field now. 3.8 seconds was the gap at the start of the lap. It feels like it might be more than that now for Trafford, the 31-year-old signalling technician from York, working on the railways there. Had been racing since 2023, but he was the champion in 2025. Lee Rickard and Jordan Banks were battling around their way around the last lap, still glued together as they come through Oulton Corner at the start of lap number 6. 4.5 minutes of the race to go. Probably 2 more laps to go at the end of the one they've just started, I suggest. And then just behind them, you've got Chris Grimes and Jackson Carden. But here, it's looking like Jack Reynolds might be the next target for Lee Rickard.
Yeah, bridging that gap a little bit between Jordan Banks in behind in number 97 and Reynolds, who's turning left at Island Bend, although the slightly tighter run of those 3 cars was being taken by Jordan Banks, using the curb as the racetrack, as I think MSUK suggests that is the case. And then over the curbs for the 2nd and the 3rd place cars. Larger gap, if anything, back to 4th place Reynolds. So he is being caught by Rickard for sure. Then there's the Banks car, and then in behind them, as I said, Grimes and Carden starting to get a little larger in the mirrors. So this is for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th gap, and then 8th and 9th could get involved as well.
Absolutely. So it's all just closing up a little bit now behind Jack Reynolds once again. Different story up ahead, and it is quite a long way up ahead now. The first 3 have pulled clear away from the rest. Trafford King, John Labella and Danny Hobson. We'll see if Hobson gets a second wind and is able to challenge Labella again for 2nd place. But we'll continue looking at the moment at this battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and, well, 7th really at the moment, because Jackson Carden a little bit further behind those 2. He's got Max Martin now in his mirrors, and those headlamps ablaze here as well, and they're taking a bit of effect. It's quite a dull evening now here at Oulton Park. The sun disappeared from view quite some time ago. We had a few spots of rain, but nothing more than that, nothing to alleviate a drought, that's for certain. Max Martin has got ahead of Jackson Carden here. Through on the inside he goes for 8th position at Oulton Corner.
Yeah, so that was bubbling up nicely. Mind you, they're still side by side, going down the avenue and into Denton's. Rickard a tad off the racing line at Cascades in 5th place. I'm keen to know in which order the two cars are in behind. So Max Martin coming from that spin that he had in the opening race that put him sadly in the gravel at Druids, and his car sat in the stones for a number of those laps, and it was prevented from rejoining because he was so far off track. So he's making up for lost time here. And yes, picks off Carden for 8th position, Jackson Carden. They were side by side across the start-finish line. They were side by side all the way down to Denton's as well. But that has finally been decided. Here's the 4th placed battle pack then, headed still by Jack Reynolds.
We've now got 6 drivers on their final warning for track limits, and another breach will result in a penalty. Luke Emmons is one of those. Kai Lindsay, the 83 car of John Labella, the most significant maybe. Jackson Carden, also Lee Rickard and Adam Huntley, all just can't afford any more track limits infringements. One car has definitely infringed track limits there at Clay Hill, not necessarily gaining an advantage though, but we'll try and pick that up in a moment.
They were level pegging where Banks and... Well, the other interesting thing is that surely the cars ahead have made contact, because not only is John Labella trailing some damage, but Danny Hobson's now missing entirely the front bumper of his car. It's dragging on the right-hand side, but there's definitely some damage on the front of Labella's car as well.
How did that happen? It was a slower lap in the 202s and 203s compared to the high 159s that we had been seeing. This is now the last lap of the race, so these two are just going to sort of cling on, I think, with bits hanging off their cars for the remaining sort of 3/4 of a lap, I think, Johnny.
Yeah, I was just trying to work out who was side by side going up Clay Hill on the previous lap. It was Banks and the Grimes car, I think. So this time Labella comes out of Cascades, going down Lakeside, minus some components, but not as many as now the Danny Hobson car, which is in a state of undress. It's all clearly happened at the Hislop chicane and then the run towards the Knickerbrook right-hander, and that's precisely where Trafford King is going to be heading in a moment or two. So I'm sure there'll be a change of surface flag displayed, the old debris flag, yellow and red, just to warn everybody that the track is going to have to be one of those things that, in fact, there it is, the change of surface flag. So perfectly displayed by the marshals. They're going to have to pick their way through here in order to avoid any punctures in the closing half lap.
Yeah, anyway, so hopefully Trafford King will have avoided all of that. John Labella hasn't, but he's already got bits hanging off his car anyway. He's going to be second, and Danny Hobson third. So it's not actually changed the order, whatever happened between those two. That was the order in any case, I think, before the incident. But here comes Trafford King. He won the race earlier on. That was win number 4 for the season. This looks like being win number 5. Valuable points in the championship, because Danny Hobson came into this weekend 41 points ahead, and Trafford King will have taken a useful chunk out of that now, with Hobson getting second and, by the looks of it, third in this race. So 2 wins for Trafford King today in the Tagiwa Type R Trophy, and I think he's a little bit happy with that.
Well, who can blame him, because that was a truly dominant performance. To be able to go from 10th to the lead of the race within a lap and a half, mightily impressive considering how busy the start of these races are for the Tagiwa Type R Trophy at the end of the day. Congratulations as well to Danny Hobson and John Labella. Now, those places are reversed, I notice, and that is because Labella gets a late penalty. It is a 5-second penalty. You said he was being investigated, or he was on his last chance saloon, and that will drop the partly damaged Labella car back behind the very much walking wounded Danny Hobson. And as he said, at the time the contact hadn't changed the positions of the cars, but it does now.
Well, it certainly does, and they've all made it home, all within 48 seconds of the first car passing the line. So I think we could probably give you the results of that race, the final race of the day here at Oulton Park, the Tagiwa Type R Trophy. It was a win for Trafford King after 8 laps of racing. Car number 1, he won by 9.448 seconds in the end from number 25, Danny Hobson. After that, penalty was applied to number 83, John Labella, who was 3rd. 4th was 60, Jack Reynolds. 5th, 97, Jordan Banks. 6th was 26, Lee Rickard. Invitation class car of Chris Grimes, number 91, was 7th, ahead of 62, Max Martin. 96, Jackson Carden. 151, Andy Stevens completed the top 10 ahead of Adam Huntley, Luke Evans, Sean Connolly and Ewan Lintz, with Tom McFarlane and Kai Lindsay completing our finishes. Johnny, your only 750 Motor Club outing of the season, unfortunately. Your thoughts on the day's racing?
Well, the first was very exciting, as in the first chance to be at 750 Motor Club this year. Very exciting, and then you've immediately disappointed me by reminding me I won't be back in 2026. But there's always next year, isn't there? The first race of the day, the BMWs, really rather set the tone. And I can't remember sort of thinking, well, this is a boring race for the rest of the day. Even the 100-minute marker, that had intrigue and interest and scraps aplenty as well. So congratulations to BMW Live for putting on a tremendous event in every corner of Oulton Park circuit, and also for 750 Motor Club for providing some terrific race action, not only for BMWs, but also for 1 or 2 other manufacturers as well.
And next weekend here at Oulton Park, it's the British Superbikes. So watch out for that next weekend here at Oulton Park. Thank you, Johnny. Been a pleasure to have you with us this weekend. Look forward to seeing you again, hopefully in 2027. We'll say a quick thank you to the marshals for their sterling efforts all weekend. Been great to see such good numbers of marshals here at Oulton Park. So many thanks to all of you for your support this weekend. We couldn't do it without you. And thanks also to all of the other people who work behind the scenes, the volunteers and officials of the 750 Motor Club who helped to make these meetings possible. And of course on this occasion as well, everyone who's made BMW Live possible, all the hard-working people at BMW Car Club, headed by Nick Thomas. It's been a great day all around the circuit. 750 Motor Club back in action in 2 weeks' time at Brands Hatch, a one-day meeting there on the 8th of August. Silverstone on the 15th and 16th of August. Snetterton at the end of the month, the 30th and 31st of August, will be live streaming for the second day of that event on Bank Holiday Monday. So do join myself and Pip Hammond and Josh Barrett for that one. But for now, from Johnny Palmer, myself, Ian Soman and Will Beaumont as well, we'll leave you in the capable hands of Kieran Mogg down in Parc Ferme for the final time today. Good night.
Thank you very much. We've got John Labella and Trafford King having a bit of a moment here. Now, Trafford,
I don't know what
Jesus,
these two chavs have been doing, but it looked fun.
I mean, your car has come back in completely one piece. Absolutely fine. I think
mirror, but that's about it.
I think these two have been knocking 7 bells out of each other.
Well, they had to, didn't they? I knew it was coming. I could see sort of as Danny got through and then John was coming back here. I was like, this is going to be a battle on this. But yeah, it was good. Really good.
Obviously, it's quite tricky. You started down in 10th place, I believe it was. You got through pretty damn quickly.
Well, I didn't expect that to happen at all. But I just saw the concertina at Shell Oils. I thought I'd just send it round outside, see what happens. And then luckily I got a run on Danny and a run on John. And then there was just like a couple more to do. And that was it, was off.
That's all I saw, because it's like I kind of looked away from the stream for about 20 seconds. And all of a sudden you were half a mile down the road from everyone.
Well, I think, like you say, as soon as these two started battling, it's one of them. You know, I was just cruising about at 90%, just keeping it clean, no mistakes. And then as soon as one person's in the mirrors, that's it. You lose a second or two a lap, don't you? But yeah, mega.
2 wins from 2. Can't ask for much more than that.
Can't ask for much more than that. It's the first time I've done it as well, so chuffed with that. Yeah.
Well, congratulations then.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Cheers. All right. Well, congratulations, and hopefully another time you'll get the same wins again.
Try again. Cheers.
Thank you. All right. Let's have a quick chat now with Danny and John. John, let's start with you. Hats flying everywhere. So, if you just show the camera down this side a second. Mind telling us what happened?
Oh, mate, it was a right sausage party. I don't know, it's all mashed into one now, but one thing's for sure, I wasn't going to let go of that second place very easily this time. We had some time to make back up on, but what racing, that was unbelievable. I don't even know where Traff came from. My mirror was bent in, so I couldn't see anything coming on that side, and next minute this just teal car just comes straight through. I was like, okay, he's through. Obviously Danny was tagging onto the back of him, so I had to let the pair of them through and then just let them punch a hole in it and try and hang on the best we could. But I'm more gutted about my new wing and my new bonnet. I've just put them on. get back on Facebook Marketplace and grab a few more.
To be fair, I mean, the wing could probably get hammered and hammer that back out.
Yeah, well, I'm a chef, I'm not a mechanic, but I'll leave that to you. You can maybe come and give us a hand with that one.
I'm off after this.
But yeah, that was great. That was absolutely fantastic. I mean, Oulton Park, this is an incredible circuit, and to be with the 750 here is unbelievable. So yeah, really grateful to be here. Thank you very much.
Well, congratulations on a fantastic weekend for you, and thank you as well for taking part and giving us that entertainment.
Thank you. I'll see you in the pits with give us a hand with that wing.
Yeah, just a pie beer afterwards, it'll be fine.
Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. We'll have a quick chat now with Danny Hobson. Just before we do, look at this. So, Danny, can I just get you over here a second? Just want to have a quick look at the front of your car. So I've asked John this, I'll ask you as well. What happened?
Bit of misjudgment, I'd say. Yeah, I ended up clipping one of the tyre bales, and then I sort of had to hit the next one to get rid of my splitter. So it's, yeah.
So it was strategically taking the body off.
Yeah, there's not a lot more I can say about the front of that, to be honest.
Other than that, though, it was a pretty decent race.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was quite good to start with, and then, yeah, this happened, and I thought, we maybe aren't finishing here, but I'm surprised we finished.
I mean, you finished in second place, so it's pretty decent out there. Obviously, you and John, you keep knocking 7 bells out of each other, but it's great for us. But I'd imagine it's not great for you to have to put that back together.
I mean, to be fair, I don't think any of that was actually on either of us. It was just the tyre bales and trying to coming in sideways. It did mix it up a little bit, but yeah, a bit to do for Silverstone now.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on another podium and giving us that entertainment as well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks. All right. And that just wraps up all the day's racing from here at Oulton Park. Now, thank you very much for watching. Obviously, if you've been here at the circuit, I hope you've enjoyed the day at BMW Live, seeing all the cars out on track. I hope you've also been down to the drifting area and had that passenger ride as well. I'm gutted I couldn't have a chance to do it, but I've seen plenty of people walking away from that with a massive smile on their face. Obviously, the guys and girls that have been racing out on track have given us some fantastic memories from today, and all I can say is thank you very much for all of you watching at home. Thank you very much to all the marshals, all the medics, everyone at 750 putting this together, to BMW for putting on the show, and you at home for watching. From us here, it's goodbye for now, and we'll see you next time.